Fala Gamers, Canal Pro Gamers aqui trazendo mais uma live pra vocês, galera. Saca só na live de hoje, galera. Hoje a gente vai trazer aí, galera, a cobertura do evento aí, a Gamescom, galera. Gamescom Xbox, tá? Vai ter bastante coisa aí sobre Xbox nessa Gamescom. É uma Gamescom focada aí, essa parte no Xbox. E a gente vai estar trazendo aqui, galera, várias aí novidades. Vamos ver se vai ter alguma novidade pra Xcloud, tá? Só deixando claro aqui, antes da gente começar, não tem nada concreto que vai chegar na Xcloud. São apenas alguns rumores, como por exemplo, a chegada no Game Pass do Ubisoft Plus pode ser anunciado. Teclado e mouse tem chance de ser anunciado aí. E tem a questão também de comprar jogos, que eu acho menos provável. Mas, pra quem não sabe, já aconteceu antes, no evento do ano passado, aconteceu um evento do Xbox, e nesse evento eles liberaram, por exemplo, o Clarity Bus na Xcloud, não sei se vocês lembram. Então assim, tem chance de vir alguma coisa relacionada a isso. Vamos aguardar e vamos torcer para que venha, tá? Mas só deixando claro, eu até coloquei várias interrogações aí no título para exatamente dizer que não é garantido, não tem informação oficial que vai chegar, são apenas rumores. A gente vai acompanhar um evento aqui, tá? E a gente vai bater naquele bate-papo. Jogos é garantido, eles vão anunciar os jogos dos próximos 12 meses, e isso saiu lá no próprio site do Xbox, tá? E vamos aguardar aí, tomara que venha algo para Xcloud, galera. Então eu já vou te pedir que você que tá chegando agora já deixa o like aí para fortalecer, tá? É o primeiro evento que a gente cobre aqui no canal, tá? Então vamos ver o que vai dar aí. Só deixando uma coisa clara também, galera, o evento é em inglês, então o inglês não é meu forte, tá? Então eu vou comentar aquilo que eu vi, não aquilo que eu ouvi, tá? Só deixando claro isso aí. Mas o objetivo aqui é mais a gente bater um bate-papo mesmo, a gente vai ouvir o áudio de lá, é claro. E um outro detalhe também, galera, é o primeiro evento que eu transmiti. Eu vi várias pessoas transmitindo esse evento aí. Provavelmente eles não teve problema com direitos autorais, tá? Tomara que a gente não tenha, eu acredito que não vai ter, não. Mas se caso der algum problema o YouTube avisar aqui, aí vocês também já ficam sabendo a respeito. É claro que eu vou comunicar com vocês, mas eu acredito que não tem problema de direitos autorais, não. Na verdade, eles fazem esse evento para as próprias pessoas divulgarem mesmo, tá? Eu acredito que vai ser de boa. Galera, é o seguinte, ó, o nosso amigo já tá perguntando, você vai cobrir o evento até as 3? Então, o evento tá programado para começar às 9 e terminar às 3. Vamos ver como é que vai ser aí, tá? Se for essas horas todinhas de gameplay ali que eles for mostrar, a gente vai estar aqui o tempo todo. Talvez eu faça alguma pausazinha aí, mas o evento fica diretão aqui. A gente vai tentar cobrir o máximo possível na medida do possível, tá? Então peço a compreensão de vocês aí, tá? E me ajudem também, galera. Me ajudem aí, deixa a opinião de vocês. Pode ficar à vontade, tá? Vocês fazem parte da comunidade aqui, então eu quero ouvir a opinião de vocês a respeito do que vocês acham melhor. Por exemplo, na hora que estiver rolando, eu vou tentar deixar minha voz mais baixa para vocês ouvirem o evento, apesar de eu tenho certeza que a maioria de vocês também talvez não vão entender, mas a gente vai mais pelo olho, tá? Mais pelo que a gente tá vendo, que a gente tá ouvindo. Algumas coisas até que dá para ter um pouco de noção, mas só deixando claro, eu não sei inglês, então eu não vou conseguir traduzir aí para vocês. E também, se alguém achar interessante aí que a legenda fica, até agora não liberaram a legenda em português não, só tem a legenda em inglês. Eu não sei, na hora que começa o evento, talvez eles liberam a legenda em português, tá? Então, aí também vai ser bacana. Vai ser bacana se tiver a legenda em português, já ajuda um pouquinho, mas também não sei se vocês vão querer com legenda, tá? Galera, então é isso, tá quase começando, conforme vocês já estão vendo aí. Deixa eu já me preparar aqui, porque deixa eu ver o que eu posso fazer aqui a respeito. Deixa eu dar uma... Galera, a tela do navegador tá apagando, eu vou colocar aqui, coloquei aqui no notebook pra gente garantir melhor aí. Só ajustar aqui. Então, pra garantir, notebook eu não entendi, a tela tem hora que fica do navegador, tem hora que a tela fica apagando. Então pra gente garantir aí, a gente vai fazer isso aqui. Que aí aqui eu tenho certeza que não vai dar problema nenhum. Acho que agora ficou filé. Confirmar se o áudio tá chegando aqui certinho. Galera, então, deixa eu colocar em tela cheia pra vocês aí. E aí a gente vai, falta 1 minuto lá pra começar o evento já. Já vou me preparar aqui então. Então, nosso amigo falou que acha que não vai ter legenda. O evento assim que ele começar, porque até então não tá liberado, tá em inglês. Se tiver legenda, a gente coloca a legenda. Porque aí, pelo menos, já ajuda um pouquinho, né? Mas provavelmente não vai ter mesmo, não. Também já tá no último aqui. Galera, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, vai começar o evento. Canadá. É, vai ter umas gameplays loucas aí, ó. Ó o Phil Spencer aí, ó.
Hello, ich bin Phil Spencer.
Ouvi.
We at Team Xbox are excited to be back at Gamescom to celebrate gaming with our fans from all over the world. Whether attending the show or watching from home, fans in Germany, Europe, and around the world can expect a little more insight into some of our previously announced games coming to Xbox in the next 12 months. We're excited to continue building a community together and bringing the joy of gaming to everyone on the planet. From all of us at Xbox, Dankeschön and welcome to Gamescom 2022.
are finally back in Cologne, Germany to bring you all things Gamescom, and it feels so good to be back. For the next 6 hours, we'll be bringing you in-depth discussions with the creators of some of this year's most anticipated games, and I think these guys are excited!
That's right, Charlie. Today we'll be talking with the brilliant minds responsible for A Plague Tale Requiem, Age of Empires, Sea of Thieves, Minecraft Legends, Microsoft Flight Simulator, Pentiment, High on Life, Lies of P, Grounded, Under the Waves, Planet of Lana, and Gunfire Reborn. And listen, I cannot tell you how good it feels to be back here, surrounded by fans and developers, and not just talking through a computer screen after all of these years. Am I right, everyone? Yeah. That's right.
It feels so great to be back and to be bringing such brilliant games along to Gamescom with us. If you're watching at home, we want to hear what you're excited about. So as we go through the show, use the hashtag Xbox Gamescom to join the conversation. Now let's get into the content, and I'm going to ask my colleagues to clear
Nossa amiga falou que tem legenda. Eu vou fazer o seguinte, galera. Eu vou dar uma atualizada aqui na página, talvez liberar a legenda, tá? Deixa eu vir aqui, vou até colocar no modo estudo aqui.
From the Flight Simulator directly. Enjoy and viel Spaß! This has to be one of my favorite clips, and based on the video you just saw, our next guest landed here at Cologne Messe in Germany to talk all things airborne. I'm super thrilled to introduce you the head of Microsoft Flight Simulator, Jörg Neubrand, and also the CEO of Asobo Studio, Sebastian Floch. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Maxi. It's great to be back here at Gamescom,
right?
In beautiful Cologne, in person. Let's go.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you. And I heard you brought something special with you today.
Yes, we did. We thought we have to rise to the occasion and do something special, and we had to come up with something new. So for the first time, we're doing something called City Update, which essentially means we made 5 new photogrammetry cities here in the area, and we have a trailer, so let's take a look.
Galera, o áudio foi corrigido agora, realmente estava desincronizado. Agora já foi corrigido, tá? E a legenda aí não está disponível, que eu atualizei o navegador, mas não ficou disponível, tá?
Cologne. I wonder if you have any Cologne fans. You're a Cologne fan?
I'm a little guilty. I'm a big Bundesliga fan, and my favorite club is 1. FC Köln. So happy to put it into a video. But
yeah, the spirit. I hear it till here. But yeah, really incredible, amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, photogrammetry is awesome. So just to explain, we flew all this last year. So basically we have planes flying really low, taking a photograph a second. So we have millions of photographs. Out of that, we built these 3D cities. And so it's beautiful. And I hope the Germans love it a little bit. But that's not the only thing that we did for Germany. So when we go into a region, we try to do a regional plane. We call those local legends. It's a plane that is not that well known in the world, but it's known in the country. So last year for Gamescom, we actually launched the Junkers U-52, which is my personal favorite plane. And for this year, we said, what are we going to do to top this? And we are taking the sort of the father of the Junkers U-52. It's the Junkers F-13, which was the first metal transport plane in the world. So it actually started airlines, that one. And yeah, so we actually have a trailer. So let's take a look.
Galera, fiz uma mudança assim aqui, eu vou ver se eu consigo a legenda aí, tá? E já volto. Vai ficar passando aí pra vocês.
That trailer, the music, it really, you're just bringing a beautiful piece of history to life. That trailer, the music, it really, you're just bringing a beautiful piece of history to life. So thank you so much for that. And I'm wondering, when you are choosing a plane like the Junkers F-13, like, what is the process like to make it as authentic as possible? I'm assuming you can't just like travel back in time and talk to the German engineer Hugo Juncker himself.
Time travel, Seb. It's a new feature. We need to put that in the flight sim. No, seriously. So it's a ton of research. The first thing we do is, are there any surviving aircraft? So this plane is from 1922. And we looked, and there are pieces. So we first contact all the museums where the pieces are. And so in this case, the German Museum, Deutsche Museum in Munich, has an original cockpit. They had it in storage. We told them what our plan were. They're like, we'll bring it out of storage. So we scanned that in down to the millimeter. And then they also had a replica, so we've scanned the exterior. And then there's a company, the Junkers company celebrated the 100-year anniversary of this plane just recently, and they built 3 replicas. So we talked to that team as well, and they let us scan all the new instruments, and they had people who fly that. So they gave us feedback on the flight model and everything to make sure that it's perfect. So it takes a ton of people, but it's great fun.
So does that mean when you, for example, decide on a new plane to bring back, you have a dedicated internal team that will look after it, or do you bring some outside people in as well?
We bring outside people in. So this particular plane is actually made by a German engineer, a software engineer. His name is Oliver Moser. And he works with the German Museum and a whole bunch of other people to really get it right. And the curators of those museums, they live those planes. That's what they do in their life, right? So they know everything about everything. We can ask them any questions. So that's the process with old aircraft. And with new aircraft, Seb is actually oftentimes traveling.
Yeah. Just last summer, we visited a school to fly on the gimbal, Cabri G2. When we do an aircraft, we make it extremely realistic. We go capture audio data, flight data, visual data, and we test the aircraft with engineers from the manufacturers or even test pilots.
And I mean, that sounds incredible, but what's even more incredible is Flight Sim is literally turning 40 this year. Like, it's I'm 38. I can't even believe there is a game that is older than me. No, but it's really amazing. It's a milestone. And you announced at the Xbox Bethesda showcase that there will be a 40th anniversary edition. Before we dive into that one, what does it feel like to run Microsoft's longest gaming franchise? Do you have any key elements that you can share?
Yeah, I mean, it's like we're a little bit in awe, right? We're living history. We feel very thankful. We always say we're standing on the shoulders of giants. Bruce Ardwick made the first flight sim. He invented the genre. We try to stay very true to that fundamental vision. And I would say that what stands out to me is the fans. We talk to them all the time. There's people that have been with flight sim for 40 years, so they're in their 80s. They know everything, and they're very vocal and active, and that's what makes it fun.
When you're talking about the community, what have they been asking for the 40th anniversary?
Yeah, so they have a lot of requests. Two that stood out for us was helicopters and gliders. And Seb and his awesome team at Asobo did a bunch of work. So Seb, just talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so helicopters and gliders, they both are very specific and they require a lot more accurate simulation of the airflow around the aircraft. So for example, for helicopters, we have the gimbal Cabri G2. We simulate 1,000 surfaces of the helicopter instead of just one, which was the previous helicopter model. And we have to simulate also the airflow around the helicopter because the rotor is what makes the helicopter fly, and it pushes the air downwards. So it creates very complex airflow movements. To make it easier for people to understand how this worked, we have added a visualization so people can turn on and off a tool that allows to see how the air flows around the helicopter. So when you see the air really, how it creates vortices and how it creates turbulences around the helicopter. And so there's very important effects that account when you fly in helicopter. One of these is translational lift. Translational lift is when the helicopter goes forward. It's easier for it to catch the air and climb up. And we actually flew the gimbal in July, and it's very strong, the effect. When you fly, you go forward, and as soon as you go forward, you get a lot of lift, and it really goes up. Yeah. Another effect we have is the ground effect. When the propeller, when the rotor pushes the air down, it's for the helicopter like climbing a ladder that always goes down. And when you go closer to the ground, the air is blocked by the ground. It goes down slower, and the helicopter is more efficient at climbing up.
So does that make, just a question, like, because you said July and it's very hot, that makes a difference, right?
Oh yeah. The gimbal G2 has enough power to easily climb vertically when it's cold, but in July when we flew, it was 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and we couldn't even go up vertically. We had to go up forward.
And another thing you said, it sounds very dangerous. That's like this blade flapping. I'm sorry. I don't have any aircraft knowledge this deep, but it sounds like it's a baby bird's first fly. I don't know.
Almost. It feels like wings. So the helicopter physics is really very complex. We had to push it up from 100 hertz to 1,000 hertz, so just to capture a rotor going around because it spins so fast. And flapping is when the helicopter wants to go left, it needs to push on the left side, so the rotor goes up and down and up and down. It actually resonates when it turns around, but everything is offset by about 90 degrees because it's also soft, right? It takes time for the rotor to bend and push the helicopter on the other side. One important effect is the vortex effect with the ring vortex. When the helicopter spins, when the helicopter rotor spins, it creates a vortex. When you go down, it goes into its own airflow, its own vortex, and it's very hard for it to climb at that moment.
I love these deets. I could talk forever about this, but I think the most important question now is, could you explain a little bit what is the difference between a glider and all the other aircraft?
Yeah, very important. A glider, most of the gliders don't have a way to go up in the air, so they need to find a way to take off. So they have either a tow plane, or they will have a winch, which is going to launch them into the air. And once you're up there, if you want to stay in the air, you need to find places where the air goes up. And so experienced pilots will know where to find updrafts. But we added a system for anyone to see them in the environment.
Galera, eu abaixei um pouquinho o áudio aí só para comentar uma coisa bem rapidinho, galera. Eu vi a galera falando sobre o Flight Simulator, mas deixa eu falar com vocês. Para quem não sabe, o Flight Simulator, a ideia de teclado e mouse, a primeira vez que foi anunciado que teria, foi quando saiu Flight Simulator na Xcloud. E aí o diretor, acho, do Flight Simulator que falou sobre isso, da questão do teclado e mouse. Então talvez aí, galera, tem chance de sair daí a questão do teclado e mouse, tá? Então vamos ficar atento, por causa que a primeira notícia de que chegaria teclado e mouse na Xcloud veio do diretor aí, dos desenvolvedores de Flight Simulator, tá? Então é importante, quem sabe não vem já anunciado de cara aí. O que vocês acham? Vai participando da enquete aí, beleza? Voltando agora o áudio do evento aí.
And they flew with it, compared it to the real-life helicopter. They were super impressed by how realistic this is, how it reproduces exactly the flight of the helicopter in all the different conditions.
And for the gliders, we're actually working with a studio called Flight Sim Studio. They're glider pilots. They know tons about this. So yeah, we look for experts just to make it right.
So since the instructors were so impressed, would you think that the community would be equally impressed?
Yeah, we've been showing this a little bit, the visualization tools and all that. And you know, in the past, like our last flight sim was called Flight Sim 10. It was basically a helicopter was a box with a single point. Now SEP has thousands of points. The physics simulation is out of this world. Nobody's ever seen anything like this before. And they are over the moon. So they can't wait.
They can't wait. So I loved hearing about helicopters and gliders and planes. Do you have any other aircrafts coming to the 40th anniversary edition?
Yeah, so there's actually the third big question from the community was it's called True to Life airliner. That means, you know, airliners are hugely complex. They have thousands of buttons. And True to Life means that every button does something. So we work with a team, they're called INI Builds. They're experts. They're doing an A310 Airbus. And I think the community can't wait. I mean, those things are typically just payware, and we now put it into the base sim. I think it's like a gift. Like, the whole idea of the 40th anniversary edition is like, it's a box of chocolate. Here's some gifts.
I like chocolate.
I like chocolate.
What I like more is actually trailers. Do we have one?
We do. So just to speak to the rest of the... So we also want to celebrate aviation. You know, aviation, when you think about it, it's 120 years, and we have 40 of that. So it's like, let's connect those things together. So we picked some of the classic planes from the 1903 Wright Flyer, and we spent like 5 decades all the way to 1940s. And we do have a trailer for that. And let's go.
Well, it looks like we have a few more surprises in this trailer, and we have some planes in there that we didn't see before.
That is exactly true. So there is a Curtiss JN4 Jenny that's from 1915. It's actually the plane, they made thousands of these, and it's the plane that everybody in, like literally America and also in Europe trained. So that's when airplanes really took off, around that time, and that plane is at the center of all that. Then the next plane we added was the Grumman Goose 21A. Beautiful plane. It's famous because it shuffled Hollywood famous people to Catalina Island and places like that with waterplanes. So it's lots of luminaries. So and a lot of them are left because, you know, honestly, wealthy people had those planes. And then at the very end, I don't know if you saw that huge plane. That's the Hughes H4 Hercules. It's better known as the Spruce Goose. So that's Howard Hughes's, you know, he was a big, ambitious guy. So he said, I'm going to build the biggest plane ever made. And forever and ever, this was the biggest plane in the world. And it only flew once for 20 seconds. And we worked very closely with the museum. There's a museum in Oregon called Evergreen Museum. It's part of the Smithsonian organization. And they have the plane. So they let us in there, take photographs. They gave us tons and tons of feedback. And they're so happy because this is going to be the first time the Spruce Goose really flies. So it's going to be cool.
That is really, really amazing. I'm not sure if that's the one, but I want to touch a little bit on the legacy, and maybe this is some of the moments that captured this. 40 years of flight sim. What has fans coming back to the flight simulator like every day?
To me, I mean, we talk about this as a team all the time. To me, it really is like the fundamental truth is that the flying is a human dream. And it's been a human dream for a long time. I honestly think people looked at the sky, looked at the birds and said, man, you know, I wonder what that looks like. And the dream, when Bruce Artwick started all this, the dream was go anywhere, look at anything, see it from that very unique perspective of flying. And we stayed true to that. The franchise stayed true to that. And I think that dream is very much alive and still shared. And now with this new version, like it used to be we didn't have enough data. We couldn't really, the planet didn't really look like the planet. When we started this, we had 4 petabytes of data, which is 4,000 terabytes, a lot, and the cloud. So we now suddenly could actually show every house, every building. We have 1.5 billion houses. We have 3 or 4 trillion trees. So we have literally every house and every tree on the planet, and everything looks right. So what people are doing now is what I call digital tourism. So there were always people interested in planes,
Galera,
and
não
now
sei se
people are
vocês
also
ouviram
interested
ali, ele
in the
falou algo
world.
de
And let's just
nuvem
look
ali,
at
tá?
everything and visit it. And I think that's a new
Ele
dimension
causa na
that we've
legenda aí que
added
eles
that brings
falaram
in
algo
new people to
de
this
nuvem
hobby, and
ali.
it's a beautiful thing.
So, Sebastian, what's your experience in this?
I mean, aviation is so rich. It's 120 years of constant innovation. There's so many different things to discover, so many planes, so many aircraft, so many helicopters. It's just very vast to explore. And then the playground is the planet, right? It's huge. You have so many cities, millions of cities. You have so many countries. You can go travel, prepare travels. There's just so vast. There's way more than 40 years of stuff to discover.
I have one question for you both, because I want to know, which is your favorite city to fly over?
That's a very good question. So I really like Sydney.
All right.
Because I've never been, and I want to go because I saw it in flights. And I actually landed everywhere under the Bay Bridge or whatever the bridge is called. Awesome. I need to go. In the real world. Yeah.
What's yours, Sebastian?
It's got to be San Francisco.
San Francisco.
We've been there.
Mine is Seoul. Like, I've never been there. Korea, like, I want to fly over that.
I spent a month in South America. I've never been to South America. I flew around for a month. I now have a sense what Suriname looks like. I had no earthly idea, right? So, but it actually sort of this itch to travel, especially during the pandemic. I couldn't go anywhere. That really helped me, and it really brings the planet closer to you. It's great.
It does, and there's nothing like taking your Halo Pelican and hover over your own street in Munich. I can just recommend that. So the important question, of course, when will fans be able to hop into the cockpit to take off with the 40th anniversary edition?
Yeah, I mean, so the 40th anniversary edition is releasing on November 11th, so that's 3 months from now. It's a full box of chocolate. So we talked about some planes, so it has 12 new planes, it has 14 heliports, 10 glider airports, it has 4 classic airports we didn't really ever talk about yet. Like, Flight Sim always used to start in Chicago on Meigs Field. That airport closed. We didn't have it in our original sim. Now we have it. There's others coming. There's new missions. We're bringing missions back from the old sim. So I think it's a true celebration of the franchise. And just in case people don't know, the 40th anniversary edition is in fact free for people who are on Xbox, on Game Pass, and who already own Flight Sim.
Well, I love celebrations. I love everything that is free. So I can't wait to hit the skies with this 40th anniversary edition of Flight Simulator. Thank you so much, Jörg. Thank you so much, Sebastian, for coming here. And as you always say at the end of your trailers, the sky is calling.
Yeah, see you in the skies. Thank you so much.
Thank
you.
So before we hear from the before we hear from the folks behind Planet of Lana, let's visit a spooky reimagine of Boston in 1925. In this uniquely macabre mystery, you inhabit the bootstraps of a dashing detective investigating a chilling murder with a demon as your partner. It's the classic kind of good cop, demon cop routine. It's full of puzzles, an eye-catching art style, great action gameplay, and a plot that will have you at the end of your seat. Check out the new trailer for this wonderful, unique-looking adventure. It is The Last Case of Benedict Fox.
That's him. My father. What secrets did he take to his grave?
Glad you came back, my beautiful canvas.
Coming up next is Plague Tale Weekrim, but first, Charlie is standing by with our very own Aaron Greenberg, and I have a very special question for Aaron. Can you show us your nails?
Just like gaming is for everyone, so is getting your nails done in the Xbox controller colors. Thank you, Maxie. That was so great. And now I've learned about shellac.
It's a whole process, right? And
I feel like I'm in a secret beauty club now or something.
He really is. I do hope you take these techniques back with you to Seattle. Maybe Phil next, a Trends, maybe.
I'm in. Who's next? Let's do this. Let's get the Xbox nails trending.
Absolutely, we're going to do it. Right, to the here and now, how does it feel being back at Gamescom after 3 years and surrounded by this incredible community?
This is like a dream come true. I mean, you know, for us at Xbox, like, it always starts with the fans. It's about the fans.
Always, yeah.
These are the most memorable moments of all the years. We love the games, we love the products, but the memories we create with fans are ones that last forever. And to finally, after 3 years, to be back here is really special.
It really is. Talking of memories, do you have any favorite ones? And you can't say talking to me 3 years ago either. See, that was great.
Planted. So, no, I would say, listen, we have done FanFest. That's always been kind of the highlight of Gamescom.
Então a questão do evento aí acontecendo. Vocês viram que passou um novo gamezinho ali, parece interessante, cara, um game bem bacana ali que acabou de passar. O evento é bem dinâmico, tem várias partes, gameplay, mostra a galera. Porque o evento, galera, ele tá acontecendo presencial lá. Um evento presencial mesmo, é lá na Colônia, Alemanha. Segundo informou o site do Xbox. Deixa eu baixar mais um pouquinho para não misturar muito. Mas aí você vê que eles estão mostrando agora, vou aproveitar para comentar agora que não tá falando nada a respeito de jogos, tá?
Well, we have tons of playable. So, I mean, start maybe with Pentiment. So, you know, obviously Josh Sawyer and the team of Obsidian have been working on this incredibly rich narrative adventure, taking us back to 16th century Bavaria.
Mas o que vocês acham? Vocês acham que vem teclado e mouse ou não? A galera tá votando aí, teclado e mouse tá na frente. E o engraçado que eu fiquei admirado aqui é que o Ubisoft Plus tem bastante gente pedindo aí, galera. Até mais do que teclado e mouse e mais do que comprar jogos. Então tá forte também, tá? Tem rumores que pode ser anunciado aqui, tá? Você vê que é um evento exclusivo assim do Xbox, é a Gamescom, porém, do Xbox. Então assim, vai ter novidade aí, vai ter muita coisa, tá? Se o evento for durar até 3 horas, então vai ter muita coisa aí, galera. Até às 3 da tarde, 9 às 3, que é o que tá previsto. Vamos ver se vai ser tudo evento, se eles vão transmitir tudo ou não. Cara, eu tô vendo ali atrás Engine of Empires, se eu não me engano, a cabeça da mulher tá tampando, mas eu acho que é o Engine of Empires 4. Tem previsão dele chegar na nuvem, galera, é ele mesmo, ó, Engine of Empires 4. Já até vi o Vzinho lá. Se chegar, cara, vai ser top demais. E aí, pra chegar na nuvem, o Engine of Empires, todo mundo sabe que ele tem que ser teclado e mouse. Então, tá com suspeita, tá? Tem coisas aí que indicam que vai chegar, mas conforme eu falei no início da live, não é garantido que vai chegar, não tem assim, como se diz, informação oficial que vai chegar não, tá? Galera, mudou aí, mas não tem nada a ver com aqui não, tá? Eles lá mesmo, provavelmente eles tiveram algum problema lá. Tá? Não tem nada a ver com a gente aqui não, só deixando claro isso aí. Ó, a live tá acontecendo em tempo real. É um problema que provavelmente eles tiveram lá, só deixando claro isso aí. Eu não sei se esse intervalo estava previsto. Ou se essa tela é a tela que já teve já. Provavelmente quando eles têm algum problema, eles deixam ali uma imagem para resolver. Vamos aguardar. Vamos ver aí se eles vão voltar aí. Como é que vai voltar. Mas só mostrando aqui para vocês, ó, o evento tá acontecendo, ó. Você vê que a live ali tá no último, ou seja, não voltei nada disso não, tá? Só deixando claro aí. Bastante gente chegando agora. Galera, até agora a gente não... Provavelmente se tiver, galera, vai ficar mais lá pro meio do evento, ou mais até pro final. Mas conforme eu falei com vocês, tem rumores aí do Ubisoft Plus chegar. No Game Pass, tá? Provavelmente na nuvem também. Já tá chegando jogos da Ubisoft, então seria agora... Se chegar o Ubisoft Plus, seria uma forma de chegar aí tudo de uma vez. Mas a gente fez uma enquetezinha aí pra quem já votou, ó. Teclado e mouse tá ganhando aí com 53%, Ubisoft Plus 18% e comprar jogos aí 29%, galera. A galera pedindo bastante teclado e mouse, cara. Se chegar... Assim, eu achei meio suspeito. Pensa, uma semana antes da Gamescom, eles lançam lá no app tudo que tá indicando que vai chegar. E aí, do nada, eles tiram e aí acontece a Gamescom, quem sabe? Faz bem sentido. Acho que eles vão voltar agora.
You stay here and patrol. Report if you see one bloody rat.
I knew it. I knew it. All right. Move, quick.
Far across the sea, an island calls.
Nothing ever stays nice. It always turns bad.
Things aren't always nice. You can change them.
No.
The way we always do. We fight.
How far will you go to save the ones you love? A Plague Tale Requiem picks up a few months after the end of Innocence, right around the first days of summer. Amicia and Hugo are headed south, along with their mother Beatrice and the young alchemist Lucas, reaching places still spared by the devouring plague, the raging wars, and the rabid rats that are running rampant in the north.
Is that a fair?
Beneath the warm sun of 14th century Provence, the Daroons are almost able to enjoy a normal life.
You're great! Yeah!
But for a recurrent dream that Hugo has been having of a mysterious island that calls him.
These look like teeth. It's a two-teeth island.
How come nobody noticed their disappearance?
Maybe nobody cares.
Maybe.
One day, the macular illness that's been dormant inside Hugo awakens, and the dreaded living nightmare begins again. In the wake, Amicia finds herself with no other choice but to trust her brother's dreams and head further south towards the elusive island before he's consumed by the terrible macular affliction.
The bite, yes. They've locked the arena down. They let them die here.
It's starting all over again.
Her mind is made up. She will find a cure in what dreams and prophecy may hold.
Get used to it.
With almost no one they can trust.
This is your life now.
Amicia and Hugo must traverse land and water as restless forces stand against them.
Amicia, you're all right.
After the events of last winter, Amicia is hardened, experienced, and when backed against the wall, can be surprisingly resourceful.
Yes!
With several new tricks up her sleeve, she is now able to freely choose between striking from the shadows or unleashing hell with a variety of equipment and tools. Hugo wants more than ever to help his big sister and not hinder their progress.
We need to leave or we'll doom everything.
The macula within him is a double-edged sword that has deepened his connection with the rats.
The rats. They can feel people's blood. Now I can too.
This powerful ability can decimate entire squads of soldiers. It takes a severe toll on Hugo every time he uses it.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Thankfully, their journey brings not only hardship, but also unexpected friends. These colorful characters help the Daroons carry their terrible burden.
It's not my first time.
While offering unique skills and resources to bring them closer to their elusive goal.
Move as soon as he's gone. It never lost. Got it.
For Amicia and Hugo, the road ahead will test the limits of what they can endure on all levels, and just how far they're willing to go. Reaching the island is only the first step to truly understanding the terrible affliction that's stricken their family. As the lines between reality, fantasy, and fate dissolve, keeping it together and finding the cure to save Hugo will be nothing short of a miracle. But Amicia has hope, and hope is the last thing lost.
Others are burned in it. If you kill, be ready to be killed.
No! No, no!
A Plague Tale Requiem releases October 18th on Xbox Series.
Wow, what a journey. I don't know about you, but I've been eager to get back to the rat-infested France of the 14th century, which is a sentence I never thought I'd say, and it's in part thanks to this guy over here, Kevin Chateau, game director for A Plague Tale Requiem, releasing this fall. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. I'm super happy to be here.
It's such a good day. So we're going to dive right into that trailer. As it mentioned, this is the follow-up to the smash hit Innocence. So I was wondering if you can catch us up to where Amicia and Hugo are up to now.
So the game takes place in the 14th century southwest France. They came from the southwest, but they had to flee because of the event of the first one. And so we joined them 6 months after the event of the first one on the road. They are arriving in Provence, so southeast France, and we are going to explore this region and also a bit of the Mediterranean Sea.
Lovely. So for those who haven't, or people who are waiting to jump right into Requiem, I should say, but maybe they've not played Innocence, would you say it's recommended reading? Is it important to go back? I'm certain you'll say it is, but what do you think for new fans?
No, of course, they should
play
absolutely.
It. Yeah.
No, it's we have not rebooted, but rethink everything in the game. So it's a brand new game. We have done everything to onboard everyone joining a Plague Tale universe. So even if you haven't played the first one, you can jump in. It will be good for you.
Absolutely. So I was actually wondering if you could talk a little bit about the sort of accessibility and the onboarding that you've done and what you had in mind during development. What are some of the key changes coming to Requiem, especially for those who loved the original as well?
So there's a lot of new things. Of course, you've seen it in a trailer. In terms of gameplay, it's much more wider, bigger, much more open than the first one was.
Yeah, I picked up on that actually, yeah.
Yeah, it was quite narrow, the first one, so we were able to open it even further and offer new tools to Amicia, like the deadly crossbow she has now, or the knife she can use.
Quite the arsenal she's got with her now, yeah.
Yeah, and it's quite different for her because now she's using war weapon. It was not something she was doing in the first one, so she's ready to deal with death much more than...
Very ready. Deal with death and deal out death by the looks of the trailer. So you mentioned the word new a lot, and I think it's important to point out that this is a new console generation that we're working with at the moment. So what kind of shiny current gen features can we expect to see in Requiem?
So there's many things. Again, the first one that come into my mind is we have pushed the facial expression, the mocap even further. It was a brand new thing for us. We had no mocap on the first one, so we built up our studio. We've learned new ways to work, so we've improved this aspect of the game, and visually it's much more stunning than the first one was. We wanted a larger game, as I was saying, but we needed then more light, because light is a key element of our gameplay.
I love the way every new thing brings its own problems that you had to overcome,
So we had a much more wider area, so it means more light. Light is very expensive in terms of performances for the game, so it was a big challenge, but also, of course, wider space. We need
got to fill it with something.
So we jump up from 5,000 to 300,000 rats on the screen.
That's a lot of rats to begin with. So sorry, say that one more time. That's 5,000 to 300,000 rats.
Yeah, that's it.
Are you lot okay? That's a lot of rats to put in the video game. Well, I was going to say, well, thanks to all of those rats, it does mean that when we say that Amicia and Hugo have been through quite a lot, I think it's a little bit of an understatement, especially now. And at the end of the day, they're actually still children, if there are anyone out there who didn't know that much background from the story. So how do you go about showing their relationship in an authentic way after everything that they've been through together?
It's super hard to do that because they've been through a lot. They have experience. They were almost dead sometime, and a lot of people around them died. So they have to grow up, be much more mature than what they should be at their age. It's super hard to build up a story and convey a convincing dialogue for children. Fortunately, the team is quite old now, and yeah.
Age is but a number.
But and we a lot of us have children, so we can be inspired by them and try to feel the best way to convey children emotion to the players.
It must be a very difficult one to do, though. I mean, as a parent myself, I can only reasonably say that I hope I never see my children go through what happens in that game. So what's that sort of like to go, yeah, we're reflecting the childlike experience in the game, but also committing terrors to them?
Yeah, it's this is something we have no inspiration from to take from, because again we
you don't want to be inspired by that too.
No. Of course no.
Yeah, well, fair enough. We're going to focus a little bit now specifically on Amisha. As in Innocence, we saw her wielding a crossbow. She's way more prepared, she's way more confident, dangerous, and all round, I think you'll agree, a bigger all-round hero to Hugo. So how do her tactics change in Requiem, and what does that mean for the people playing as her?
So yeah, as prepared is the right word. She's ready. She don't want just only to survive or to escape. She's ready to fight if she needs to.
Absolutely.
But she's not forced to. So the player can choose the way he will approach things.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So he can go full stealth if you want. He can go full combat. Everything is still there from the first one. So, but right now you can choose to approach a situation the way you want. So it's not that only the space that is wider, but also the way you will approach things.
Yeah, and by full combat, you mean? I mean, we saw some stuff from the trailer, like all-out combat, right?
Yeah. You can burn people, you can use the crossbow to kill them instantaneously, or you can use the knife to silently kill them. It's all there.
It's absolutely all there, and I think that all comes together and making the experience so much more cinematic, which I want to talk about now, because the other thing that's so fantastic about the title is the voice acting, and I think that becomes essential when you want to convey emotion. So I'd love for you to share a little bit of insight about the development process, working with the voice actors, and getting to the voices and the emotion that we hear in that trailer.
So it's funny because it's something that people don't really know, but when we are working on the game for several years, we don't work with voice actor instantaneously. So for like 2 or 3 years, we work with a text-to-speech, so robot voices. And for an emotional game, it's a bit hard because
and it takes you out a little bit.
Yeah, it's like when you use your smartphone, it's a flat voice with no emotion, no punctuation, nothing that makes really sense. So it's really hard to keep your focus on the story, on event, sometimes to understand what is the purpose of sequence. It's after 16 hours of playthrough, you're like, I think I don't get the story at all.
Sure, interesting that it changes that much. I will say, first of all, I would love to see that version one day. It does sound wonderful. So do you want to, what was the process like working with the voice actors?
So when the voice actor arrives, it changed everything because we were able to work again with Charlotte McBurley and Logan Hannan, which were the actor for Amisha and Hugo from the first one. And we were so in love with their acting. It was a game changer for us to have them back in the game. When they arrived, their voices arrived in the game changed.
I was going to say, I imagine it's a little bit of a chicken and egg situation with voice acting. Who informs the character? Is it you guys designing the character, or does the voice actor come in and actually completely change a scene?
Actually, it's both. We prepared everything, and they react to what we've wrote, and they say, no, I think Amisha should say it like that, or a bit more like that. So we change that on the fly with them, and adapt the game sometime to their feedback to make it even better and even more accurate. They are still children, and we are not anymore. So
I love that they have their own feedback as well. It's their character, right? It's their character that they're conveying. So big love for them to feed him back as well. Right, well, lastly, for anyone who is watching this segment out there who can't wait to play Requiem in October, which, by the way, is day one on Xbox Game Pass, and maybe you're not here in Gamescom as well, I'd love to know what you would like to tell the folks at home about Requiem.
So we're super glad to have it day one on Game Pass because it means that a lot of players will be able to try the game and to give us feedback because I really want to see their reaction. You know, I can't wait to see that. We've built up the game since several years and we write up this big story, and I really want to see people's reaction to that.
And the community have been really close since the first title as well.
Yeah, and it's thanks to them that we were able to do the sequel. So yeah, we're super excited.
It's a love letter to them.
Yes.
By the courier device of rats. 300,000 of them to be precise.
300,000 rats of love.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, thank you so much for joining me. I'm a massive fan of the series, and I cannot wait to get my hands on it.
Thank you again.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. But when it comes to self-care, you can't beat a rewatch of the Disney classics, right? I know I certainly can't. Yet in recent years, many of us have also sought comfort in virtual worlds. Millions of players have found solace in games that allow us to customize islands, build unique homes, and share virtual spaces with friends when we can't actually see them in person. Our next trailer builds on that idea and takes it to a whole new world, so to speak. Here's an all-new look at Disney Dreamlight Valley.
Hello, everyone. I went on a wonderful adventure today in Dreamlight Valley, and I want to share it with you. It started with my favorite song on the radio. Don't you just love when that happens? It put me in the best mood ever. So, I picked out my look for the day. I was in the mood for something adventurous, and I had the perfect outfit. I was feeling a bit creative, so I added a little touch of magic to my look. And then, I was off. I made my way to Chez Remy for brunch. I love cooking with Remy. I was feeling some Mickey waffles with jam, but it turns out we were fresh out of fruit. Raspberry jam is my favorite, so I headed up to the Forest of Valor to pick some. And while I was there, I heard a sound from the Frosted Heights biome. But I just couldn't cross the bridge. I'll have to adventure back there to check it out. My stomach started to rumble, so I headed back over to the plaza. And we were ready to cook. I always learn something new with Remy. There are so many recipes to try to create the perfect Disney-themed meal. Ah, here we go. I even whipped up an extra and shared it with Kristoff. After brunch, the weather was just so perfect that I couldn't resist going for a walk and some shopping. While looking in the windows of Scrooge McDuck's general store, I ran into Scrooge himself. He asked for my help spreading the word around town about his shop. Of course, I said yes. So I headed over to my crafting table, whipped up a few signs, and placed them around town. I was exhausted after so much excitement, and I just felt like relaxing a bit, so I decided to move my house over to Dazzle Beach to watch the sunset. When I set up my house, I noticed a strange pillar. Merlin had quite a story to tell about it. I put up the perfect hangout spot, and I invited Ariel to hang out because happy moments are always better when you share them with friends. It really was a perfect day in Dreamlight Valley. Pre-order Disney Dreamlight Valley now.
Galera, aí então mais um intervalo aí de 2 minutos agora. E vamos aproveitar aí pra gente fazer algum comentário em cima. O que vocês achou daquele game lá? Eu achei bem massa. Agora esse último aí, eu não sei se alguém curte o gênero aí. Mas assim, até agora não tivemos nada de xCloud, galera, porque o evento ele é longo. O que tá previsto aí é 9 horas que começou, né? Agora é 9h54, então tem um longo caminho ainda. Já falaram de Flight Simulator. Tiveram vários trailers aí, gameplays, mas ainda nada de xCloud ainda não. Vamos aguardar. Como o evento é bem longo, então pode ser que a gente tenha aí em algum momento alguma pincelada aí de alguma coisa. voltando então, vamos ver agora o que eles têm pra gente aí. Assim que tiver um anúncio aí de alguma coisa da Xcloud, pode ficar tranquilo, que eu vou voltar aqui com o áudio pra gente poder comentar, beleza?
Ahoy there! Welcome, my name's Adam Park and I'm Head of Brand and Licensing at Rare, and I am joined today by 3 members of the Sea of 3 crew. Sea of 3 crew?
Sea of Thieves, like, yeah.
Kind of work. So, I'll go along the row. So we've got Joe Neats, Executive Producer on Sea of Thieves. We've got Mike Chapman, who's our Creative Director. And then we've got Joe, who is our Senior Community Manager. So how is everyone?
Excited, tired, everything, all of the above. Like,
that wonderful mix you get at events.
Yeah, yeah.
Feeling the buzz of the live show.
Yeah.
Chatting to fans, the energy.
So,
awesome.
I mean, it is our first official show since 2019.
Yeah.
So how is it actually being... I mean, I'm sure everyone's asking the same question. But how is it back at a show with people?
Right. Overwhelming, but in the best way, right? Yeah. Like, it really is. Like, it's just the passion, the excitement, the buzz, I think that we all have coming to a show like this, right? And kind of meeting the fans, but then giving back to us from everybody that we see. It's just like, it's incredible. Like, we brought so many of the team here. We've got about 13, I think, with us. Like, and because it's just so valuable bringing people to shows, getting that buzz, getting that energy that you just take back to the studio to kind of just pour into more Sea of Thieves, basically, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like 2019, but it feels so much longer.
Yeah.
Like the first live show for us since 2019, so exactly what Joe said, feeling the buzz from the fans, and we get to take that energy back to the studio to keep making this easy.
And so, Joe, this is your first official Sea of Thieves event.
Yes, first official Sea of Thieves event and first Gamescom in general. It's amazing. Like, obviously, we had a little taste of this end of July with Sotfest.
Yep.
And that was wonderful to see the fans in person after so long, and for the first time for, I think, a lot of us. And now we've brought it to Gamescom, and some of them are here, and you're seeing them again and recognising them, and you get that real sense of what it means to them to be a part of this community.
And we've got all sorts going on the stand, so go on, show off. So we've got tattoo stands, we've got Gold Hunters Live, which people can tune into. You can come and win things, photo ops, meet the team, so it's great being back. But, so obviously it's been 3 years since we've done anything like this. What's gone on generally, Mike? I'm going to ask you to start with.
Sure.
Sea of Thieves, has anything happened in the last 3 years?
What haven't we done?
Honestly,
I think like, our passion has always been to keep building out this pirate world. And over the last 3 years, you think back to the things that we've added the emissary system. The fact that players can go and role play as their trading companies for extra rewards. We've added new quest types. We brought in our seasonal progression systems. We brought in our adventures. We brought in our mysteries. We brought in like all these new ways to play. And one of the key ones, of course, was our collaboration with Disney on A Pirate's Life. And, you know, since 2019... Thank you, sir.
Just keep going.
Yeah. And one of the big ones was what happened with The Pirate's Life. So working with Disney, we built all of that during the pandemic. You know, being at home, working with this team, we've worked together for so long. All of this incredible bonds and relationships that we built allowed us to get through what was a very hard time, but come through it stronger as a team, and we're more passionate than ever.
And obviously, Joe, you joined Sea of Thieves during the pandemic. How has it been, like, that dynamic of actually coming into the studio?
It's the best thing. Like, you get a real sense since day one of how closely the team works together and how approachable everyone is. There's no one that you can't just drop a message to, but that translates over to the studio where we've got such a wonderful, creative, nurturing environment, but you can go and knock on the door of anyone or bump into them into the corridor and conversations spark from that. It's such a wonderful thing to now have that. Everyone's not just behind a screen anymore.
And how do you feel, Joe? I mean, again, it's been a long 3 years. We've achieved a lot in that time. How does it feel being back somewhere like this with what we've done?
Well, honestly, like, I think we were talking about this kind of earlier, right? Like you were talking about during the pandemic, the team's all separated, but being back in the studio, you just get that energy that you feed off each other. You feed off kind of the team and the people around you. And coming to a show like this, you kind of get that same thing. Like I said, just you feed off the energy. Like, and even though we're exhausted and we've all got sore throats and I've got a cough sweet in my mouth at all times, like water on hand, like, but it is water, I promise. But it's just, it just gives you this energy and desire and passion to just like want to go back to the studio and just pour it into your work and pour it into the game. And you kind of want to take it and bottle it, right, and then take it back to the whole studio, like we always do when we go back. We take photos and videos and do a big presentation and really try and just get people to understand what it's like to meet the fans, right? And
you get the afterglow, and this is what we'll experience next week. We'll have this wonderful Gamescom afterglow as we get to take that back to the studio, like Joe said, and put it into all the ambitious things we've got planned for this year and beyond.
Well, before we get on to that, teases and the like. So you did, like you mentioned it, one of the things we introduced in the last few years was seasons. Yes. Season 7.
Yeah.
Just gone live a couple of weeks back.
Indeed.
And it's a biggie.
It is a biggie.
It's a biggie. So, like, what have you, and I'm going to start with you, Mike, but I will come to you, what have you kind of enjoyed seeing people do? And what has Season 7, like, introduced to Sea of Thieves?
Well, Season 7, you're right, is a big one. And the idea of being a pirate captain in our world, the idea that your ship becomes, it becomes an embodiment of who you are in this world and your pirate journey. Captaincy extends that pirate journey. It allows you to, as our community have often requested, to name your ship for the first time, to have this persistent identity for your ship. But beyond that, we're bringing in new progression elements. We're bringing in the captain's log, bringing ways that your session and the ship now feels like a home. So based on how you play, your ship represents who you uniquely are as a pirate and how you play in Sea of Thieves. So I think one of the most important things that has meant a lot to us seeing the reception is just seeing players go all in on that role play. You know, we're going all in on the idea of this is who I am, and when you board someone's ship, that representing who they are in the Sea of Thieves world.
And why captaincy now? Like, what made sense to bring it in at this point?
Well, it's one of those features. I think we were always going to do it.
Yeah.
Why it made sense now was, and it kind of goes back to the question around what's happened in the last 3 years. You think about how much richer that Sea of Thieves experience has become. There's so many ways to play in Sea of Thieves now. There's so many ways to be who you uniquely are as a pirate, where the sandbox has got richer. There's new activities, there's new quests, there's new enemy threats. There's just new ways to play. So captaincy coming in now and rewarding you for all the unique things that's now in the sandbox, it kind of just puts this lovely new layer to that pirate journey. And it just celebrates this rich game that Sea of Thieves has become.
And I suppose, Joe, from a community perspective, you must have seen this played out in real time. Like, how has the community taken to captaincy?
That's the thing. Like, from day one, they've been asking, when can we name our ships? When can we do this? And then we've not only delivered that, we've delivered so much more on top of it, that people now have this pirate identity that until now was just conversations or role plays. And we've got people that are going for all those fishing trinkets, or people like myself that it's all cannons fired and fought of the dams that you've completed. And you've got that real sense of identity now from our players because they can represent themselves on their ship, and they're colour coordinating everything, and they're decorating, and they're playing how they've always played, but now they're rewarded for it with their own identity. And they absolutely adore it. It's wonderful.
Yeah. I mean, a big part of that is beyond just the notion of being a pirate captain. We wanted the idea that pirate captains in a world like ours would become the VIPs. Yep. They become the rock stars of the world. So as part of captaincy, and that's a big update that we brought in, there's a set of perks and conveniences that captains now have. So when you own your first ship in the Sea of Thieves, there's a unique cash-in point just for you in the Sea of Thieves world to make offloading that treasure, you know, as part of going out there and having adventures, making that feel so much more efficient, using the harpoon to harpoon the treasure off the deck, cashing in that treasure really efficiently. But alongside that as well, you've got the new trinket system. So this new progression system that allows you to unlock these trophies that represent who you are. There's the captain's voyages, so you can select exactly what you want to do and store all of the voyages that you could do on this bookcase immersively in the captain's cabin. As part of that as well, you can go to the shipwright and you can purchase resources right there from the outpost and have them delivered to your barrels. So the idea that if you are a ship captain in the Sea of Thieves, you can get your ship ready quickly, you can pick the adventure you're going to go on, and you can just walk straight on that ship and have your adventures. And then that adventure be persistent. There's that sense of consequence for your actions. Your ship showing the battle scars of all your adventures. you choosing to, maybe you want to keep that, maybe you want to role play with this kind of battle-scarred ship, or you can pay a small amount of gold to make the hull pristine again. So it really strengthens and really amplifies everything that's already unique about Sea of Thieves.
That second option is me. I have to pay to get it redone. I get in too many fights.
I love that though. I love the way it just allows players to be more uniquely who they are.
Yeah.
And like being out on the waves and looking through the spyglass and seeing all these ship names and how players have chosen to represent themselves. I mean, that's the magic, and it's enriched the sandbox of Sea of Thieves, and that's what we always want to do.
So, I'm going to go now. So we mentioned ship names. It's a biggie, big part of captaincy. You don't have to tell me, but I'm going to ask a couple of you this. What did you name your ships? I'm going to start with you, Joe.
So I named my sloop is Littlefoot.
Yeah.
My rare loadout brig is Get Red.
Nice.
And my galleon, which is the one that we use the most. So if you see it on the seas, come and say hello. That's the purple loadout, and that is the Purple Rain with the quartermaster sails.
Very good.
Nice.
And what about you, Mike?
Okay, so I've got a sloop and a brig. So for the sloop is called the Golden Blade. Yep. So fans of Sea of Thieves will know that the Silver Blade, the Burning Blade, it's a big part of our lore. So the Golden Blade's a little tease for our fans maybe, someone that's really into the lore, but my sloop is called the Golden Blade, and my brig is called Inferno. And that is actually a reference to One-Eyed Willie's ship, Inferno, in the 80s classic, The Goonies.
And why, Mike, is The Goonies so unique? Because it's something that comes up, like, right back. And Joe?
It's because the 80s was the best decade. Like, beyond, like, that's just
hands down, no contest.
Broadcast over.
Yeah.
No, but you took the whole team to see The Goonies during development.
We did. We hired a cinema out, didn't we? We hired the Electric Cinema out in Birmingham, very lovely independent cinema. But yeah, had some pirate-themed cocktails that they put on, and yeah, we took the whole team to see it because it was all about that camaraderie, that adventuring together, right?
Like, in all seriousness, like it's hard not to get emotional when Joe, like, such an incredible memory of the development of Sea of Thieves, and in such a deep and meaningful way, when we went to watch The Goonies together, it felt like we as a team were about to embark on our own pirate adventure, like the characters in that movie. And we knew we wanted to create a game where the bonds between the crew felt like the bonds between the characters in The Goonies. They're on this pirate adventure, they don't know what's going to happen, they're going to be surprised by all the dangers and the perils that come their way. So The Goonies for us is just, it's a lovely memory, but it really feels in tune with the spirit of what Sea of Thieves has always been.
Yeah. So Joe, instead of asking you what your ship's called, no one's asked me.
No one's asked you?
Mine was Notorious BRG, which works verbally, doesn't work when written. Anyway, so what's some of the favourite ships you've seen, though?
So what I love about like the ship naming throughout the community is obviously people trying to make humorous things, try and make stuff that it's going to get a reaction or get a chuckle from people when they look through the kind of spyglass and see it and stuff. So like SOT, so SOT Final Boss, like that gave me a little chuckle, right? That did. Like, it's like you see that, it's like, yeah, I love that. People like role-playing as the fearsome kind of AI threat in the world. But I just love it. I love that. Anything that makes me chuckle is what gets me, right? And there's so much of that. But that was one that stuck in my head that I think someone tweeted from kind of Reddit or something. But yeah.
And what about you, Mike? Any favourites?
That is a great example. And obviously, how awesome players have got this new way to express their creativity in the Sea of Thieves world, and the fact that we can laugh about it together. But honestly, there's so many examples. But Usain Bolt, referencing Usain Bolt, the Olympic medalist, that made me chuckle.
I like the way that you felt like you had to explain that.
Well, I want to make sure. It's all right. The world-known Olympic medalist. But one that I just can't forget. It's a little bit dark, but she kept the house.
Beautiful.
That really made me chuckle.
That is good.
It's very clever. It's very clever.
And how about you, Joe?
Honestly, the really obvious ones are the ones that make me giggle. I ran across a galleon that was just, this boat is big. Yeah. And I was like, yes, it is.
Little salute on your way.
Aye, it is. Yeah. And it's those ones that I like, but you see them, as you say, you've got the role-playing ones where they've gone for some variation on something we've got in game, or you've got just the funny puns that we've seen as well. And it's that creativity that you see, and you're like, you can almost judge what kind of pirate they are.
Yeah.
But not all the time, and I love that.
Yeah. No, you're right, actually, because if someone's got a humorous, like, this boat is big thing, you can imagine approaching them maybe and like having a laugh with them, right, and speak to them over, using the speaker jumpy or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. Actually, it really adds a kind of different sort of feeling, doesn't it, to encountering other ships?
So I do actually have the top 10 boat names.
Oh, okay.
This is where we would have Top of the Pops music. Okay, for people of a certain vintage.
Go on.
Right.
Did you prep them to like?
No.
Okay.
Well, actually, does anyone want to guess? See if anyone can guess what number 1 is. I just flashed it at the camera. Like a tour.
Like a tour. That would happen.
We knew you'd do that.
I am a conservative MP.
I would say knowing our fans, knowing our community and the role play of the world and generally how things go down, I would predict something like the Black Pearl.
And you would be quite right, mate.
Yeah, and
collect your gift.
There's a lot of black pearls out there, and how awesome is that?
That's that original creativity and humour that we love to see for our players. Yeah, it's
come on, let people role play. Let people role play is what the game's all about.
And you go on, Joe.
There's Black Pearls in there.
Yes.
And there's got to be a Flying Dutchman.
You would be quite right.
Top 3?
No, actually, he's number 7.
Oh.
Joe?
Sorry? Usain Bolt.
Correct.
There you go, that's in there.
So others in the top 10. I'm not going to do an exhaustive list, but we have Sloop Dog.
Sloop Dog,
that's very good.
We have Y.
Why?
The letter Y.
I don't want an existential crisis while I'm sailing.
Why?
Why?
Why? Is this just like everybody's just like, why?
Don't come at me with those difficult
Don't
questions.
get, look at that. You look really troubled by that, mate.
I am troubled. I don't understand that one.
No.
And then, so,
if your ship's named Y, get in touch.
Yeah.
Actually, yes, let us know why.
Please.
And we hope it's not rude.
Yeah. Right. So we've also got Unsinkable 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I thought there'd be
reference.
Titanic in there.
Okay. Yeah.
Jackdaw.
Jackdaw?
Yes.
Okay.
Thousand Sunny.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Right, okay, yeah.
Going Merry and Queen Anne's Revenge are all in there as well.
Right.
So there we go. Right, so moving on then.
Were any of those Sea of Teasers? No.
We're just getting to that section now.
Yeah.
Everyone just like, oh. So,
no.
Adventure 6 then.
Adventure 6.
So, it's live right now. People are playing it as we speak. So, can you, Mike, probably best, give us an overview of where this fits within the lore and the story? Where are we?
Yeah, so we're in a really interesting time in the Sea of Thieves now in our storytelling, where it's set against the backdrop of these emerging factions in the Sea of Thieves. And our players will know that last year, as part of the Pirate's Life, the Dark Brethren emerged, working with Davy Jones, and of course Davy Jones got defeated because of the valiant efforts of our players, but the Dark Brethren are still around, with Amaranta, their new member, who's an ex-Sea Dog, and we've got everybody's favourite, Duke. So there's the Dark Brethren, there's of course the one and only Pirate Lord and his pirate legends. Players are often part of that. And we've got the third area of that, the third faction, which is of course Captain Flameheart. So Captain Flameheart and the Reaper's Bones and the Servant of the Flame. So what you're seeing now at this point in Sea of Thieves history is this factional war between these pirate groups that have all got their own vision for the pirate's life and the way they want the pirate's life to be in the Sea of Thieves. And unfortunately, poor Merrick has got himself ensnared in the middle of that. And in Adventure 6, players are recruited by the Pirate Lord to go on this daring rescue mission into the Sea of the Damned, to the new hideout of the Dark Brethren, which is the Twisted Sea Dog Tavern, a memory of that iconic Sea Dogs Tavern from the main world. And you work together with crews to save Merrick. But one of the big things that players who've played it will already realise is this actually brings a chapter of Merrick's story that began with the Hunger in Deep, continued with the Shrouded Deep, to the Forsaken Hunter, where Merrick was unfortunately killed and went to the Sea of the Damned, to now in Hunter's Cry. It brings this chapter of Merrick's story to a touching conclusion. The story's not over, but it brings this part of the story to a conclusion. So definitely worth experiencing that story, because it's going to have important ramifications for the rest of the world.
So I met someone yesterday, and they were a massive fan of Merrick, and they wanted to talk to you about that. They came to the stand, they're down there, like with a cutlass. But like, no, they were like, they wanted to talk to you. They had some questions. They had some questions.
Deals can always be struck, and I'm open to ideas, but it's Merrick or Shelley. Shelley the Crab. That's what it's going to come down to.
Is this a decision point?
That's like
it's next decision point.
It's the new Daddy or Chips, isn't it? It's like
you can't do that.
Daddy or Chips. That's a deep cut, that is.
Place your bet.
Place your bet. So, You're still chuckling at your own jokes, Joe?
That's what I do. That's
why he's here. So how far are the adventures planned? And like, and without teasing anything or giving anything away, like, how far out are we looking? In terms of where do you know the story is, how far out?
Really far. So I think... Like,
what's really?
Really far?
Well, I'd say, like, thematically, like, where we want to go and the direction we're heading into and how we want to represent the pirate's life in all these different ways in the Sea of Thieves. That is planned out a multiple years' worth at a high level. In terms of absolute specifics of what the story beats are and exactly which characters are involved and in what way, that's planned out. I mean, it's probably a year and a half's worth of storytelling and adventures that we've got planned out. And we need to do that because that's the way that you make things meaningful and make it feel authentic to the Sea of Thieves. When we know what's going to happen to a character in a year and a half's time, we can start seeding things early. Start bringing players organically into that storytelling. And we love to do that because it makes everything feel more meaningful.
And how do you think the community, like, engage with the lore? Like, is it... Because obviously it's not a prerequisite to playing the game, but those who love lore, love lore.
Oh, yes, they do. I was going to say, you have to get those specifics right, because if one thread is out of place, if one character isn't in the right look, they're going to notice, and they're going to tag Mike on Twitter until he answers for his lore crimes. they know their stuff, that's the thing, because they've been so invested since day one, and we've now stepped it up with the amount of lore we're delivering. And I know across our social channels and on Discord, we've got separate channels, and we had to separate out the lore section, because we've got mysteries and adventures and then general lore, and they're all over it, and they're sharing theories, and they're swapping stories, and they thoroughly embrace that side of the storytelling that we've got now.
No, I love that. I love that. I mean, that to me shows that a lot of our community are invested in the world and they care about our world. And you're right. Of course it's not a prerequisite to play Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves is this wonderful sandbox adventure game where you get to choose your own adventures. But we've always believed that the more meaning and purpose we can put into the world, the deeper we can make that world feel. The easier it is to immerse yourself in those adventures and that role play. So it's there, waiting, full of surprises for players that want it, but it's not a prerequisite for Sea of Thieves.
And how do we bring in, like, expanded universe into this? Like, you know, again, with the planning, we need to know what's coming, but, like, you know, say the most recent novel. Like, we planned that, was it 2 years ago? We had the first Tracy.
Quite a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, so how do you kind of keep all of this? Is there a big board with lots of...
We do have a lore Bible, which is quite high level. If it was too detailed, it would get hundreds and hundreds, thousands of pages probably. But it's a lot of meetings, it's a lot of discussion, it's a lot of building up that knowledge together as a team. I mean, you're right, everything in the EU is canon to our story. So what players have seen before with the Tales of the Sea of Thieves lore book, the 2 novels that we've now got out, the RPGs and the expansion, all of those stories are canon to our world. And there's a huge responsibility that comes with that. Experiencing any of those materials should be just another window into the Sea of Thieves world, and when you play the game, it should strengthen and vice versa, both of those elements. So we have to get it right.
Every time. That's
the
pressure.
That's the pressure.
Yeah, that's the pressure.
So we had our first decision point adventure, where the community effectively decided...
Wrongly.
Calm down.
Can we edit this out?
Calm down.
Exactly today.
So the community were able to decide the fate of the world. So we're going to start asking, what side were you all on? So
I was Ruin Golden Sands.
Golden Sands.
And you even have that. How about yourself?
Don't remind me, Joe. I'd actually forgotten that you were on that side.
No.
Save Golden Sands.
You're surrounded.
All the way. I am. I'm ensnared in the sandwich of the Reapers.
Okay.
A Reaper sandwich.
No, I think... As we've seen today, interacting with people here at Gamescom, Merrick is such a beloved character, and what Merrick stands for, and you know, he's a salty pirate that's lived his life in the Sea of Thieves, and people love that character. And I think for me, it's a more interesting story, and it's unbelievable that the community chose to go that way. The fact that they bonded together to take this positive action to defend Golden Sands.
So which side were you, Joe? I think we can guess.
Ruin Golden Sands, like, absolutely. And
obviously all on the side of Sea of Thieves.
Sorry?
I'm going to move away from that. I was going to make a Sunak trust.
No, let's not do that.
But we won't do that.
Because that would be the most offensive thing you could ever do to me.
But, all right, moving on quickly, did we have the result you expected? Like, genuinely?
No.
It was, well, I couldn't predict. Like,
I kept watching the conversations happening, and we'd made all these fun things across our Discord servers so that people showed their allegiance rather than anything else. And the Reaper's hideout was just burning stuff. Yeah. Merrick's was coordinating loot, and I had no way of knowing which way it was going to go. And as much as I wanted to ruin it, I'm not going to lie, I spawned in my first play session afterwards on Golden Sands and was really happy. I was like, look at it.
I think as a designer, you think so much about the psychology of players and how they'll react to certain things. And I genuinely believe personally that it would go the way, it would go to that negative choice, it would go to the Reapers.
They choose chaos.
Who wouldn't want to see what happened if the Reapers won? Because Golden Sands, it's about taking it back to that neutral state, which it will evolve now as the choice has been made. Yep. But I always thought people would side with the Reapers, so just blown away by the fact that didn't happen. I thought that was a lovely surprise, and it's going to be really interesting as players see throughout this year what's going to happen to Golden Sands now and how that's going to play out.
Yeah. And honestly, and I love knowing kind of what the next decision point is and where we're leading to. Yeah. Like that is going to be another huge moment for our community to have to again make a choice, right? And the impact that's coming with that, like without teasing too much. But it's like, you know, later this year there's going to be another big one. Like I think bigger in terms of kind of emotional
I think,
impact.
the emotional investment in the next one I think will be bigger.
Well, so I'm going to ask again. You've kind of preempted the question, but. All right. So we're having another decision point. That's happening.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah,
but,
ready on the screen, that's
and it's a big one.
But so that was my question. Like, if we were to like scale it based on the last one, is this bigger, similar? What can people expect?
Bigger. It's absolutely bigger. It cuts right to the core of some of the key characters in the Sea of Thieves. And we wanted to do that. We wanted to drive a big world change with Golden Sands. Obviously, we set that up with the first adventure, Treasure Island. And picking Golden Sands because it was a beloved outpost, beautiful palm trees, it's paradise. We knew that would trigger an emotional response for our players, but we've done that now. We've seen how players interact with it. We've learned some lessons about how to set up these type of live storytelling events, and now we're going to go even further. We're going to be even more ambitious with this second choice this year, so look out for that.
And also mechanically, again, without spoiling it, but you've learned a lot from how we designed the first one and the activities people were doing and how we're going to be kind of, like, I love what we've got planned there in terms of like the activities people are going to be doing and how that's going to play out and how it's just, I think, going to make the whole Sea of Thieves feel so different during that time period.
Yes.
Right?
It'll be a real moment in time, and Joe's right, we've deliberately in adventures so far done very different things. One's more focused on the pure gameplay, one's more focused on the storytelling, all these different set pieces, because we're learning, and we're going to take those learnings into the future adventures that we've planned out. We're already doing that.
And you've touched on it slightly there, but how is it planned, like in terms of production, as executive producer? Asking. In terms of production, or design director, like how do you kind of prepare for that decision point though? Like, you know, do we have both tracks ready to go, or is it more a case of, well, we assume this will happen, or we have a more neutral state?
That genuinely is probably one of the most complex things we've ever done.
Well, you got like 2 minutes.
I'll keep it brief. But you've got to plan for both outcomes. We deliberately don't start building the bigger things because that would be an incredible waste of the team's time that we could put to more valuable things. But we have to plan out a junction point. So earlier on, when I was talking about the fact that we've got adventures planned out for the next year and a half, there's almost a fork in the roads there, where there's almost option A and there's option B, based on some of these community choices that we're planning. So it makes a complex job even more complex, but like so worthwhile. Yeah. So worthwhile to see that play out with the community.
And Joe, just kind of, we're going to wrap up in a moment, but like from what you know of the next decision point, like do you think we're going to see that kind of groundswell from the community again?
I think they're gonna go wild for the next one. I think it's really exciting, and with that other decision point, they've seen how they can alter the world that they're playing in, and that most of them spend a lot of their time in. And I think this next one really is going to step it up, and I think we will see that resurgence of the passion that we saw in the last decision point, and then some.
So to wrap up then, we're here for a couple more days. What can people expect, like, from us at Gamescom?
Just come to the stand, basically. Like, there's always going to be Sea of Thieves crew at the stand, right? And each day we have Like there's a meet and greet slot that we've tweeted out. I don't know when, but it is 5 o'clock today, 5 p.m. today.
5 o'clock today, yeah.
And then 1 o'clock, I think, every other day, I think. But, and then, yeah, you can come play, you can win the medallions, like, you can watch the stream, but the whole point we're here is just to chat and meet with fans, right? That's why we brought so many people here. That's the energy we want. Come and give Mike feedback and questions about
specifically
everything.
On Merrick.
Yeah, specifically on Merrick.
I love it. Honestly, that is the privilege of being at a live show like this. Nothing energizes you more than talking to fans, feeling their passion, hearing their questions and their feedback. We don't just want to hear the good stuff, we want to hear the bad stuff. We want to learn, we want to make this service of Sea of Thieves and this pirate world the best it can possibly be. If you love pirates, Sea of Thieves should be the game for you. So we love nothing more than talking to our fans. We love the game as much as our fans do.
What a wonderful place to leave it.
Yeah, isn't that lovely?
You didn't even ask any questions about Skull and Bones. What's that then?
Tell me about Skull and Bones, Joe.
We're out of time.
But no, so thank you. But this has been great. So thank you ever so much. And as Joe says, if you are here, do come down and see us.
Please do, honestly.
But if not, we'll see you on the seas.
Indeed, yes.
Thank you.
Bye.
Has fallen. Humanity is hanging on by a thread. But you know what? It's not all bad news, because our planet is full of badass dinosaurs. And seriously, who doesn't love a dinosaur? Seriously. In this exciting new glimpse at Second Extinction's full release, players get to explore more of Earth than ever before. The full launch adds a new vast open map for players to roam, more dinosaurs to fight, a revamped progression system, and tons of exciting new features. I mean, I'm talking about co-op, first-person shooter, and mutated dinosaurs. I am so in. Here's a brand new trailer for Second Extinction.
Galera, voltando aqui então. Vamos ver o que vai acontecer aí agora. Vocês viram aí que já passou várias trailers de games. Teve uns 30 minutos ali de Sea of Thieves. Mas já foi, agora vamos ver o que vai vir. Vamos ver o que vai ser o próximo. Tá tendo aí Tá tendo aí agora um intervalozinho toda hora. De vez em quando tem esses intervalozinhos de 2 minutinhos. E assim que voltar, a gente vai voltar aí então. Lembrando que o evento tá acontecendo, tá? Lá na Colônia, na Alemanha, tá? Em Colônia, na Alemanha. É uma cidade lá na Alemanha. É um evento presencial. E aí tem essas lives aí. Eles estão prometendo aí que vai durar das 9 da manhã até as 3 da tarde. Vamos ver o que vai ter pra gente aí sobre xCloud, que é o que nos interessa, né, galera? Alguns rumores que pode chegar aí a questão do Ubisoft Plus. que aí chegaria no Game Pass. A dúvida se vai ter preço, vai ser adicional, ou seja, você paga para ter, ou se vai ser dentro daquele valor, ou se o valor vai subir também do Game Pass. Então, há essas dúvidas aí também. E tem a questão também, galera, de teclado e mouse, porque eles falaram bastante de Flight Simulator no início. Não sei se vocês, quem tava aqui acompanhou. E para quem não sabe, o Flight Simulator, quando eles falaram a primeira vez que ia chegar teclado na Xcloud, quem falou foi o diretor do Flight Simulator lá, alguém de dentro do Flight Simulator. Então, pode ser que venha alguma coisa pra gente a respeito disso também, tá? Vamos aguardar aí para ver o que vai ter de novo aí. Esses jogos que vão chegar Day One provavelmente vai chegar na Xcloud, tá? Muito provavelmente. Vamos lá então, vai voltar ao evento. Daqui a pouco a gente volta.
Can you hear me? I hope this reaches you. This city is falling apart. Chaos, madness, death. And there might be no going back. But you can change that. It depends on the choice you make. Truth or lie.
I might be asking too much of you. But I don't have a choice. Only you can do this. Please, help me. Finally, we meet, son.
The stage is set.
The light shines brightest in the darkest of times.
All right, buddy, I'm here for you. Don't worry.
Don't give up.
Keep on going.
You can lean on me if you want.
Protect.
Fulfill. Your destiny.
Hello, Charlie here with two of the brilliant and twisted minds from NeoWiz who've created a game that's reimagined Pinocchio as a ruthless killing machine to cleanse a plague-infested world. Made by the studio behind beloved fantasy MMO Bless Unleashed and coming from a team of developers who worked on the absolutely awesome Monster Hunter world, I am super excited about this one. Please welcome Ji-won Choi and Jason Park.
Hello.
Nice I told you they were twisted. It's lovely to meet you, whoever's underneath there. This is haunting. Truly haunting. Should we have a look and see if we can find the humans underneath? Yeah? Let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to do the slow reveal. Here they are. Jason and Ji-won. We have a Joker.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
There they are. Amazing. They've joined us. Welcome. Now, when I think of Pinocchio, it doesn't quite look up to the trailer that we saw just now. So could you let us know where the idea of Pinocchio as a killing machine actually came from?
Our team is called off, and this is the first time we've developed a single-player console game. So we needed a way to get our name out there. In order to stick in the minds of the people, our strategy was to choose a subject that was very well known, but transform it into something completely original. We eventually chose the adventures of the Pinocchio, but there wasn't a quick decision. We first thought about what features we wanted our Souls-like game to have. The first, don't ever reference dark fantasy or medieval themes. The second, the story shouldn't be childish and we should be able to enjoy it as an adult. And last, the game should be full of adventures and unforgettable characters. This is naturally led us to Pinocchio because it matched the conditions we set. I had read Pinocchio when I was a child, but I was shocked when I read it again more carefully recently. The adventures of the Pinocchio is definitely not a story for children, but rather like an R-rated movie for adults. It was a real pleasure to take the fantastic source material and create our own original story. Totally free.
I bet it is, and now we're at Gamescom showing it off to the world.
Yeah. So when you brought up the initial idea of making a game based on the story of Pinocchio, honestly, I was not convinced at all. I was thinking that Pinocchio is a story for just for kids, not sure for online Soul-like games. However, even though I read Pinocchio's story a long time ago, I remember it vaguely, so I went to the bookstore, bought the book, and read it again. And what I've learned is that Pinocchio is not just a fairy tale. It's more like a reflection of human nature, and filled with a lot of unique and attractive characters. That's when I realized we need this is something we have to do, revitalizing this amazing story as a game.
I think it sounds like I might need a reread of Pinocchio then. But until then, do you want to give us a bit of a deep dive of the story and the world that your Pinocchio inhabits?
As you already know, Lies of P is based on the original story of Pinocchio, which is actually quite brutal. And while the main characters in Lies of P are from the Pinocchio, our game's story is completely different and filled with new events. For example, Lies of P takes place in the imaginary city of Krat, where petrification disease is spreading and causing a lot of conflict. And while you meet a lot of familiar characters from the Pinocchio, they want to be anything like you remember. We introduced the Black Rabbit Brotherhood before, but I'd also like to tell you about Antonia, who appears at the beginning of the trailer. In the original story, Antonia is actually Antonia.
Bacana, eu curto demais. Aquela pegada do Resident Evil, quem lembra do Leon abrindo a porta? Essa mesma pegada aí. Cara, muito parecido com Resident Evil.
I was going to say, I definitely don't remember these masks from my childhood, it's got to be said.
Yeah, so me too. My favorite is Black Rabbit Brotherhood. They're also in the original story. Poor Black Rabbit holding a coffin on their shoulders. They're in Lies of P. They are not just a rabbit. They are brutal warriors. They are still carrying a coffin and always trying to squeeze you into it. I really want to see how you guys survive when they're hunting you.
So, in order to go up against them, I have seen from the trailer so far that there are some ridiculous weapons, and you can even take some enemies to the wood shop with them, if I saw that correctly. So talk us through the combat we can expect from Lies of P, and how similar is it to the Souls-like games we've been seeing recently?
I can confidently say that Lies of P is full of unique and one-of-a-kind battle system. And the first system I'd like to talk about is the weapon combination system. Weapons are divided into two parts, the blade and the handle, and can be combined in countless ways. Each blade and handle have their own weight, motions, features and special skills called flavor art. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So players are free to mix and match and create the perfect weapon for them. It should be fun to try out more than 100 of possible combinations.
Wow.
And another unique system in Lies of P is the Legion arm system, which you probably already saw on the main character's left arm.
Yep.
He has actually body of perfect, so it's possible to modify it with the parts and use special skills. They are particularly flashy and dynamic and can also be strengthened. It'd be fun to choose the right Legion arm for the situation you are in.
Now, I had a chance to play it earlier, by the way, I'm just going to say, and it is so difficult. So I just want to let anyone know out there that this game is so difficult, you are going to absolutely love it. But to answer the elephant in the room, obviously the original Pinocchio game had a big emphasis on his nose growing with every single lie. So I have to ask, does this element of the Pinocchio story play into Lies of P at all?
Yeah. First of all, I think that lying is the most important aspect of the original story.
Agreed.
And when you really think about it, humans are capable of lying, and that can also be proof of their humanity. This also means that we approach the concept of lying in a completely different way than the original. Think about it. Is there any more human than using lies to achieve something? We think that in order to become real human, one has to lie, and that is reflected in the game by players experiencing a variety of events by lying. The choices they make will also affect the ending. As for what this might do to his nose, I can spoil it for you. And you need to find it out for yourself. But I can guarantee you will not expect anything.
I tell you what, when the full game comes out then, the first thing I'm testing is the lying.
In the game you can lie if you be a human, but always remember, the Black Rabbit Brotherhood is always looking for a chance to put all liars into the coffin.
Right, okay, moving swiftly onwards from that then. There had to be a ton of people putting a lot of time into Lies of P to pull the strings, pun intended, to get a game like this off the ground. So can you talk about the development process, and were there any difficulties actually getting people to buy into this reimagining?
Actually, in Korea, the majority of games are online PC and mobile games. So there aren't many developers with expertise in single-player games for console.
Oh, okay.
So we did a lot of trial and error and made a lot of mistakes. But this was unavoidable. Despite these challenging circumstances, the fact that our team had a lot of developers who already had experience with console game projects was a major help. Most of all, our team absolutely loves console games, so it was easy to get everyone on board with our visions for Lies of P. I would like to give all the credit to our team members, and they are the reason why Lies of P could come this far. And I'm really proud of our team.
And I'm sure they are so proud of you both sat here today representing the game as well, so shout out to you two in particular.
It is the first time for us to make a single player game. We all have a lot of experiences on developing action games, but only limited to online games. At first, I was thinking that making single-player games would be easier in terms of technical perspective, like no network sync issues, etc. But it didn't take long that I realized I underestimated. Our game needed a lot of features we haven't even imagined when you develop online games. We only have one playable character, which is easier to make because online games normally have more than 5.
Very true.
But this one playable character, I mean Pinocchio, requires, I guess, 10 times more animations than the online games.
Makes sense,
Pinocchio uses a lot of different types of weapons, and each weapon requires total unique animations of, total set of unique, total unique set of animation. So I have to admit, our initial plan was off in terms of estimating the cost of the animations. So if you look at our studio, And probably you can see our animated artists and combat designers yelling at each other and arguing all the time. We are still in this chaos, but anyway, we are enjoying it, and definitely we'll be better at planning it next time.
Well, I really appreciate that you brought the chaos to us here in Germany, but before we run out of time, I do want to give you the floor to share anything you want with everyone out there about Lies of P before its release.
Actually, we didn't expect the Lies of P to get this much interest and love from gamers. We really want to thank you all for the tremendous level of support. We'll do our absolute best and are sure that you'll be mesmerized by the city of cards. Take care and see you in the Xbox Game Pass next year.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, for everybody at Gamescom, don't forget to visit our booth and play the demo. Enjoy it, and please share your experiences with us. Thank you for having us today, and enjoy Gamescom with Lies of P.
Guys, thanks again so much for joining me. But now, dancing robots, creepy crash test dummies, and theme park rides you really don't want to visit are just some of the trippy treats crammed into this wonderfully weird next trailer. Set in an alternate 1955, where robotic technology has grown nail-bitingly powerful, it's up to one rogue agent to take a stand for humanity. And if he doesn't, well, let's just say that's not good for anybody. This is a brand new look at Atomic Heart.
Galera, acho que esse é um game que eles tinham falado que ia chegar, que você tem que atirar no ritmo da música. Enquanto mais você acertar o ritmo da música ali, atirando, mais danos você causa. Parece ser bem interessante, bem diferente. O que vocês acham? Ó, vai estar no Game Pass, provavelmente na Xcloud também, tá? Parece ser interessante, quem curtiu aí? Galera, mais um intervalo aí, então, de esse mais curto. Um intervalo bem aleatório, 33 segundos, 2 minutos e 15. É meio louco. Vamos aguardar aí e vamos ver o que é que vai ter agora. Já estamos aí com aproximadamente 2 horas já do início do evento. Tá previsto para acabar às 3, então tem bastante tempo ainda. Ó, galera falando aí que o game parece ser interessante. Vamos ver o que que vem agora.
Hey, welcome back everyone. I'm here with Stephen Takowski from 505 Games to talk about all the Gunfire Reborn wildness we just saw in that trailer before its console, cloud and PC release on Game Pass on October 27th. Stephen, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Listen, no problem at all. We appreciate it. And welcome to Gamescom.
Thank you. I mean, I'm having a great time.
Good to be back, right?
Absolutely.
Good. Okay, so Gunfire Reborn's been around for a little while now, right?
Yeah.
But it's coming to Xbox, console, and cloud for the very first time, which is great news. So give us an introduction to the game.
Sure. So Gunfire Reborn is a level-based adventure game with FPS, roguelike, and RPG elements. And you pretty much play with several characters who will have various abilities, and you will go on adventures through 4 different environments, and in those environments there's unique levels, enemies, and bosses.
Great, and you can see from the footage there, it's super bright, super colorful, super fast. Now, it's a roguelite as well, right? So
correct.
I'm right in thinking that every time you start a new run, it's going to be a different experience, yeah?
Sure, yeah, it's a true roguelike. Each route is going to be different each time you play, so it will always be different from one gameplay to the next. You don't know what drops you're getting, so you have to adjust to your environment because you really don't know what you're going to have. And but you know, along the way, you're going to find different weapons. You're going to find weapon inscriptions, which are different rarities of weapons, and you don't know what to expect. But you just got to be prepared and. You'll know there's going to be a boss at the end of each level, which is your typical roguelike experience. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Excellent. And you saw from the trailer as well, you can play it solo, and you can play co-op, multiplayer, which is awesome. But let's talk about solo first, right?
Sure.
What is that roguelite, Gunfire Reborn experience if you're just playing on your own?
Well, the solo experience is great. A lot of games, you want to play roguelike with friends. This one plays solo. It's the best way to level up your character, unlock new characters, and upgrade your character. So solo experience is more like an RPG, and there's 4 environments that you have to go through. It can be challenging because you only get 1 revive for the entire experience.
Right. And so in solo play, you're essentially, as you say, you're leveling up, you're unlocking new characters. you're working on your profile basically to then take it into multiplayer. Is that right?
That's correct. And multiplayer is super fun with Gunfire Reborn. You can play 4-player co-op, and it's just a great experience. It's such clean combat. It's really exciting to see it on Xbox Game Pass because you play with your friends on Xbox, and it's just really smooth combat, and you really learn to play with your friends. You have to have unique strategies with your friends, and everyone picks a hero based on how you want to go into it, but you don't know what you're going to get. You don't know what weapons you're going to have, and so you do have to adjust on the fly, even with a group of friends.
Excellent. I love that. Let's talk about those heroes then. I think we got a sense of them from the trailer, right? We've got a really colorful cast of animal heroes.
Yeah.
Talk us through them and pick out your favorite for us as well.
Sure. So we have a cat, we have a dog, we have a bird, we have a snow leopard,
nice.
We have a rabbit, and we have a turtle. They all have their unique abilities and perks. Some of them are optimal for like elemental damage. Some of them are great for delivering melee damage or crits. So you do have to spend some time. I mean, the game has a lot there. So if you want to spend the time and drill down and learn the game, you will be rewarded. It's an excellent game that you can really spend like hundreds of hours on, and we have a massive community online who really appreciate it. You see guides everywhere on optimal builds. You'll see tier lists for everything, and it's just a really popular game, and you have to decide which hero is best for you. Nice. For me, I would say getting started, the Crown Prince is a very well-balanced character. Definitely recommend it. Any weapon he can use, and he does corrosive damage with his bomb, which is really important. And then you have each character has an optimal strategy. You just got to decide which one's best for you.
Nice. Okay. You mentioned community. I want to come back to that because there is this incredible community already built around Gunfire Reborn. So, I want to give them a shout out and come back to them. But speaking of animals, you've got the animal heroes. I think I also saw an animal being used as a weapon, right? Like a lizard as a weapon.
Yeah, that's called Justice, and
Justice
very
lizard.
creative weapons. There's a whole arsenal. There's 8 different classes of weapons to choose from. You could be short range. You got your shotgun, long range, sniper. You have to decide, what do you want to do? Pistol? Do you want to use melee? And based on your strategy, based on your class, your hero, you can decide. But it's roguelike, so each game, you don't know what you're getting, but you have choices. There's generally 3 choices unless, a boss drops, an item for you. Then you have to pick up that weapon, or you can choose not to pick up that weapon. And you can also refund the weapons as well. So, you have a lot of options for your gameplay, and you look at the stats on each of these weapons, and you have to do your research, and you'll be rewarded for a game like this.
I love it. All right, so we've talked a bit about the heroes, a bit about the weapons. I need to know about these villains as well. Who are we up against in Gunfire Reborn?
Sure. So enemies in Gunfire, there's 3 classes. You have your standard enemies. You defeat them. You get soul essence. You get copper. You have your elite enemies that you find in like vaults, which are these like hidden cracks throughout the levels that you can get some pretty sweet rewards from, whether it's like a weapon or a goblet or a scroll. And then you have the bosses at the end of the levels. And usually you'll get like a legendary scroll, 2 weapons, goblet, soul essence, and copper. And, those bosses definitely can be challenging at first. But once you play the game and get used to it, you realize they all have a strategy to defeat. Some people we've seen, they jump into it, they can be a little bit challenging. But, after you really do a little bit of research, they become much easier, and it's just all fun.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've experienced playing. In my early runs, I was really getting rinsed by the bosses. But, as you go through in true roguelite style, you level up, you get it, you work it out. But some of the bosses are huge, right? I mean, I caught sight of a couple in the trailer there.
Oh, yeah, they're huge. But, as you win and you gather soul essence and you level up your character, it just gets easier from there.
Yeah, and especially when you're playing with your friends in co-op as well, and you can bring all that firepower to bear.
Absolutely.
Great. All right, yeah, we talked about the community. You mentioned them earlier. Huge community already in place for Gunfire Reborn. Community keeps coming back for more. How are you working with that community and that fan base to develop the game? And you know, what can we expect in the future for Gunfire Reborn?
Sure, so we're always listening to the community. You know, people write guides and make videos, and the game is constantly getting balanced in order to deliver an amazing experience. Like I said, there's millions of players already in the community who are really enjoying it. And, you know, we pay attention to them. You know, we do have a lot of content that's coming. We'll be announcing soon. But, you know, we take in community feedback in order to create an optimal experience because we want them to keep playing.
Love it, love it. So I guess the Gunfire Reborn community is going to be a great place for Xbox players to start when they start playing. But given that, you know, this whole new Xbox community is coming to the game, both on console and cloud and PC through Game Pass, you know, what do you, how would you sort of say to them, why should they jump into Gunfire Reborn?
Sure, so it definitely has amazing replayability. It's very accessible. You know, if you're a roguelike fan or you're brand new to roguelites, it's a great experience. Very, very clean combat. It doesn't take too long to pick up. It takes a while to master, but you can just jump into it, have a great experience. If you have 3 friends standing by ready to play, it's the perfect co-op game to have a great time, and you'll spend endless hours with your friend, and you get to, you know, have animal creatures that you're, you know, taking control of, and it's just a cool experience. So yeah.
Great. Stephen, thank you so much. I'm so excited to play it, and it feels like one of those games you can get together with your friends of all ages and just have a total blast.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Graham. Appreciate
Stephen,
it.
it's been a pleasure. Really appreciate it. Okay, so there's nothing quite like Gamescom, and it turns out you've all missed this incredibly special event just as much as I have. So here's a glimpse of what this brilliant show means to the Xbox family all over the world.
What I love about Gamescom is the fact that this is bigger than an event. This is an opportunity for all of us from the whole world to meet each other, to play together, to have fun. This is a chance to meet the people who shares with you the passion for the gaming. Also, you can buy stuff that will remind you one day, yeah, this year I've been on Gamescom. So looking forward to be there again, and I'm so excited to have a chance to meet you all. See you!
For me, Gamescom is not only the expo, but most of all, it's huge gaming celebration. Opportunity to meet the people, meet the gamers, meet the fans from around the world is really special, and I think that everyone who has opportunity should go to the Cologne at least once.
For Gamescom, I'm most looking forward to meeting some new friends as well as being reunited with some old Xbox family that I haven't seen in so long in person. So I can't wait to see and hang out with everybody, all in the name of games. It's going to be fun.
One memory of Gamescom that I will never forget is the 2018 Fan Fest boat party that they threw. It was a really cool place to meet other Xbox fans, but also it was the first time I ever met Graham, and I'll never forget it because he and I clearly have great fashion taste because we were wearing the exact same shoes to the party.
Bonjour from France! What I like the most about Gamescom is discovering the work of the talented teams working on the tomorrow's games, discovering new worlds, new stories, and especially talking with fans about our favorite games. Enjoy the Gamescom 2022!
Galera, tá então agora 8 minutos de intervalo. 8 minutos de intervalo chegando aí agora. Enquanto isso a gente vai conversando aí, galera. Vamos aguardar, ainda falta um tempinho ainda pra terminar o evento. E vamos ver o que vai vir aí. Ó, a enquete que nós fizemos aí, o que você acha que vai chegar na xCloud, está com 49% do teclado e mouse, Ubisoft Plus com 19%, e a compra de jogos aí, a opção de você comprar jogos e jogar na xCloud, 32%. Teclado e mouse então ganhando aí disparado, que é o que tá mais provável desses três, né? Porque já foram até testados. Pode ser que eles tenham tirado a opção que eu até trouxe pra vocês aqui, a opção que eles tiraram. Pode ser que eles tenham tirado aquela opção pelo fato de que já fizeram todos os testes já, Mas o engraçado é que nem pros insiders liberaram pra jogar. Liberaram aqueles botões, mas pra jogar mesmo não liberaram. Então tem essa dúvida aí, né? Se realmente vai vir ou não, porque a gente não chegou a testar, entendeu? A não ser que eles liberaram, tipo, só lá pra alguém, tipo, só nos Estados Unidos e tudo mais. Talvez nesse sentido assim faria um pouco de sentido, né? Se é que tem sentido. Brincadeira. Mas vamos aguardar. Já aconteceu da Microsoft anunciar um recurso como, por exemplo, pra quem não sabe, o Clarity Bus, que é um recurso do navegador Edge, tá? Exclusivo do Edge. Ele foi anunciado num evento desse tipo, entendeu? Então pode ser, quem sabe. Vamos torcer aí pra que seja. O Ubisoft Plus já teve rumores do Ubisoft Plus. A Ubisoft veio e desmentiu das outras vezes. Dessa vez agora surgiu mais um rumor aí que a Ubisoft Plus poderia entrar de vez aí no Game Pass. E quem sabe não pode ser anunciado aqui. Uma coisa também que foi falado, galera, é que se o Ubisoft Plus chegar, pode ser que ele venha não integrado como a EA Games. A EA Games é integrada ao Game Pass. Você paga o único valor, você tem direito aos jogos da EA Games, apesar de não ser todos, mas a maioria. Não os principais, que no caso é o FIFA, é o que todo mundo quer. Mas, de qualquer forma, já é alguma coisa, tá? Agora, o Ubisoft Plus poderia chegar, segundo o que tem vazado aí, separadamente. Então, por exemplo, você paga a assinatura normal do Game Pass Ultimate, R$45. Ah, eu quero ter o Ubisoft Plus. Aí, tipo, você paga mais R$14,90. Aí você vai ter o Ubisoft Plus integrado ali. Caso você não queira pagar, você não vai ter ele, tá? E aí fica a pergunta, e os jogos que já estão da Ubisoft, como por exemplo Far Cry 5, Watch Dogs 2 e os demais jogos, eles sairiam do catálogo e iriam pro Ubisoft Plus? O que vocês acham? Ou vocês acham que não, esses continuariam ali para todo mundo e só os, a partir de agora, que ficariam no Ubisoft Plus, para se caso você optar em pagar separado, você ter a oportunidade de ter os jogos ali? Não sei, a gente ainda não sabemos, mas é bem difícil o Ubisoft Plus chegar sem um aumento de valor no Game Pass Ultimate ou sem ele ser agregado, tá? Vai ser bem difícil, porque já tem o EA Play ali dentro, então ficaria um pouco difícil, pelo menos é o que eu acho, mas vamos aguardar. Galera, eu vou tentar ler os comentários aqui enquanto a gente tem um tempinho. Não vai dar pra ler de todo mundo, porque é muita gente. Ó, nosso amigo Oliveira falou, imagina se ele soltar a opção de comprar jogos. Só de rolê. Comprar o games é muito difícil, pois acredito que seja a ferramenta mais complexa de ser implementada. Tá aí a palavra do nosso amigo Shorts BR. Nosso amigo Márcio Costa, salve pro Rio de Janeiro, eu sou novo inscrito do canal e espero ver o Ubisoft Plus no Xbox. Salve, mano, seja bem-vindo ao canal, tamo junto, Canal Pro Gamers aqui, fala tudo aí sobre Xcloud. Pra quem ainda não é inscrito, vou pedir que se inscreva, assim como nosso amigo Márcio aí. Se inscreve no canal e ativa o sininho aí pra você não perder nada do mundo dos Cloud in Games, tá? Muita coisa bacana aí sobre Xcloud, em breve a Amazon Luna pra gente, então tem bastante coisa interessante aqui, se inscreve e ativa o sininho. Seu amigo Fernando Torres, espero que seja teclado e mouse. Jogar FPS no controle é lixo. Tá aí então. O nosso amigo KTL falou o seguinte: Ubisoft Plus ou comprar jogos? É uma grande dúvida, porque assim, se sair a opção de comprar jogos, provavelmente deve ter alguns jogos da Ubisoft para você comprar. Então, por exemplo, um exemplo, Far Cry 6. Vamos supor que não vem o Ubisoft Plus, mas um exemplo. Talvez não saia hoje, mas vai sair. A Microsoft já prometeu que vai chegar esse ano, então vamos supor que no futuro aí não chega o Ubisoft Plus, mas chega a opção de comprar o jogo. Então, provavelmente você vai ter a oportunidade de comprar, por exemplo, um Far Cry 6. Não é todos os jogos que vai estar disponível para você comprar, mas pode ser que você tenha ali a maioria dos jogos da Ubisoft para comprar. Então, nesse caso, ficaria a mesma coisa, não ia mudar nada. Um exemplo. Ó, nosso amigo o Everton. Pessoal, tem alguma chance real mesmo de sair teclado e mouse hoje? Ou é boato mesmo? Então, mano, O que aconteceu? Conforme eu falei com vocês, nos últimos dias saiu a opção lá pra galera dos insiders e do nada sumiu, tá? E aí tem algumas explicações. Pode ter sumido porque não deu certo, é mais complexo do que eles imaginavam, não conseguiram implementar. Ou pode ser que eles testou, ficou tudo ok, só que a gente não conseguiu jogar. Pode ser que alguém, tipo lá dos Estados Unidos ou alguns países conseguiu, porém a gente não conseguiu. E aí agora eles testou tudo, tá tudo ok, tiraram a opção para lançar agora nesse evento. Faz sentido, porque eventos do Xbox já lançaram, já só recapitulando, ano passado num evento do Xbox lançaram um recurso para xCloud, que no caso foi o Clarity Boost, que é um recurso que melhora muito a qualidade da imagem, a nitidez, num evento do Xbox para xCloud. Então pode acontecer, conforme eu deixei claro no início da live, deixei claro também no título aí várias perguntas, não é garantido, são rumores que podem chegar, tá? Não tem nada concreto, tá? Até porque também a Microsoft com certeza vai fazer surpresas dessa questão de teclado e mouse, do Ubisoft Plus e também de comprar jogos. Isso aí a gente já sabe que isso aí vai ser surpresa, vai vir igual foi com Clarity Bus e outros recursos mais que foi adicionado aí, tá? Então vamos aguardar. O evento está previsto para encerrar às 3 horas da tarde. A gente vai acompanhando aqui, na hora que tiver alguma coisa aí. A gente já teve jogos interessantes aí que vai chegar no Game Pass, que vai estar na xCloud, tá? Muito provavelmente. Ali eles não cita especificamente a nuvem, mas cita Game Pass. Citou Game Pass, a chance é muito grande de chegar na xCloud, tá? Então já temos algo interessante aí para xCloud, para nuvem. Galera, vai voltar agora então. Vamos ver o que tem de interessante. Daqui a pouco, assim que tiver mais um intervalo, a gente lê mais os comentários da galera aí. Peço desculpa que não dá para ler de todo mundo, mas devagarzinho a gente vai lendo aí, tá ok? Vamos lá então pro evento.
I am joined by Mikey and Maddie from Squanch Games, who are here to give us an exclusive look at High on Life. Thank you so much both for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having us. Great to be here.
And I'm sure the fans are going to be super excited about this segment because you have tons of gameplay to show us, and I want to see it definitely. But before we jump into that, could you give us like a quick overview of what High on Life means?
Yeah, so High on Life is the new game from Justin Roiland's studio, Squanch Games. It takes place, starts out on Earth. You're kind of an aimless teenager. You don't really know where you're going with your life. Aliens show up. They discover that humans are the best drugs in the universe, and you pair up with a talking gun that you find to sort of stop them from ending your species, basically.
Content from the intro tutorial level to start. You know, some fast forwards sort of through here, but it's just because we can only fit so much in this segment.
So is that like the typical game from Squanch Games you would have?
Yeah, so we kind of have weird games. Like, we kind of found each other. We like making weird stuff. We all love comedy. We all love weird sci-fi. So it really is right in our wheelhouse. It's just a leveled up version of things we've done in the past.
Amazing. So I would say let's just jump right into the gameplay, right? Because it's what people want to see.
Sounds great.
Nice house you got. Real ritzy. Way better than my bench.
Oh, wow. You really made yourself at home, huh?
Oh, there you are. Who's this weirdo, and why is he setting up a huge alien computer in our living room?
Okay. First of all, that alien computer is a very expensive and surprisingly operational Bounty 5000. So, you're welcome.
A what 5,000?
I've got just the thing. A small-time local gangster by the name of Nine Torg. She took my favorite knife. She's got an operation out in the slums. Maybe you kill her and get my knife back. Then we'll talk. Maybe take you out to Glumpy's to celebrate.
All right, so we just head out to the slums?
No, moron. You gotta use the Bounty 5000 to initiate a bounty. That's what I went through all the trouble of setting it up for.
My knife! We're looking for the gateway to the slums, I guess? Look, it shouldn't be too far. Listen, just follow the waypoint.
So I just noticed it's a little forward. Like, is that the usual demo? Is that a cut through?
Yeah, are you talking about fast forward?
Yeah, fast forward.
So we're actually showing the full demo here to pass behind closed doors, but for the purposes of this video, we're just sort of fast forwarding to make time.
Understand. And the family was at my house. Where do I live in there? Is that my family?
Yeah. So early on in the game, Kenny gives you the ability to teleport your entire house to escape from the cartel. So when you teleport your house, your sister's in the house. So you kind of bring her with you. And she's not too happy about that at first. And the other guy you see in there, that's Gene. He's a legendary bounty hunter, at least he was legendary bounty hunter, kind of fell on hard times, and he's homeless, and he sees this opportunity as a way to sort of get your house. So he's like, I'll train you if you let me crash on your couch. If you die, I get to keep the house, basically. And so he's really, in the beginning, he's really hoping you die.
Understood.
Yeah, the house is sort of your main hub, and then you have the rest of Bloom City for side content, NPCs, lots of good stuff.
Well, look what we got here. Fresh meat. Hey there, Fresh Meat. Welcome to the slums, Fresh Meat.
Oh boy, here we go. Kid.
What's wrong, Fresh Meat? You scared of a little kid? Yeah, I'm a little kid. Look at me. Look at me.
I'm sorry. This is annoying. What's this all about?
Well, honestly, he's just supposed to be annoying, basically. So we implemented this patented squanch shove tech, basically, where characters get in your face and push you around. It's such a funny little mechanic, and he's one of the first characters you encounter that's doing this to you. And he's really pressuring you to shoot him, but you don't have to. You can skip it.
Yeah, you meet his mom later, and he's actually 30. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so not really technically.
You're not killing kids, and it's your choice.
Okay.
Hey, you can't pass through here. It's Nine Torg's turn.
Jesus, enough with everyone getting in our way. We just want to kill Nine Torg.
Yeah, right. You kill Nine Torg, get lost, heel.
So this is exciting. We're in our first combat. Who are we fighting? And is this Kenny's primary ability?
Yeah, so this is the first time you're really getting to use Kenny. And these aren't the main enemies you're fighting. These are sort of a lower level set of goons. And they actually think they're the strongest enemies in the game, but they find out by the end of this mission that they're really not, and they're just the ones in the first level. It's really funny. It's a really funny sequence. And for Kenny, you're seeing basically his primary fire right now. This is early in the game, so you're learning how to use them. But throughout the game, he'll get alternate abilities. Each gun kind of has 3 modes. One of them is always going to affect traversal. And then on top of that, there's mods for each gun.
Oh, hey, you want to see a cool party trick I used to do? Aim me at those spinny platforms. Come on, give it a shot. It'll be fun. Yeah, I told you. Did you see how fun that was? I call it my glob shot. It comes out of my trick hole.
Okay. I'm afraid to ask this question. What is a trick hole?
Is that just American?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I thought that was worldwide, the trick hole, but apparently not. So all the guns in the game have 3 separate abilities, so primary, secondary, as we mentioned, and then there's an ability fire. What you're seeing here can be used in combat, but it can also be used to open up new traversal areas. And each gun in the game will sort of open up new areas. You can go back to areas that you were before and kind of explore, find content, collectibles, and also get new NPC interactions.
Yeah, we're really trying to push that light Metroidvania feel, so the levels are really dense.
You! I'm sick of this! I want to tear through someone's guts!
Oh, I think they're talking about Gene's knife.
You!
Got it, freak. We've had enough of your bullshit.
Yeah, it's your fault Stemulax is dead. I was in love with him. Did you know that? I loved him. And now his head's cut off. Just the way it should be. F*** him.
Hey, guess what? I have another secret trick you can use. The power of negotiation. Let's try reasoning with these guys. Knock on the door. Tell me how you want to play this.
You insufferable. When I'm loose.
Who's there? Who are you?
Hey! Hello there, friends.
Oh, I think it's the buyer.
Hey, are you the buyer?
No, I'm just here to do my laundry. It's even clean. I'm a laundry head. Can't stop washing stuff over here.
Hey, this room's off limits. Everything you need is in the front. Get out of here.
Good luck with your laundry.
I mean, I have a ton of laundry at home, especially after Gamescom, but I've noticed there's a lot of dialogue in this thing. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we actually started out kind of writing out a big dialogue tree. Our head writer, Alec Robbins, amazing writer, and kind of makes twine games in his spare time, so we had it down. And then once people got in the booth, we kind of encouraged a little bit of improv to keep things fresh and funny. And then all of that amounts to basically a huge selection of dialogue choices. And so you just heard him talking about his ex-lover, Stebulax. If you knock on the door before that, you don't even have a chance to give that answer because you don't know that information. So there's a lot of stuff like that throughout the game that you're kind of opting into without even knowing.
Nice job.
They told us this buyer was a real prankster.
Oh, you. Come on. That was pretty up. That joke is gonna me up.
You got him good. Okay, though, but enough of that. Let's show them the product.
All right, here's the product. A genuine talking knife. I gotta be honest with you. He's a real piece of shit.
He's extremely violent. He basically only talks about wanting to kill people in very disturbing ways.
You, I'm gonna carve out your ass cavity. Gonna make it 3 times as big. Your it's just gonna drop right out of there.
See what I'm talking about?
Oh, perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah, great. Go ahead. Feel free to inspect it. Try him out. See how he feels in your hand.
Yeah, free me. Let's go. Let's go psycho on these f***ers.
Actually, you want to just swing out the air a bit? Like, far away from us? Yeah, thanks.
Come on, what are you... Oh, fuck yes, thank you. Pleased to meet you. I'm Knifey. Now use me. Let me stab these fucking hands.
Oh, just a reminder, don't do anything crazy when you're holding the knife. Just, like, look at it, see if you like it, put it back. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, fuck yes, violence. Yes, more, I need more stabbing.
Definitely 9-Torg, but let's put a pin in the whole gene thing. How do we get out of here?
With my tether ability. I'm more than just a knife, you racist. I can tether too. Look up and latch on.
I can't believe it. I'm sorry, but these lines, guys. But I remember Knifey from the first trailer, and I think for fans, he has been fan favorite from the debut. Tell me everything about him.
Yeah, so he's by far my favorite weapon in the game. He's voiced by Michael Cusack, who's awesome. He's so funny. And throughout the game, basically, he functions as a knife, but he's there to kind of always pick on you and say funny stuff. He also has this tether ability, which affects traversal through the levels. So once you get him, you can kind of go back, and some of the levels were horizontal, now they're more vertical, and there's things you can get that you couldn't get before.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. The levels really open up once you get Knifey, and then there's a bunch of other traversal abilities you can use in tandem with him. And you also can't open chests until you get Knifey, which you'll see right here. These are our lug loxes. Hopefully we'll be selling plushies of these, plushies of Knifey. Always going to have that side hustle. So you're actually also getting pretty close to the end of the level here. You're going to fight the boss 9-Torg, who's your first bounty. You're going to be able to use all of your abilities that you've learned in the level together. So your primary, your secondary, you're going to be tethering around the arena, and you're also going to be deflecting with Knifey. So you put it all together, and you fight 9-Torg.
That was cool!
Better not fall.
Hey, I'm still here. You can still use me if you want. I can deflect attacks. Did you know that? I'm not just all about stabbing. Well, I'm mostly all about stabbing and tethering, but I can also deflect attacks. I'll slice them the gap. I'll cut their heads off. I'll rip their limbs off. Do everything. I'm gonna cut right into them. I'll cut their asshole off and eat it.
You know, this slug matches your toxic personality.
That was even a good one. Hey, it's me, Foxhorn! Kill my clone! I'm rooting for you! Oh, incoming laser! Laser just for you! I'm taking you with me!
Stay alive! I think she's basically done for.
No, how does it end? I want to see more. Is that it? Is that it? Are you sharing
that's
anything?
The whole game. That's
Are you sharing anything else at Gamescom?
Yeah. So actually, we're showing this full playthrough of what is essentially the first bounty you get. So we're showing that behind closed doors to press. There should be full videos online of the whole playthrough for people to check out, and we're just so excited to finally get it in people's hands and see their reactions. And it's been a real labor of love for us and the team.
Amazing. Well, I can say this is a gloopy globby blast, right? But when can people get their hands on the game?
So December 13th, it's going to come out. We're really excited for everybody to check it out. We're working really hard on it.
Yeah, seriously, please check it out. Like, this is really, really a special game to us, and we really hope you guys like it.
Well, Mike and Maddie, I have to say, first of all, thank you so much for us letting us bleeping your game. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thanks for having us at the show, and enjoy the rest of Gamescom.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
And now we are going to take a look at a game set in the Warhammer 40k universe. So just a little change of pace here. I don't know about you, but nothing signals the end of summer like a good co-op shooter. And just as the darkness starts creeping in, we have the perfect slice of shooty socializing for you. Set in the city of Tertium, play as one of 4 types of recently released prisoners as a last resort to protect the city. It's time for the rejects to rise. This is Dark Tide.
Darktide is a first-person co-op game set in the grim dark future of Warhammer 40,000. Welcome to Tertium, a sprawling hive city on the brink of destruction. You are a reject, a convict freed to serve the Inquisition in this darkest of hours. It is your duty to fight, and, if necessary, die for the Emperor. You can expect no help, no reinforcements. You are Tertium's last line of defense. Is about to begin. Rejects will rise.
Galera, é isso então, mais 5 minutos aí de espera, 4 minutos e alguma coisa ali. Então, vamos ver o que a galera tá falando aqui agora. Ler mais um pouco de comentário aqui da galera. O que vocês acharam dos games até agora, galera? Algum destaque aí pra vocês? Vocês querem que chegue na Xcloud? Comentem aí. Começa a ler os comentários, tentar ler o máximo de comentário possível agora. Galera, então tem bastante gente com a gente aqui. Nosso amigo Jack achou da hora aí os games. Nosso amigo Souza, nada de Xcloud ainda, mano. Mano, ainda assim, é igual eu falei. Na verdade, teve os games, né, que foram anunciados ali, que vai chegar no Game Pass, tá? Então, muito provavelmente, eu acho que a gente pode colocar uma margem dos jogos que chegam no Game Pass e não chegam na Xcloud. Eu acho que dá pra colocar uma margem de 80%, tá? Dos jogos que chegam no Game Pass, depois do lançamento da Xcloud pra cá, dos jogos que chegam no Game Pass e que não chega na xCloud. São poucos, tá? Uns 80% eu diria, tá? Então, assim, muitos jogos já foram anunciados ali no Game Pass, eles não usam o termo xCloud ali, mas provavelmente vai chegar na xCloud, galera. xCloud faz parte agora do Game Pass e então com certeza vai chegar sim. O nosso amigo Nathan Freitas, FPS e RPG é um mixer de estilo que geralmente funciona bem, tá aí então a visão do nosso amigo Nathan Freitas. Nosso amigo China Imports, ele falou, aquele avião grande vai estar free no Flight Simulator. Será, mano? O nosso amigo Juliano Santos queria o FIFA e o Price of the Person, a trilogia. Cara, o FIFA realmente é assim, é uma loucura ele não estar. A maioria dos jogos da EA tá, mas o FIFA não tá. Realmente é uma coisa meio louca. Mas vamos torcer para que chegue pelo menos o eFootball 2028 na categoria Free to Play. Tem chance disso acontecer. Quem sabe? Para quem não lembra, se eu não me engano, o PES eFootball, ele chegou em setembro ou em outubro. Não, setembro não foi não, que a xCloud foi lançado em outubro. Mas ele chegou bem no final do ano, o PES eFootball 2021, até que saiu em dezembro. Então, provavelmente, se o PES não chegar agora, ele já tem mais ou menos uma data aí que isso pensando no que aconteceu ano passado, né? Baseando. Então pode ser que ali para outubro, final de outubro, o PES eFootball 2022 chega na xCloud Free to Play. Isso pode acontecer, tá? Ó, bastante gente com a gente aqui, o nosso amigo Park e o Watch Dogs 2, hein? Mano, eu estou começando a preocupar com o Watch Dogs 2. Já faz um mês, vai fazer um mês agora, dia 28, faz um mês. Falta 3 dias pra fazer um mês, então tá ficando preocupante, tá? Tá ficando bem preocupante. Galera, a gente vai voltar aqui agora. Vamos ver o que tem pra gente agora. Já a gente volta aí com novidade. Vamos ver o que vai ter de bom pra nós.
Irmã. Olha, Imui. Vamos aqui, Minha. Hello.
was nice, wasn't it? Nice little moment of tranquility
Aí, galera,
there
isso estará
in
no Game
amidst
Pass.
all
O que
the
vocês
fun
acham?
of
Provavelmente
Gamescom.
no
How's it
Xcloud.
going, folks?
Comente aí.
Welcome back. I am excited to welcome Aaron Harnius, the creative director and lead game designer at Wishfully, to talk about the absolutely gorgeous planet of Lana. Adam, thank you so much for being here. I cannot wait to talk about how beautiful this game looks. But first of all, right, give us an intro to Planet of Lana. We just saw the trailer, but what should we expect?
Yeah, so Planet of Lana is a side-scrolling sci-fi puzzle adventure, right? And you play this young girl called Lana. And at your side, you have this little cute creature companion.
Yeah.
And together, you go out on this epic adventure, you know, through the world of this planet that's set far away in a galaxy. And you're going on a rescue mission to try and save Lana's big sister that's been taken away by an invading robot army. Yeah,
love that.
That's the gist of it.
So super exciting for everyone attending Gamescom here this year, and for you as well, personally, I'm sure, is that you can actually play Planet of Lana for the first time here, right?
Yeah, so excited about that. You can play Planet of Lana here in the Xbox booth as well as in the Thunderful booth here in Hall 8. So very excited about that. And this is actually the first time we're showing the game to media. So very excited about that.
So what's in the demo? Like what can we expect from it?
Yeah, so the demo is quite an early part of the game, right? So it's actually the first part where you just met Mui. So it's the first part where you get to play with her at your side. So it's like an introduction, and you can think of Mui kind of like a dog. So you can tell her to go places and tell her to stop and follow you. She's really a valuable companion on this epic journey that you get to experience in Planet of Lana.
Wicked. What kind of feedback are you getting from people that play it?
I mean, we've gotten incredible feedback like yesterday and today, and it's just a big queue over at the Thunderful booth, so it's just been absolutely unreal. You know, 5 years in the making now, this game, and yesterday was the first day that we showed it to players and media for the first time, so yeah,
congratulations.
excited.
Right, let's talk about Mui, because she is so cute, and I can see her on screen here just now, waking up Lana. Tell us about Mui and what she brings to the party in Planet of Lana.
So, Mui, what she brings to the party, as I said before, you know, Lana is this, like, you don't have any weapons in this game, right? You're playing as this 11-year-old girl, and this creature companion that you meet and that you befriend, she's quite agile, so she can jump higher than you and reach places that you cannot. But she can also like bite off cables and do things like that, push down things for you to reach. And then she also has this hypnotic ability that you might have seen in our like in the gameplay trailer intro we had just there. Yeah. So you gain that a little bit later in the game, and then Mui actually can hypnotize like these weird creatures that you come across that has the same like glowing white eyes that she has, and that opens up just a whole set of possibilities of how to interact with the creatures of this world, which is a lot of fun. Yeah,
great. I played the demo myself, and one thing that really struck me was the way that Mui's abilities kind of, you discover them slowly and they kind of build on each other, and the puzzles become more complex. That must have been a really fun thing to work out as you designed the game, right?
Yeah, and I think it's a super important thing as well, you know. We've been focusing a lot on like having a good ramp up of the game, you know.
Yeah.
We want this game to like reach a really broad audience, but it's also important, you know, in this kind of games where you have logical puzzles, because everyone is at a different level and have different abilities of solving these kind of puzzles. So, you know, it can't be too easy, because that will get real boring. It can't be it can't be frustrating either. You just have to, you know, balance that challenge of just right, I think. So, yeah, and that is a challenge in itself, but I think we've done a really good job.
Did you ever consider like a co-op mode where two people can, you know, play as Lana and Mui and solve those puzzles together?
I mean, a lot of people asked us that like throughout development, but it was a very conscious creative decision from the like core idea from the get-go that we shouldn't have that, because I mean, we're going for this relationship with Lana and Mui that you kind of have in real life with a dog, like the relationship with a human and a dog. So, and if we would like have another controller and put that in the hands of a friend to control Mui, you will lose that kind of magic, you know, that we feel, because Mui is very much her own creature with her own personality, you know. So,
yeah, and I think that really comes through in the relationship you see and hear between Lana and Mui. It's so like adorable the way they communicate to each other. Like, tell us how you like did that through sound design and through the language in the game.
Yeah. So we're telling the story without words, right? And that's something we want to do from the beginning. But then my co-director and also the scriptwriter for the game, Claes Eriksson, he invented this language for the inhabitants of this planet, of Novo. And it just adds so much. It adds that extra layer of like a way for the characters to be able to express emotions, you know. And also since Lana and Mui is constantly communicating with each other, so it's just it's details like that I think really makes, you know, world building so fun, and that's something that we really focused on in this game.
I love it.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean it's a new language, but you totally get what's happening. Like the way they talk to each other, communicate, the little chirps. It's
exactly.
So great.
It's a mix of the body language and the language and everything. Yeah.
All right. So we talked about Lana and our faithful companion Mui. But tell us about the overall story here, because one of the things I've noticed, you know, in the trailers, you've got these really beautiful contemplative moments, but then some moments with real like drama and speed and, you know, these big robots as well. So what's the overall kind of story you're telling?
Yeah, so what you can expect playing our game is really an epic story that will unfold over like 5-6 hours when playing the game, and we're really going for, that's what I think sets us apart a little bit in the genre. Like we're bringing these companion-based mechanics, but also we're really focusing on telling quite a classical saga, this story of this unlikely hero, of this 11-year-old girl, and Mui going through this incredible journey through the planet on this rescue mission to try and save her sister. And you come across so many environments. We have like this old shipwrecks that's been buried in this swamp for several hundred years that you get to explore, and you get like pieces of information that like the players that have more attention to detail will get more out of the rich like backstory that we've created for this world and the lore of the world. So that's really exciting. And then also all players will get an answer to why humans are living on this planet and why the robots have come and why they've invaded the planet and so forth. So yeah, it's really a classic like epic adventure that you get to experience with a lot of twists and turns as well that I won't spoil right now.
Love that. And we've got to talk about the art style. It just looks so special. Tell me about your inspirations and how that art style has evolved over the 5 years you've been working on the game.
I mean, there's just so much inspirations. I mean, I grew up with games like Another World and Flashback and Oddworld as well. And there's definitely a bit of Another World in the game, as you can see. And then just, you know, Studio Ghibli films, especially Miyazaki's film like Spirited Away and Ponyo on those, and like modern games like Inside. But really, it's just like going for, like, at the start, the game actually started like with these concept images of the game that was like beautifully hand-painted. And then going from that concept art into the game that we have today was a long process and a lot of iterations to, you know, because we wanted to create that, you know, depth and immersion that we have in the world now, but still keeping this hand-painted style. So it's like this 2.5D mix of, you know, 3D and layering of 2D layers, and then we also have put a lot of emphasis on bringing these art style to life as well. So we have this wind system, for example, that our talented programmers have created, where we can go from calm to full storm. It's just, you know, it's really, we have such a talented team, and it's so fun going to work every day and get to work with these talented people, and everyone is just pouring in a lot of love into this project and that's what's created the atmosphere that you can see in the trailers and in the demo that you can play here.
Well, it really shows, and part of that atmosphere is the music. You know, and you've got someone very special working on the music, scoring the music for the game. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so we have Takeshi Furukawa that's writing the music for the game, and he's known for creating the music for The Last Guardian, among other things. Excellent. And he's just like a prolific composer, and it's just been unreal to have him on the project. I mean, it was very unreal from the beginning, but we just get along so good creatively. And I mean, it's also, from the get-go, we've decided, you know, that we also want like the sound of this planet to speak its own language, you know, and then have music come in to emphasize you know, special scenes to like emphasize emotions, and music also plays like a pivotal part actually, both in the gameplay and in the story. So it's just been so great having him on board, and he's just doing an amazing job, I think.
Wicked. Now you've also announced that Planet Alana is coming to Game Pass, which is amazing news for all of us Game Pass subscribers. What does that mean for you as an indie developer, especially with this being your first title as an indie?
Yeah, I mean, I can't emphasize how much that means to us, honestly. I mean, having the game on Game Pass day one, it will just I mean, we're making this game, we want as much players as possible to experience the game. And having it on Game Pass just lowers that barrier of entry of people to experience it. So it's just amazing. And also I just have to say that Xbox is
vai
actually...
chegar no Game Pass esse game aí, ó. Tá no Game Pass aí, provavelmente no Xcloud.
To this point, I mean, we got so much support from Xbox.
Day one.
And
Day one.
Really amazing. So very happy to have that collaboration with you guys.
That's amazing to hear. Listen, we're happy that you're here. This is absolutely incredible. It's great to talk about it. Going to hit Game Pass day one in spring 2023, right?
Yes.
Why do we have to wait so long, Adam? I want to play now.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was a week ago we announced that we're delaying the game. We were planning originally to have it released in this year, 2022. But, I mean, it's both. I think it's, I mean, this game that we're making, it just needs to be at a very high level of polish to really create the vision and experience that we want to create. So it's just the right decision, you know. I think the players will be happy in the end that we made the decision not release the game prematurely. Yeah, I think that's always a good decision.
Yeah, no, you're quite right. Something special deserves all the time it takes. So that's great. Right, before you go, is there anything else you would like to share with our audience? Any highlights from Gamescom? Or?
I mean, it's just unreal being here, really. Just experiencing all the love and support that we have gotten from the game over the years and here at Gamescom. And yeah, just thanks for everyone's support. Yeah, and very happy to be here.
Adam, absolute pleasure. Okay, everyone, that's the gorgeous Planet of Lana coming to Xbox Game Pass in spring of 2023, day one. Thank you, Adam, for joining us today and bringing such a beautiful game. Enjoy the rest of the week. Okay?
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here.
All right, coming up, my co-host and pal, Charlie, will be speaking with Shyla Schofield from Obsidian Entertainment about the much-anticipated release of Grounded 1.0. But before that, we've got even more Grounded 1.0 content to share. We're going to hear from Phil Spencer himself and the creative director of Grounded, Adam Brennecke, about what we can expect from the upcoming release of everyone's favorite backyard adventure.
So what I like most about Gamescom is that I come together with different people from around the world that I usually don't really see very often because we don't live in the same city or country. And Gamescom is the perfect opportunity for me to finally meet them and to enjoy video games to its fullest.
What I like the most about Gamescom, without a doubt, is the close community atmosphere. The best thing is to be able to see each other again and enjoy in person, side by side, what we are passionate about, gaming and video games. And of course, it's amazing to be part of it and enjoy of everything that Xbox has prepared for this event. Thank you and enjoy the Gamescom.
Hi everyone. I have been at Gamescom twice, one as a journalist about 10 years ago and one with the Xbox team in 2019, and it has always been very special for me. I had so much fun there, and I think it's really great to have in Europe a big gaming moment like Gamescom, where gamers can meet and enjoy video games together, as well as discover new titles or even make new friends. This year I will not be able to attend, but I cannot wait to see what's announced at Gamescom and hope everybody enjoys it.
My favorite thing to do at Gamescom is to be just outside of the booth right when the gates open on Saturday morning, and you have this crush of people. You really start to feel how big Gamescom is, because it is like the running of the bulls, but like with more gamers and less injuries. But it just shows the dedication and the commitment of gamers in Germany and throughout Europe, and I'm definitely missing that this year.
I miss Gamescom. I'm not there this year. I miss walking around the show floor. The show floor is just massive, and there's thousands of people, and just seeing what's new in the games industry. Certainly I work in it, but seeing it with other fans is a ton of fun. I miss that. I miss Xbox Fan Fest, and of course, I miss the Currywurst.
Galera, tá então, mais intervalo de 4 minutos aí. Vamos ver o que a galera tá falando aqui então. Bastante gente perguntando aqui. Nosso amigo Hugo, depois você faz um vídeo explicando o que o pessoal que chegou no Xbox, sim, sem dúvida. A gente vai dar um resumão depois. Até agora não teve nada de recurso na xCloud, mas teve vários jogos que foram anunciados que vai chegar no Game Pass in the Day One, tá? No dia do lançamento, que provavelmente vai estar na xCloud, tá? Conforme eu falei, mais de 80% dos jogos que chegam no Game Pass que vem para xCloud também. Então, o que a gente tem até então agora de novidade para quem tá chegando agora, tá? É isso, tá? Tem rumores, eu disse no início da live, disse no meio, agora dizendo de novo, tem rumores aí da chegada, por exemplo, da Ubisoft Plus, que já vinha sido cogitado há um tempo, pode ser anunciado aí. Tem a questão também de teclado e mouse, que já foi atualizado no app, ficou bem claro que ia ter ali o teclado e mouse, e aí atualizaram de novo e tiraram a opção, então a gente ainda não sabe, pode ser que eles tirou a opção porque já testaram, porém pra gente aqui no Brasil a gente não conseguiu jogar, só apareceu as opções, mas não conseguimos jogar. E aí o que acaba acontecendo, galera? Pode ser que talvez eles já testaram em outros países aí e deu tudo certo. E aí pode ser que eles falem aqui alguma coisa, tá? Já falaram sobre Xcloud o ano passado em um evento onde eles lançaram um recurso novo, que no caso é o Clarity Bus, no navegador Edge exclusivo, que trouxeram num evento tipo esse da Microsoft. Então é por isso que há essa expectativa, mas não é nada oficial, assim como falei no início da live. Não é oficial que vai chegar. São rumores que podem chegar, tá? Agora, todas essas opções que eu falei aí vão chegar ainda esse ano no Game Pass. Teclado e mouse, a Microsoft já prometeu que vai chegar esse ano. Pode ser que não chegue hoje, mas vai chegar. A questão de comprar jogos também, a Microsoft prometeu que vai chegar esse ano. Então, sempre quando tem um evento da Microsoft, a gente tem essa expectativa de chegar algum recurso novo, tá? Porque geralmente eles gostam de lançar esse tipo de coisa em um evento, tá? Vamos aguardar, o evento ainda tem bastante coisa para rolar ainda, tá? O evento está previsto para acabar às 3 da tarde, então tem bastante coisinha para rolar ainda. Pode ser que eles deixem mais pro final. Galera, então vamos ver aí o que vai vir próximo agora. Vamos ver o que vai vir aí agora, então. Vou liberar para vocês aí, já a gente volta para ler mais comentários aí, poder comentar mais um pouco, tá ok?
Hey everyone, Phil Spencer here. Really excited. We're gonna get to talk
Galera,
about
Phil
Grounded.
Spencer falando agora, hein? Agora já começa a mudar as coisas. Vamos ver.
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm the game director, and thanks so much for having me. I'm super excited to, be here finally. We're at the end of the runway for Grounded, and it's a super exciting time.
Yeah, I mean, Grounded is a game we've been playing, for like a couple years now. Started in game preview, in Game Pass. I think it's been amazing to see over 10 million people have played the game to date. I've played a ton. I love it. Can't wait for the 27th of September when we get 1.0, GA, story mode, all of the great things that are coming. To me, when I think about all of the games that we're building, one of the things I really love about Grounded is you find a passionate team, which you lead, a passionate team that has a real creative idea, maybe something that isn't exactly expected from the studio, but you had a vision about something you were going to go build, and that we could work together, foster, grow that to the point we're at now, where it's getting ready to release. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's wild to be in this position to be able to make something so creative. If this is the first time you're hearing about Grounded or seeing Grounded, Grounded is a survival game, and you have to survive in this backyard environment. The main goal is to get home. We're at the end of our journey of building the game and with the community, and this is the final update for the full, complete yard.
It's the biggest update yet, right?
Yeah. We have a bunch of cool surprises, a lot of cool new environments that are going to be really fun to explore.
Yeah.
The team's pouring their hearts into it right now, and I think it's just been so fun to work alongside the community too, that we built with the early access and game preview programs. So many players have given us great feedback along the way, and it's really shaped how we developed Grounded. Right now, we're actually checking out one of the early adventure areas in the game. It's the hedge. You're shrunk down to, you know, the size of an ant.
Yeah.
And
actually, I think the ants are bigger than you are.
They're a little bit bigger, right? Yeah. The players right now are going through this hedge maze, and it's nestled on the side of the house. You're trying to figure out like how you got here and how you're going to get home. You know, part of the adventure is exploring all these cool areas and environments of the yard. One thing that we're really proud of for our final 1.0 release is our story.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing that really separates us from most survival games. And we spent a lot of time world building, adding a lot of characters and storylines to the world.
Yeah, I think there's, like for me, I played in Game Preview, Game Pass. It was a great co-op game because we get together as our friends. One of the fantastic ways to go play, build our base. I happened to go visit right around the Xbox Bethesda showcase. It was fun to come out to the studio, you and I getting together. Got me re-energized, so I went back into the game, but so much had changed. And now I'm so waiting for that story mode, the setting, because the story, it's a great setting for a story, kind of have a guided beginning of the game. And then the sandbox will obviously just open up for players. And how will you deal with, like, I assume you'll have some players who will be like me, returning of the 10 million people who have played when it comes out. And then you have other players who are brand new, where the idea of, okay, now it's at 1.0, now is when I'm going to go dive in. Like, you as a team, how do you think about those kind of different players coming, and how do you design for that?
Yeah, so I think the one thing that, you know, we want to invite all the players that have tried Grounded, you know, even 2 years ago. We want them to come back and try it again and experience the full story, experience the full yard, because there's so much content in this yard. It's a big open world. There's so many cool environments, cool creatures to find. But I also, like, for the brand new player, you know, it's a survival game first and foremost, but it's definitely a different twist on a survival game. There's one thing that we're really proud of is the accessibility and approachability. So even just right now, we're looking at the Broodmother fight. So this is one of our boss fights in the game, where you fight this giant spider in her spider den. It looks kind of funny because we have arachnophobia mode. And that's one thing that's really important to us, is making the game accessible for all different types of players. We have tons of game options. So even if survival seems, you know, that might be a hardcore genre of game, we're trying to bring in a huge audience with a lot of options to play the game how you want to play. I think that's really important to us.
And we saw that in the community. Like, certain people just focused on the base building and building, I mean, frankly, almost levels or bases that took over the whole size of the lake, which was awesome. I think you're going to get a lot of people who want story. I think the boss battles and the kind of the circle of collecting items, building up your crew so you can go in and take down different parts of the game. Awesome.
People built huge fortresses and spent an enormous amount of time building these crazy, crazy, huge forts. And then that gave us ideas of adding more. So we added mushroom bricks, and we want to add more building materials in the future.
Well, and that loop that you're commenting on now, I don't think that it's not always recognized how important that is. Is like, a team has a vision. That vision meets reality through Game Pass and preview, 10 million people play and continue to play, and then they're going to give you feedback, and that will actually change your production schedule, right? Because you're going to listen and watch what people do.
Yeah, even as simple as, like, sitting in chairs. I know that was a fun one that we put in like a year ago. That was a huge ask. Just like, people just want to lounge around in their base, right? They built this huge, now it's something, it's to chill, right? One thing for our 1.0 release, there's a couple more surprise boss fights that we're really excited about.
Any hints or no?
Well, we did show off the Mantis. So that's something that I know a lot of players have been asking for a long time, to fight a praying mantis in Grounded. So we are delivering that experience, and we got a couple more surprises.
That's awesome. Well, congrats to the team on getting to this point. We're not quite there yet. 27th September.
Thank you.
I think for everybody who's played, myself included, I just love the craftsmanship and passion that clearly the team has in putting together such an amazing game. That's a great game to play either by yourself or with your friends. Can't wait to see it come out. And it's great to be here and get to show people more of the game. So thanks for all of that.
Thank you.
Here to continue the conversation on Grounded, we have Shyla Scovard with us from Obsidian Entertainment to give us all the backyard dirt on the upcoming 1.0 update, which releases on September 27th. Shyla, welcome to the stream. How are you feeling being here at Gamescom?
I am so excited. This is something that I've missed. Being in the show floor, watching players play the game, there's nothing better than being able to get something that's been worked on so long and getting players to watch it. So for me, this is thrilling. I am so
There's a particular energy in the room today as well, is there not? Yeah.
Oh, no, it's great. And I think everybody's just glad to be back and playing games out in public again, so it's fun.
Totally agree. Right, let's move swiftly on to Grounded then, as that's what we're here for. So some folks out there might recognize it as Grounded has been around and available in game preview for like 2 years now, thanks to Game Pass. And Phil mentioned something very exciting in a deep dive then with Adam, and that is that the full story is on the way. So what exactly does this mean? And how is it going to be integrated into a game that players have grown, pun intended, to love so much over the years without one?
Oh yeah, no worries. So there's a few questions that you get when you start the game, and that is, why am I so tiny?
Yes.
Whose backyard is it? And how did I get here?
So, all valid questions.
Right?
Yes.
You wake up and you're tiny, you need to know. These are important. So with the story that's being integrated into the current gameplay, you are going to be able to uncover these answers, find out how you got there, and ultimately, hopefully, be able to go big and go home.
I love that that's the thing that you guys say.
It's great.
So perfect.
It's the best one.
So a reminder to fans that this is actually going to be the largest update that the game has had so far, right?
Yes.
It's going to be absolutely huge. So I would love for you to highlight some of both the big and the miniature, because it's Grounded, updates that games that players can expect are coming to the game.
Perfect. So we do have some things. I know Adam mentioned the Mantis fight, and there was a picture of it. It is huge. It is something that the players have been asking for so long. One of the most requested insects. So the fact that we could put that in and players will finally get to experience that fight, that's perfect.
I love that, like, of all the games that you could find in Germany this week, I do believe yours is the only one where people have begged to fight a praying mantis.
You know what? And if that's the case, that's perfect. I love it. So as someone who enjoys the spiders in it, the mantis is the next step up.
Absolutely, yeah.
So along with that, and like we mentioned, the story will be going in. There will be an expansion to the backyard, so there are going to be new areas for players to explore. Obviously, new items to craft and everything else. I wish I could go into specifics, but that's just something that we have a month away, so they could wait.
Absolutely. But there have been so many updates along the way. You mentioned new locations, but it's not the first time you've done this over the last couple of years.
No. So back when we launched in July of 2020, Grounded started, and it was basically an oak tree, and there were some areas that you can go explore, but all your stuff was around this tree. Over the years, we've expanded to a koi pond, where we have a giant koi fish named Trudy the Second, who, if you look at her, has a scar over one of her eyes.
Okay.
Yes. I don't know why. I asked someone once, and they just said, Trudy's seen some things. So we leave it at that.
I was going to say, what happened to Trudy 1 as well?
That's the only answer I've got. But she lives in the pond. Players can meet her. After that, we went and we expanded the hedge, which is where the brood mother lives. They can go explore that background, get some fun stuff from there. And then we went into the haze, which was originally part of the official launch. But when we wanted to go back and do it, like, it was there, we were cool with it, but we had so many more other plans that the team was able to go through and redo the haze to make it something that they wanted. They added a sandbox, which has a very angry crab face that I love, because one of the first times you get into it, you're ziplining in and you just go right past this angry crab. So it's perfect. There's a picnic table, which has a tabletop game that is called Minotaurs and Myrmidons. Volume 2, obviously. And so you actually get to go through the tabletop castle that they've built, because whoever lived there left some miniatures and everything playing around.
So cool.
And then the most recent one that they just added was the upper yard area, which includes a wood pile and the termite den. So not only do you get a knocked over barbecue pit and you get to go explore that, but now you get to go meet the termites, which are always a blast.
Meet the termites. Love it. So how many updates have you done now? For those who may not have been following, how many are we up to?
I want to say 14, which will be, 14 will be coming. As many of our fans know, we do push out our updates onto a public test before making them go live. And this is one of the beauties about being on game preview and working with our community. So the one that will be coming up hopefully soon, because it's available to test, will be 14. However, I believe I've done 18 vlogs. So we've been updating for a little while now.
Absolutely. And it's been amazing to see both the community and the game itself grow so, for lack of a better word, momentously over the last couple of years.
Yes.
And as well as that, receive positive feedback along the side. So now we're only a month away from the game's full release, as Phil mentioned, on September 27th.
Yes.
I want to know what that journey's been like for you personally.
It's been amazing.
18 vlogs. You've been there.
It's been great. So when we first announced Grounded at XO19, it was a very exciting time. It was a very, good, anxious time and everything, because Grounded is not the type of game that you go, Obsidian, that's perfect. That's what I'm expecting. And so to bring it to EXO and get a first-hand glimpse at not only the announcement, but players actually playing it for the first time, that was just great. And so to see it go from those few who were at that convention, grow to 1 million in the first 48 hours, 5 million in the first 3, and then recently we hit 10 million. Like, to just watch this grow and to watch the team work with the community to build this game, it's impressive. Like, it makes me happy every time I think about it. I'm just so proud of what this game has become to not just the team, but the community and players.
Oh, absolutely. And talking about all 10 million of those players, I got to say, you must get a ton of feedback and a lot of requests. So, two-part question here. Number one, how on earth do you go through all of that and work through all the feedback?
Yes, so our team is very dedicated to knowing what the community wants. And so when I say they read everything, they read everything.
Oh, everything is read.
Everything. Yes. They are on the Reddit constantly seeing what players are posting, what kind of bases or information that they're sharing with others. They are on our Discord seeing what's being talked about there, Twitter, Facebook, any place that people are talking about Grounded streams. They're there to see what ideas people are suggesting and what they can put into the game. And so in order to have that and have a way that we can parse through everything, we have an official Discord where we encourage players to go and join the Discord and join the suggestion channel.
That's a great idea.
It is, and it's very, what's nice is it's very a community-focused type of way of getting suggestions in, because they can go and suggest something, and then the community can vote. So if it's something people really want, they can vote it up. If it's not something that they really care about, they could just leave it alone. And once these suggestions reach a certain limitation, then they're put onto an Excel file, and then they're brought in front of the game director and the QA lead, and our community manager and player support specialist, bless their hearts, they go through everything with them, and they make sure that the community is being heard in front of the dev team.
Fantastic. So my follow-up question on that then is, I'd love to know how the community has actually shaped Grounded over the years, and if you can give any in-game examples that actually only exist because people have shouted so loud about it.
Yes, so one of the ones, like Adam mentioned, sitting.
Well, yeah, we saw it just then in that clip. Who'd have thought sitting is what people want in their games?
Right, but it makes sense because we introduced chairs and sofas, and so people were able to decorate their bases and decorate them, they did. But then it would just be like, come to my base, but we can't sit.
Don't you dare sit down.
No. So we went ahead and we were able to bring sitting to the game, and so now people can lounge around. That was one thing that without the community, without how often they requested it, wouldn't probably be possible. Ladders are another one, because people are building giant houses, they're building bases. We've seen bases take over the entire yard, and sometimes they build straight up. They don't want to spend their time climbing a spiral staircase, so they started suggesting ladders.
Ladders straight up.
And we did it. A lot of the suggestions that we take from them, which are great, are quality of life suggestions. Because they're playing the game. They know what they want in order to make the game more fun for everyone. And so a lot of the stuff that we've seen come from them that help are the ability to auto pick up arrows when, you're gonna shoot. I miss stuff all the time. The arrows fly around the ground. Instead of having to go one by one and pick them up, you can actually go and just walk over them and they're yours.
Saved you a click. I would call that the definition of quality of life when it comes to a game as well. Love to hear it.
So, perfect.
Perfect. In fact, I am curious though, what do you think is the most unexpected addition to the game that you've seen so far?
So the most unexpected, and probably one of my favorites, so we're talking about quality of life, and I see this as a quality of life. Others may disagree, but one of the suggestions was an infected wolf spider.
And people asked for that?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Back when we announced the haze and we revamped it and everything else, we reintroduced new creatures in the yard, such as the infected weevil. Everybody loves the weevil. This one's better because it explodes. And there's nothing more fun than that.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yes. And then we also have infected larvae, and their whole goal is just to ruin your day, and they're perfect.
I relate strongly to that, I won't lie.
They're perfect. They're my little babies. I love them. But we didn't have a spider in there at first, so they started asking for this infectable spider, and lo and behold, we have one now.
There you go. I guess if you want that, then go for it. One last quality live check I'm going to go before we move onwards. I'm sure many people out there like myself and watching the stream are incredibly proud of the builds that they've been making over the past couple of years. So I just want to double check with you. Can you put our minds to ease that when 1.0 finally releases, we don't need to say goodbye to all that hard work?
Yeah, no. So the team is very dedicated with every update that they do to make sure all the hard work all our players put into the game is safe.
Amazing.
Obviously, there are going to be some things that we may not be able to find because it is in game preview early access. But that is their number one goal, to make sure...
That's the intention, is to make sure that is...
Yes.
Yes.
And so they are doing everything that they can to make sure that when this goes up, everything can go through, your base will still be there. That said, I would like to say that they would love to see people start a new save just to experience Grounded with the story from the beginning. So start over, you know, learn about the tutorial.
Maybe do a new save.
Yes.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, because you can keep your other one.
Don't delete the other one.
Keep it there.
No.
But start a new one, and that way you can experience it, and then you'll be able to experience it because there are a lot of players who've been playing from day one. The team has been able to make a lot of changes to the beginning of the game to where if they haven't started a game in a few months, it's completely different. And that's one of the things that I love about being here is that we're talking to players, and I'm finding some who haven't played in months. They were just like, I'm done. Picked it up a few months later, and they were like, oh my God, there's so many changes. This is... And they've just been hooked because now they find some ease in this tutorial.
Well, that feeling of survival's come back again, right? I imagine, I mean, I don't want to put words in people's mouth, but for the people who are endgame building, they're in these massive mansions, they've got every material possible. When story mode comes along, they're going to be able to dive right in and they're fully prepared. So it's whether or not people want to really go back to those roots and that survival and get themselves from the ground, well, grounded up again, I suppose.
And the thing about the story, too, is when this update does come out, the story is going to be integrated into the game. So it's not going to be a separate mode. Like, they're not going to go through and pick new game, story mode. It's just going to be in the game, like quests and everything else. So people who have been playing will also be able to join the story mode without having to do any fancy stuff to get it to work.
Fantastic. And while we're talking about stories, you know I have to do this, so I'm so sorry, Shyla. Can you give us a little foreshadowing on the full story that players will unlock in version 1?
You know what? I really wish I could, but I know Omnet Practicals Technology is watching, and I just... We'll leave it at that.
That's fine. You got to try. What I will do instead is I'm going to jump over to the topic on everyone's lips, which is the brood mother. We saw her in the footage just then with Adam and Phil. She's literally right here behind me. I can see she's absolutely stunning. We saw some of the epic battle gameplay with said mother, and I'm just going to make some estimations here. Is that a final boss battle? Is raiding on the way? Can you tell us a bit more about combat? I'm so curious.
Yes. I love that you just automatically go to a final boss because
she's humongous. Surely,
she is.
Surely the mother is the end of the game.
No, she is actually the first mini boss players can encounter.
That says a lot about where it's going as well.
Yes, it's great. So, fun fact: when we first launched the game, there was a spider that lived on a flying Discman in the hedge. And that was her home. Players would go and disrupt her, and
she's just living her best life.
She was. And so the dev team decided to take her out for a bit. They built her a beautiful home, and now for the price of the BLT. BLT, bombardier parts, ladybug parts, and thistles.
So not a bacon, lettuce, tomato. Your own version. Love it.
But you go and you build that sandwich. You present it to her little cove, and then she comes out and she goes, "Oh, thank you for the food. Oh, and your dessert." So you get to experience a little bit about that.
So tell us a bit more about the combat then. So I'm approaching it from someone who, when I raid, I'm very much like a ranged melee type, but I like to surround myself with tanks, DPS, healers, etc. Is this the type of combat you can see folks taking in, that level of strategy? Also, to a degree, is there solo combat? Do you think you could take on the Broodmother by yourself?
Yes. So the one nice thing is, although we don't say, like, you can be this class, this class, this class, and all of the kids in the game, they are built the same. The way that we get to that and allow you to kind of customize your game is that we have mutations in the game.
Oh, okay.
And that is something that you can pick. So like for the Broodmother, there's a mutation called Reliable Friend. And for people playing with me, that is probably the best mutation to have because I die a lot.
Okay, yes.
I just like to go in and charge and be like, hey, friend. Oh, nope, you're not my friend. And so with the Reliable Friend, they're able to pick someone up much quicker so you can get back into the fight because there are babies and ads that come in and that can be pretty hard to pick someone up as you're being picked at by a few different spiders.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. So there is a way to do it with friends and get yourself ready, get all the equipment ready. In fact, is there any gear that maybe like you've eyed up? Because we were talking just before we were saying here, and you actually were doing that gameplay in the background of Phil and Adam's conversation. So as someone who's taken on the Broodmother themselves, what's your number one tip that you could give us, maybe to prep and think about?
My number one tip is that, like most people know, spiders are afraid of fire. And so if you get some spicy stuff on your weapon, spicy. So we have different modes, so you can collect mints and collect transmute your weapons that way and stuff. My favorite is the spicy, which adds a burning effect to it. And spiders do not take well to that, so that is probably the best weapon you can have. And for a ranged player like you, we do have arrows that are equipped with the spicy tip, so that way you can use that to fight and you'll be good.
Perfect. And then I can just run around the map, pick them all up again.
Yep.
Keep your view, off I go again.
You're great.
Stunning. I love this. Right. The one thing that is really amazing about Grounded in particular is about that we could talk about the full release is coming in a month, as a reminder, September 27th. But like I said, the amazing thing is that you can go play it right now, right this second. So I want to ask you, for both new and returning fans, remind people where they can go play Grounded right now.
Yes. So Grounded is currently available on the Xbox Game Pass, which I do say I subscribe to, and it is, I call it the subscription we're subscribing to.
I call it theft, so I'm glad we have different words for it.
You know, but we mean the same thing. It is
we really
too good to be true.
The value is phenomenal.
And the fact that there are so many day one games, just like Grounded.
Yep.
It's
and so many of the shows we have, the games even we spoke about today as well. All on Game Pass.
Oh, no, it's great. So that is like the easiest way that I recommend people, because then if they're done with Grounded, there's so many other games that they can go and explore.
Absolutely,
and that's perfectly fine. We're all gamers. We all want to see what's out there. If they don't want to do Xbox Game Pass, it is currently available on the Windows Store and on Steam. So you could purchase it now. This is the early access game preview price. We have announced that the price will be going up. So for people who are waiting for story mode before they actually go out and play, I would suggest if you want to own it, buy it now, take advantage of this price. Otherwise, Xbox Game Pass.
Get yourself on Game Pass. Absolutely. That's the main thing. So before you leave, and I don't want you to, but I have to say that before you leave, let's talk a little bit more about the booth itself. As I mentioned, we're doing this amazing photo up behind me with the Broodmother. I'd love you to tell us a little bit about why that's here and why it's so important to the team to turn up in that way.
Oh yeah, no, it's great for us because we get to bring a piece of the game for players to actually experience. The beautiful thing about the Broodmother is that she's built to scale.
To scale?
To scale. So she is 17 feet wide, 7.5 feet tall, and thankfully we have her in a hunched mode, so she's not completely towering over you. But it's just amazing to have that and have that fan experience here, especially when we have an update coming out very soon that players can go and experience. It's nice to bring them here, say, hey, check out Grounded, and then when the update comes out, they can go and they can play with their friends. And that is something that I do want to mention that we do with this update. We have something else that players have been asking for. And although it's not out in the public, it's out on the test flight. And that is shared worlds.
Okay, interesting. What's that?
And that means, so if you and I want to play a game,
we will, by the way. We will. Yes.
And you're like, you know what, I have stuff to do. And I'm like, you know, I want to keep playing. You can share your world with me. We log off, you leave, and then I can pick up by playing myself. And then when you come back on, you join my game. And all the progress I've made is saved. And it's just a way that the team has been able to get players to continue to play with their friends. and keep that momentum going. Because when you get on a roll, like in a survival game, and you're like, we're building this house.
Yes.
And someone leaves, you're like, okay, I hope I can remember what I wanted to
back.
do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that rolls into the whole theme. We've spoke about it a fair bit, but the accessibility of the game.
Yes.
And I think, again, we saw the Broodmother is another element that is brought into accessibility. And there's a key word for it. You told me about it, and I would love for you to say the word yourself of what this is.
The Danger Dumpling mode?
Danger Dumpling.
Yes. So back in the day, back in the Wii days, when it first came out, we do have accessibility mode. And that is something that came about because we're able to work so close with Xbox and their teams. And so they worked greatly to figure out why people, you know, have arachnophobia, what kind of triggers them and stuff.
There's loads of research into it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and we wanted to find a way in order to get this mode playable, so that way fans could play the game who are afraid of spiders, but also still felt like they were getting the true experience.
Sure.
And so back in the day, we called it, it's still called arachnophobia mode and everything, but we started to see some people here there call it a danger dumpling. And it just kind of stuck. So internally, that is our name. So we love it. Some people find it more frightening than the one with the legs. To each their own. I personally love the one with the legs, but the danger dumpling mode is also perfectly fine.
Just a big spider gal, aren't you?
Oh, it's great. Like, at some point, I'll have a tarantula, but we're waiting on that.
I love the goal. Manifest the spider. It's going to happen.
It's happening.
Absolutely. Well, I know I need to get a picture with this last, so if someone could just screenshot this right here, then maybe I've already done it today. But I did want to thank you so much for joining us today, Shiloh. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. And I hope you enjoyed the rest of the booths at Gamescom, though I have a feeling they're not as spider-infested as you want them to be. So thanks again, my darling.
Yes, thanks for having me here.
You're more than welcome. So now that we've explored the backyard, coming up, we'll be taking a trip back in time to the 16th century to where my co-host Maxie chats with the folks behind Pentiment, the upcoming murder mystery adventure game set in Bavaria in the 1500s. But first, we have a video to share that might strike a little bit of a chord.
We're talking. All that you need, know we got it all. Infinity, it goes on and on. From the truth to the lie, the depths to the highs, left, right to the center now. Our different desires, we bridge the divide and we bring it all together now.
You gotta help me rescue my friends.
Bring it together now. Together now. Bring it together now.
Galera, mais um intervalo então de 5 minutos, galera. Esse podcast agora foi longo, hein? Você tá doido? Galera, então, voltando aqui então. A gente tá então fazendo a transmissão da Gamescom 2022 do Xbox, tá? Com uma expectativa aí, apesar, conforme eu falei, não foi notícia oficial que ia sair Ubisoft Plus, teclado e mouse e Compra Jogos. Porém, tem vários rumores aí, como já disse para vocês no início da live, que podem sim chegar, tá? Vamos aguardar, o evento ainda tem um pouquinho de tempo ainda, porque ele vai acabar às 3 da tarde. Então ainda tem uns minutinhos aí ainda, tá? Vamos ver o que tem pra gente aí sobre xCloud. Na verdade, relacionado a jogos, a maioria dos jogos que foi falado aí, se não é todos, mas a maioria, vai estar no Game Pass. Então, consequentemente, a maioria também vai estar na xCloud. Então, se você gostou de algum jogo aí, muito provavelmente você vai poder jogar ele na Xcloud. Então assim, a gente teve coisa da Xcloud, teve relacionado a jogos. Agora, na minha opinião, não foi lá aqueles jogos. Teve alguns bem divertidos, alguns bem interessantes, mas também não teve aquele anúncio. Então, vamos aguardando aí. Está no intervalo agora, vamos ver o que vai vir aí agora pra gente ver aí. Vamos ver se tem mais alguma novidade. A gente teve a fala do Phil Spencer ali, mas estava comentando sobre um game, nada sobre o serviço do Game Pass e outras coisas mais, tá? Galera, aquela velha história, né? O melhor sempre fica pro final, então vamos aguardar aí. Para vocês que não sabem, esse evento é lá na Colônia, na Alemanha, então tem um fuso horário aí, tá? Eu não sei, eu vou tentar pesquisar aqui para ver qual é o fuso horário, porque assim, a gente tem um uso horário mais nobre para as pessoas assistirem. Como o evento é lá, e tem o mercado também, por exemplo, Estados Unidos é um mercado muito forte, isso está sendo transmitido para o mundo inteiro. Então talvez os anúncios mais importantes, mais relevantes vai ficar pro final, por causa de um horário mais nobre para eles lá, tá? Nem sempre é pra gente aqui. Então tem isso também. Deixa eu ver aqui. Aí, lá é mais 2, o Brasil é menos 3. Então, lá agora deve ser o que então? O Brasil é menos 3, né? O horário de São Paulo é menos 3. Aqui tá falando que é mais 2. Aqui não mostra o horário que tá sendo lá. Então, e tem a questão também dos Estados Unidos. Provavelmente tem a questão do horário dos Estados Unidos também. Vamos ver o que vai dar aí. Vamos ver o que vai vir pra gente aí sobre a Xcloud, que é o que nos interessa mais, tá? Apesar que os jogos que vão entrar no Game Pass entram na Xcloud, então também acaba nos interessando. Mas o que seria mais aguardado aí, conforme eu fiz a enquete aí, pra quem não votou, vota. Já temos mais de 500 votos. Então você vota aí. Pra quem não votou, o que você quer que chegue na Xcloud? Teclado e mouse, tá com 48%. Ubisoft Plus, 21%. A opção de você comprar jogos e poder jogar via nuvem está com 31%. Ó, bastante gente com a gente aqui. Nosso amigo Gustavo Pereira falou que também está no trabalho. Nosso amigo China Imports, nosso amigo Nathan Freitas, nosso amigo David Ferreira, nosso amigo Bruno Maionard, nosso amigo John Honorato, nosso amigo Souza, nosso amigo Nathan Freitas, nosso amigo Angel Games, nosso amigo Murilo Gomes, tá aí com a gente na live, galera. Agora vai voltar ali. Vamos ver o que tem pra gente agora. Eu vou soltar aí pra vocês. Vamos ver o que tem agora pra nós. Já eu volto.
So joining us now, our game director, Josh Sawyer, and art director, Hannah Kennedy, to talk to us about Obsidian's medieval narrative game, Pentiment. Because the game is set in Bavaria, I can finally bring out my inner Bavarian and say, Servus, nice to have you. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you. And I also want to call out that I really appreciate that you are the only two guests who have set a game in Germany. And Josh, du sprichst auch ein wenig Deutsch, oder?
Ja, stimmt. Und wir freuen uns, hier zu sein.
So he just gave you a race, basically.
Wonderful. No, continue, please.
Yeah, no. He said nice to be here, but I think we would appreciate if we stick to English if you're okay.
Natürlich.
Okay, perfectly fine. So now that the game is set in Bavaria, and I'm a little biased here because I live in Bavaria, I've had my fair of Oktoberfest, but I think what's really interesting, why did you choose that region?
I think my interest in Germany goes all the way back to my childhood. My grandmother was born in Kempten, in the southwest part of Bavaria, and I started learning about my family history and our genealogy. When I went on to college, I studied German music, later German history, German language, continued studying German after I graduated. And then so I just had this interest in German culture and history, and I had an interest kind of in maybe exploring that someday through games.
So now that we know where the game is set, could you tell us a little bit more about the when, the who, and give us an overview of what Pentiment is about?
Sure. Pentiment is a narrative adventure game, and it is set in 16th century Bavaria, specifically Oberbayern, in the fictional Kearsau Abbey and the nearby community of Tassing. Kearsau Abbey is a Benedictine double abbey, very rare for the time, and also very rare for the time it's still producing illuminated manuscripts, which by the 16th century had mostly been taken over by groups like the Guild of St. Luke. You play a character named Andreas Mahler. Andreas is a journeyman artist who is completing his Wanderjahre, or wandering years. So he's been traveling around Europe, getting experience working with masters, but he's making a little bit of money at Kearsau Abbey before he returns to Nuremberg, and a murder happens. So that kind of throws a wrench into things. His friend at the Abbey is accused of the murder, and he basically is the only person in a position to try to prove that he didn't do it, but he has to figure out who actually did.
So Andreas Mahler sounds like a friendly guy. He's going to save his friend. Is that his only friendly trait, or can we learn a little bit more about him?
No, so Andreas is a specific character. Obsidian is kind of known usually for making more blank slate or broad characters, but Andreas is a specific character in this place and time. So he comes from a family of artists in Nuremberg, hence the name Mahler. But his father was able to do a commission for the rector of the University of Erfurt, which gave Andreas the opportunity to get a university education, but he dropped out. So he has something of a university education that allows you to pick your backgrounds for Andreas, but he eventually goes back to the artist's life, the family business, so to speak, and he's just trying to wrap things up before he becomes a master when this kind of throws a wrench in everything.
And there are a few games that are set to play as one character for a 25-year lifespan. So I would imagine Andreas, as you just described, is a pretty interesting character. But could you tell us what the fans can expect in the 25-year journey?
Yeah, I would say, again, most Obsidian role-playing games will focus on a story that takes place over maybe a few months, maybe a year or so. It's pretty rare to have something that spans decades of time. And we really wanted to focus on seeing how a character like Andreas, who is coming into his adulthood, beginning his life as a master, how he changes over several decades. But not only him, also Kearsau Abbey and Tassing, which are characters of their own, filled with actually hundreds of characters, interconnected families, the monks, the nuns, the peasants, the craftsmen, and just seeing how they change over time. But it isn't just narrative, it also has a lot of impact on how we portray that through the art.
Yeah, so the art is reactive to this time that passes as well, and we really wanted to make sure that the characters didn't feel in isolation like they were growing while everything else was staying the same. So the scenes are updated as well as people growing and changing over time. Some people pass away. So that presented some challenges in that we wanted still these characters to feel recognizable, like you remember them from previous acts where they might have been babies or children or completely different people, but still be easily recognizable and still something that you can feel attached to. As well as with the scenes, you know, different scene states change, as well as each of our acts is set in a different season, a different time of year. So we have updated weather effects, the landscape changes with the time, and so yeah, it impacted everything. We try to make that as thorough as possible.
And I really love how the game has set in this medieval look, and that you would see it in kind of, I would say, ancient text. How did that period, time, and location drive the art style of the game directly?
Yeah, absolutely. The art style was really informed by this period of time and real existing art from that period. This is a historical game, so we had the opportunity to be as representative as possible, as well as this is a story that's being told from an artist's perspective. So we got to reference works from the time period, both to inform how we wanted the game to look, as well as be key points of reference for you know, different information about the characters themselves, because this was a pre-photograph period of time. So, you know, we looked at existing art from artists of the period to inform what people decorated their homes with, what types of things they cooked, what types of clothing they wore. This is all things that you can find reference information about through text, but when you're trying to represent how they look and, you know, find ways to adapt that art into the context of a game, it was really useful to look at paintings. One example is that Andreas Mahler is designed after specifically the self-portraits of Albrecht Dürer. You know, that was not only a painting that showed what art at the time looked like, but also how that artist viewed himself, or at least wanted to present himself to the world at the time. Another really core piece that we used to reference for building the scenes themselves was the Nuremberg Chronicle. That was a really large book with lots of different woodcuts in it that showed landscapes and people, all sorts of things. So the woodcut style from that, we used that text really consistently throughout making the art for the game.
And you can see that those details, they stand out. It's such a unique approach of the art style of the game, which is really great. And how does that gameplay work in that environment?
Yeah, so laying out the scenes based off of that informed a few different things. Definitely how the character navigates the space. We had some experiments on what felt good, if it was going to be sort of open floor plane navigation versus navigating on paths. So figuring out how the scenes were going to be positioned and how the paths were going to work definitely informed how we were going to have the player navigate the space. One example was that we had some challenges with paths going straight up in the game felt really bad, and eventually we kind of figured out this is because all of the reference material that we were styling the art after, they almost never show a character head on. They never walk into the scene space, they're always shown in three-quarter view. So identifying that that's what felt right within the art style definitely changed the design of the navigation and the locomotion within the game.
And one definite style really stands out to me, and I think I saw some tattoos that also have this type of font, Josh. Like, what are the fonts that you are using in the game?
Yeah, so fonts are a really big part of the game and the art that we wanted to have really custom made and bespoke for what we were doing here. So we worked with a partner studio to design a number of different custom fonts for the game, and we wanted them to be different for different types of people, both in different social classes, different cultural backgrounds. We have a peasant script, we have a special font that's just for the monks, and that process was really important. I think it was Josh's kind of pet idea. He wanted to incorporate this to round out the characters within the game. But yeah, I think we have 6, right? 6 different fonts?
I think so. Yeah, and they're, we also put a lot of effort into custom features for rendering the fonts. So we have all these different typefaces. Most of them are actually scripts, so they're handwritten. And the way that we convey that, we stroke mask every single character. So every stroke of the letter comes in one at a time. And the way it comes in initially as very dark, glossy ink with a highlight, and it quickly fades and goes into the page and dries, and it bleeds around the edges. Additionally, people make mistakes, and they actually will make mistakes in real time, and you'll see them scratched out and redrawn. Also, even things like we use different special colors. This is found in a lot of illuminated manuscripts. For example, the word God you'll see a piece of dialogue written out, but God will be written last in red ink, which was the way that they would do it. And then finally, another feature is that our one printed typeface, because this is the birth of print in this era, that typeface is actually pressed in. So everything else is written in, but the Drucker type is pressed into the page, and it has a procedural void and bleed effect to represent under and over inking the letter forms that actually press in.
I love these details. I can talk about fonts forever.
I love them.
Yeah,
we could too.
The whole show is going to be fonts from now on, guys. I'm sorry. No, but you are making a game. You're making sure that anybody can play that game and it is accessible. Could you tell us a little bit about that feature?
Yeah, so I mean, one of the things that we found very early on is that because of all these special fonts, and also because we have a game with so much writing, people were being challenged by a lot of those fonts. I mean, they were hard. They even made jokes in that time period about how hard to read those handwriting forms were. So we have an easy read mode. So at the beginning of the game or any time in the game, you can say, I don't want the super complicated fancy fonts. I just want the easy read fonts. It replaces everything, makes it much easier to read. You can scale all the text up very large. We have a high contrast mode. We also have a text-to-speech option. That helps a ton. And then there are other features for like cognitive challenges, or even just if you don't know anything about history. So I think there are going to be a lot of people who see this, I hope, and they say, I love the art style, I like the idea of a narrative adventure, but I don't really know much about Germany or 16th century. So we have a glossary in-game. Anytime you see a term, Martin Luther. Who was Martin Luther? Erasmus. Who was Erasmus? You'll see it underlined, and you can go into the margin, get a quick definition, enough to understand the context and go back in. That goes into your journal so you can reference it at any time. And then because we have such a huge cast of characters, we also found that people were saying, I can't keep all these people straight. So when a character is not in the scene, but they're mentioned, their name is underlined, and you can go into the margin, you'll see a picture of them to go like, oh, that's Brother Guy. Oh, that's Mother Cecilia. Now I remember. So we have all these features in there to make it easier for people who might be challenged by some of these things.
I love that. That's like the doorway of approachability that you're opening right there. And thank you so much for thinking of that from the start in your game. So super excited to see those features as well. And when you decided to create this game and have it set in the 16th century, I must think you do a lot of research. I know you said you studied German history, but do you work with experts? How did that go, that process?
Yeah, I contacted a number of people either that I knew because I did go to university for history, or people that I had read about. So Christopher de Hamel was a consultant for us for illuminated manuscripts. He's like world-renowned for his expertise in that, and he was very helpful for understanding how a working artist was operating at this time period. Dr. Edmund Kern focuses, well, on a lot of stuff, but what we used him for was his expertise in sort of Austria and the Holy Roman Empire, social structure and legal issues at the time, and then Dr. Winston Black, who specializes in medieval and early modern medicine. So we drew upon all of them to help give a lot more layers of authenticity to how we represented the time period.
Amazing. So I'm going to expect a lot of details in there. I'm going to learn a lot. I feel like I'm going to learn a lot. So even though this is a very different type of game than the Obsidian is known for creating, are there any elements that you would say that continue the hallmarks of the Obsidian titles?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we wanted to make something that was different and more approachable and sort of narrative focused, but we also wanted to give players some choice about how they define Andreas. One of the things that's nice about saying that Andreas went to university is that you can choose what he studied, or really what he was interested in. So, you know, you can say, I was a Latinist, I specialized in grammar. So he knows Latin, he knows things about the Roman Republic, and that can come in handy in his investigations. Tassing is actually built on Roman ruins. We're in Cologne. This is a common thing in this region. He can also choose to say he studied the occult, because some people don't realize that in this time period, books on magic were largely circulated among the clergy who were in university settings. So this gives you the opportunity to unlock these aspects of his educational background or how he lives his life. For example, Did you live as a hedonist, where you just indulge every pleasure? Or are you a businessman who focuses specifically on making connections and making money? All of these things open up choices in conversation and how you can go through the mystery. But then also, it's very important that you feel like you can shape the story. This is a personal story and the story of a community, but you need to be able to influence that. You need to ultimately decide who you think is actually guilty of these crimes. And that's a very ambiguous thing. We leave that open to you, and it's up to you to sort of see the consequences of it.
So it's more than just a mystery in general, it's like really an open environment, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, the reason why we don't call this like a detective game, even though there are elements to it, is it's a narrative adventure, but you are investigating a murder. But we want you to feel like there is ambiguity here. You're not a detective. There is no forensic science. So you are investigating a number of people who have motives, and it's up to you to really present the evidence that you feel is maybe the most compelling, but you don't have to. You could also just turn in the person that you don't want to be around anymore, the person you don't like as much, or it could be the person you think the community will miss the least. But the thing is, because you're going to be returning to this community over many, many years, if you get someone punished for a crime, the people who are close to them are going to remember that and they're going to hold it against you. Maybe other people are glad that you did that and they'll be totally fine with it. But that's part of the appeal, I think, of an Obsidian game, is that the story is more about living with consequences rather than a right or a wrong answer.
I can't wait, because that means also for streamers, when they stream the game, it can turn out into different choices. I think there's a lot to explore.
Yeah.
So what was the development like of the process and the reality?
Yeah, so, I mean, I've always wanted to make a historical game, but this particular type of game I didn't really conceive of until about the time that Microsoft acquired Obsidian. I thought that a small narrative game, historical, with a small team would be a great fit for Game Pass. So I pitched my boss, Fergus Urquhart. I said, I'm going to make this game with a small team. And then I went to Hannah and I said, I have this idea for this game, and I have an idea for an art style. It's kind of blending these two eras because it's a transitional time, but I don't really know how that worked. So
yeah, at that point I was really excited because this was a unique challenge, but I was coming from my concept artwork from an illustration background, so I loved the idea of this being like a living book, mixing what I love about animation and what I love about games and what I love about books all together into this project where we had to kind of dance this dance between being true to history and being representative of art that we were looking at from this time period, with the art that would be eye-catching, be easy to understand, and work really well for the format. So yeah, I was thrilled at that point and fully on board with this idea.
So it's super obvious, this game means a lot to you, it's very personal. So what are you two most excited about for fans to play Pentiment and discover it for the first time?
Yeah, one of the things that I'm most excited about is this game has been kind of difficult to clock for people to figure out like what the genre is and what it's all about, and I think that's really interesting. Like, I think that intrigue is exciting, and we have this potential to bring a bunch of different types of people to the table, people that either might not think that they already enjoy history or the idea of a historic game, or people that love history and maybe don't game at all. I think we have this potential to kind of have people learn something new in this context and maybe expand what they already know that they like. And for me, that's something that's really exciting about this project and games in particular. We're at this point now where there's so many games, so games that can do something new and a little bit unexpected or just kind of confuse people in a good way. I love that.
How about you?
Yeah, I think, you know, this story is a really personal story for Andreas and the people in this community. And we've put a lot of effort into all these like really funny and cute and tender moments that I found are, even in this format, which is you know, a very unconventional art style and it's all presented through text, has been really emotionally impactful for a lot of people that have played it. And so I'm really excited to see how it resonates with people, because I just think it's a very cool story, and it's also, it feels like a very personal story, not only for Andreas, but also the choices that the player makes, and there's a lot of really cool reactivity that I'm excited for people to see.
Well, people can actually see it here at Gamescom for the very first time, and we're already a couple days in. Today is the first consumer day. What are the reaction of the fans?
It's been really great. I mean, I think that when we announced the game, like Hannah said, some people were kind of like, this looks cool, I don't really know what it is, I'll check it out later. And so we had, but some people were really thrilled just by the subject matter and the art. So we had a lot of people coming in and playing it who were immediately like, yeah, I love this. But the other thing that I thought was cool is, even though this is a niche game, seeing people come in who admitted they were kind of skeptical or just kind of like, I don't know what this is.
Yeah.
They played through the whole demo and they walked out and they're like, I'm hooked. I want to find out more about this story. I love it. I love the presentation. And yeah, it's really exciting just seeing people play it and have a really positive response.
So last but not least, when can we get our hands on this game?
We're going to be able to play it on November 15th of this year.
So my broadcast is almost finished. I'm going to go and play Pentiment right after that. I'm super excited to play. Thank you both so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
So before we hear from the folks from the newly announced Under the Wave, let's look at a totally tubular new collab featuring your favorite dodge brawlers and the heroes in a half shell. Dodgeball and turtles, that's a level of like 90s cool childhood me could only ever dream about. Grab a slice of pizza, sit back, feast your eyes on this upcoming crossover event in this shiny new trailer. Cowabunga, dudes!
People of Knockout City, you've been lied to. We've been forced to live beneath your feet. It is time you saw the truth. We will live in the shadows no more. Go, go, go! It's time for us to step into the light. The Mutant Mutiny begins now. You're up, Ratfinger. I smell a rat. Hey, that's me. I'm gonna bite their heads off. Whoa, Gooba, watch your language. We can't do this alone. This is a call to all mutants everywhere. We need your help. The cavalry is here! We're here for truth. We're here for justice. We're here for Malcolm X.
Galera, voltando aí agora um intervalo de 11 minutos e meio, um intervalo bem aleatório mesmo. Não dá pra entender muito esse negócio, mas a galera tá perguntando bastante se até agora teve alguma coisa. Galera, de recurso pra Xcloud não. Teve os jogos que foram passando aí. Agora parece que tá vindo jogos indies aí bem fraco mesmo. Mas mais cedo passam jogos interessantes que vão chegar no Game Pass, que provavelmente vai chegar na Xcloud, tá? Então estamos aguardando aí pra ver se vai ter alguma novidade. Aproveitar esse intervalo agora pra gente bater um bate-papo aí até que volte novamente. O evento tá previsto pra acabar às 3 da tarde. Então ainda há um tempinho ainda. Ainda há mais ou menos no mínimo aí umas 3 horas de evento. E vamos ver o que vai dar. Expectativa geral aí para a chegada de algum recurso, pelo menos um desses três, se chegasse, já tava de bom tamanho. Desses três, o que tá mais provável é a questão do teclado e mouse. Por quê? Deixa eu explicar por quê. O que a gente já teve aquela atualização lá, entendeu? Que veio pra quem é insider, mas já foi alguma coisinha. Porém, não deu pra gente testar. Minha preocupação é essa. Como a gente não conseguiu testar, será que eles tirou porque deu errado? Porque eles estão mexendo? Ou será que a gente no Brasil não conseguiu testar, mas outros países aí conseguiu testar e ficou tudo ok e agora é só liberar? Então a gente não sabe. Agora, não foi falado oficialmente que essas coisas iam chegar. Assim como deixei claro no início da live, falei no meio, falei no outro meio de novo, agora falando de novo. Não é uma informação oficial que isso vai chegar. Por isso que eu coloquei várias interrogações aí no título. A gente tá aguardando para que saia alguma desses aí, mas não é oficial, são rumores. Por exemplo, o Ubisoft Plus, a questão do teclado e mouse, a questão de comprar jogos. Porém, todos esses recursos aí vai chegar na xCloud ainda esse ano, tá? Teclado e mouse já foi prometido, então vai chegar. Pode não ser hoje, mas vai chegar. E também a opção de você comprar jogos também a Microsoft prometeu que chega ainda esse ano, então vai chegar. Então a cada evento que tem uma expectativa nova pra gente ver se vai chegar ou não, tá? Mas já teve bastante jogos. Se você voltar a live aí, você vai ver que passou jogos interessantes que vão estar no Game Pass Day One, tá? No dia do lançamento, que provavelmente, bem garantido, que vão chegar na xCloud também, tá? Então, o que veio até agora da xCloud é isso aí, dando um resumo aí de tudo que chegou, tá? Então estamos aguardando aí, galera. Eu vou até dar uma olhada no app aqui do Xbox. Quero ver se tem alguma atualização nova. Quanto tá passando esse intervalo é bem longo. Não dá tempo da gente conferir isso aqui. E vou dar uma olhadinha também se tem alguma notícia, alguma novidade sobre alguma coisa aí. Que aí a gente já vai conversando aqui. Deixa eu obter atualizações para ver se tem alguma atualização. No app do Xbox não tem nenhuma atualização não. Deixa eu dar alguma notícia importante aqui em algum lugar. Galera, eu tô lendo uma matéria aqui. Ó, vou ler pra vocês aí. Xbox Brasil, pra quem não sabe, Xbox Brasil é de onde eu tô pegando essa live aqui, tá? É o do Xbox Brasil. O que acontece? Vou falar rapidinho aqui, ó. Xbox Brasil sugere a chegada de um recurso muito aguardado, só saiu hoje, tá? Xbox Brasil sugere a chegada de um recurso muito aguardado no xCloud. Revelado no início de junho, o recurso que permite que qualquer jogo da biblioteca seja jogado através do xCloud. É algo extremamente aguardado pelos fãs do Xbox e parece que ele será lançado em breve, galera. Ó, nas mais recentes publicações que revelou a chegada de um novo recurso de jogos em códigos digitais, tá? Isso aconteceu mesmo. Foi revelada aí essa questão dos jogos digitais aí. E aí é o seguinte, ó, na maioria vou ler de novo aqui. Nas mais recentes que revelou a chegada de um novo recurso de jogos em códigos digitais, o Brasil sugeriu que a nova função do xCloud será lançada em breve, comentando que o novo recurso de venda de jogos permitirá que jogadores do serviço de jogos em nuvem do Xbox possam também comprar jogos físicos. Ó, ele disse o seguinte, ó: no Xbox estamos sempre buscando formas de investir no mercado brasileiro por meio de nossos consoles, jogos, serviços e experiências únicas. Nosso compromisso é oferecer opções aos jogadores, seja no Xbox Series X, PC ou diversos outros dispositivos por meio do Xbox Cloud in-game. Disse aí, provavelmente, o chefe da divisão do Xbox Brasil, chefe da divisão do Xbox aqui no Brasil, tá? Então, galera, foi o que ele disse aí. Quem sabe não pode ser isso? Não sei. É igual eu falei, talvez não seja anunciado aqui, mas seja anunciado essa semana, ou na semana que vem, ou no mês que vem. Apesar que semana que vem já é mês que vem. Então, assim, vai chegar, galera. Pode ficar tranquilo que os recursos mais aguardados aí vai chegar na xCloud, tá? Esse ano ainda vai chegar esses recursos aí. Então, estamos aqui no evento com a expectativa. Mas se não chegar aqui, pode ter certeza que vai chegar em algum momento esse ano ainda, tá? Então, Eles também estão preparando lá pra tentar entregar um negócio bom. Eu acredito, tomara, né? Agora, saiu mais essa informação aí de jogos, então eu tava com teclado e mouse na frente, mas agora, com essa notícia aí que saiu, pode ser então que chegue primeiro a opção de comprar jogos. Cara, tô muito ansioso pra ele chegar, vai ser top demais. Vai ser muito top, vai ser sensacional. Deixa eu ler aqui uns comentários da galera rapidinho pra gente já voltar pro evento, que daqui 3 minutos vai voltar. Ó, bastante gente com a gente aqui, o nosso amigo... Nosso amigo Vitor Gabriel, vai ter algum jogo bom? Mano, já foi passado alguns jogos bacanas aí, que vai chegar no Game Pass, provavelmente na Xcloud também. Você voltar lá e você consegue ver. Depois eu vou dar uns destaques maiores dos jogos que vão chegar, fazer um vídeo. Ó, nosso amigo Angel Games, com esses intervalos vai ter mais 2 jogos, só intervalos longos. Reta final. Nosso amigo David Ferreira. Nosso amigo David Aquino. O plano família também é bem interessante, sim, mano. Vai vir pra bombar aí, porque você tem a opção de compartilhar a conta, você vai pagar mais barato, vai ter a opção ali de ter 5 contas, assim como Netflix, então vai ser bacana. Nosso amigo Vitor Gabriel, um jogo interessante chegando, mano, teve alguns aí, não aquele AAA mesmo, mas teve uns jogos interessantes chegando aí, que vai chegar na Xcloud, no Game Pass. Ó, o amigo Shinimports falou, no app do Windows tem uma nova atualização, só que não mudou nada. Mano, eu acabei de conferir no meu, não chegou ainda não. Pode ser que demore um pouquinho, mas eu vou ficar acompanhando aqui se chegar. E eu falo pra vocês e a gente dá uma conferida se mudou, mas segundo ele aí não mudou nada não. Vai ter o Ubisoft Plus no Game Pass? Mano, surgiu um rumor aí, tá? Que o Ubisoft Plus pode chegar no Game Pass. Aí, nesses rumores, disseram que pode chegar nessa Gamescom, então é uma das expectativas, tá? Não foi informação oficial, são rumores. Ó, o nosso amigo Alex Alves perguntando, cheguei agora, tem novidade na Xcloud? A novidade, por enquanto, só alguns jogos aí, alguns legais, alguns bem fracos, que vão chegar aí no Game Pass, provavelmente na Xcloud também. Mas de recurso a gente não teve nada de novo ainda não. Ó, bastante gente com a gente aqui. Matheus Class, bom dia, meu amigo. Bom dia, meu amigo. Seja bem-vindo. Bastante gente com a gente aqui. Galera, então eu fiquei um pouco otimista agora pra essa questão dos jogos aí, ó. O Xbox Brasil divulgou essa daí. Quem sabe chega a opção aí de comprar jogos. Eu tava acreditando que teclado e mouse ia chegar primeiro do que comprar jogos. Até porque foi anunciado muito primeiro. Lá atrás, lá quando chegou Flight Simulator na Xcloud, foi que eles começaram a falar em teclado e mouse. Agora, comprar jogos foi agora, 1 mês atrás, 2 meses atrás, que a Microsoft começou a falar nesse recurso. E será que ele vai chegar primeiro que teclado e mouse? Qual que é mais complexo de se mexer? Teclado e mouse ou esses jogos aí ter a opção de você comprar ele? Eles passam por uma otimização, então não é uma coisa muito simples também. Mas vamos aguardar, o evento vai voltar agora, tomara que venha algo interessante e não aqueles, como é que a galera tá chamando? Podcast. Aqueles podcast aí bem demorado, de 20, 30 minutos, que fica bem enjoativo mesmo. Mas vamos aguardar agora, galera, eu vou voltar aqui então. E daqui a pouquinho a gente volta para ler mais comentários, para comentar aí o que veio de bom, tá? Então, bora lá então conferir. Já já eu volto.
We leave so many things behind us. Objects, memories, mistakes. They sink in time, touch the bottom and go to sleep. Silence is full of ghosts. And here, voices can only come from the deep. Deep under the waves.
Welcome back, everyone, and wow, I feel like I need a minute to gather myself after the trailer. That is beautiful and emotional stuff, and I'm so excited to be sitting here with Ronan Quafec, who is one of the lead developers for Under the Waves, brought to us by the minds behind Echo and Dark Days. This is one I am super excited about. And before any questions, Ronan, let me just say a massive congratulations on the reveal. Must feel amazing for you and the team to finally have Under the Waves out there.
Hi Graham, thanks a lot for your feedbacks. We were really happy to announce yesterday the trailer of Under the Waves, as we work a lot on this trailer. So yeah, all the team is really happy today. And we have also a lot of really good feedbacks so far. So yeah, everyone is happy.
Good. It was a real standout moment, that trailer in Open Night Live, just really shone in that show. And after seeing the trailer, I've got a ton of questions I want to dive into. But let's start on the surface, okay? You know, give us the overall pitch for Under the Waves.
Yeah, sure. So firstly, Under the Waves is a single-player, narrative-driven and adventure game. It takes place mainly underwater in the North Bay area and in the late 70s settings. You play as Stan, a professional diver who works for an oil company. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Right. So I'm in, but let's dive a little deeper. My immediate reaction to the trailer there is that there's a real kind of emotional heart to the story here. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, sure. So Stan keeps some grief from the surface. So firstly, he decided to walk underwater to find some rest from the surface, to think about his own life. So as the game has a lot of mature topics, we really work on the atmospheric side of the game and the emotional side of the game. So yeah, the main idea was to create a very emotional game.
Yeah, you really get a sense of that kind of escape and that isolation for Stan when he's under the waves. It looks amazing, but I also saw some pretty surreal imagery in that trailer as well, like things you wouldn't necessarily expect to see under the waves. Tell us more about that and how it'll play into the story.
Yeah, sure. So Stan have a lot of grief from the surface and also a lot of memories to hide from the surface. And you know, as a diver, you sometimes have some disease like narcos. And one day on a routine mission, Stan will be confronted to the first strange event. So at this moment, it will be really the beginning of a journey of Stan underwater. And as Stan will move on those kind of memories coming back from his past, all the game will fall into some sci-fi things and yeah, a lot of eerie things also. Yeah.
It looks fascinating. Now, I've got to tell you, Ronan, this is really resonating with me because, you know, I grew up in Aberdeen, Scotland, right on the North Sea. That North Sea setting is really talking to me. My dad worked in oil, in drilling. What was it that drew you personally to that North Sea setting?
Yeah, it's funny because my father was a sailor, so I live mainly around the sea also. And yeah, for me it was a really great inspiration for me to talk about because yeah, I see a lot of things, for example, about pollution into the ocean. So we decided to set up the game in the North Sea because all the North Sea is quite polluted. You have a lot of oil company, you have a lot of pollution from the Second War. So we really would like to create strong messages about ecological things, etc. We decided to set up the game here and confront Stan to that kind of things. Yeah.
Awesome. And it's kind of a world we never see, right? Under the waves, literally. I guess it gives you so much freedom to create an environment for players to explore. So how much will players be able to kind of, in an open world style, explore?
Yeah. So firstly, the game is really story-driven, so you have a main story to follow, but we really designed the game with very large area to explore. So basically, you live in underwater, but you are able really to swim under the sea. You will be able to drive a little submarine and in a very large area, so you can really move at your convenience in the world. But yeah, you have a main story to follow. And in the ocean, you will be able to find wrecks, to find caves. We really wanted to let the player be free in the ocean, to really create some also empathy with the ocean and with the sea life. And for us, it's really important to create this connection, also to fit our ecological message. Yeah.
Love it. Something else I loved was this sort of 70s retro futuristic vibe you've got going on with the technology and the underwater technology. Why did you kind of choose that art style, and how are you bringing it to life?
So it's all also come from my childhood. So when I was child, I visit a lot of boats with my father, and all the boats were in this kind of setup. And also I was a big fan of Jacques Cousteau sea documentaries, and as also the stories about really nostalgia, memories, and some stuff like that, we decided to be really inspired by those kind of old sea documentaries. So we fit this kind of rendering. We add grain on the picture. We had vignetting. We had some strong contrast between yellow and blue. So we really would like to fit this kind of old memories, old vintage thing to be in a comfortable world. And for us, it's kind of Madeleine de Proust.
Yeah. Cool. The music in the trailer is incredible too, and such a great way of bringing the atmosphere of the game to life. Who's working on the music for you, and how are you using it to kind of raise those emotional states?
Yeah, so the music was composed by Nicolas Bredin, who is also a co-founder of the studio. So in general, in all of your game, we work closely with a composer, with a writer. So the idea was really to work on emotional music to follow the stand stories through the game. So we work with old synthetism. We work a lot on sound design too. And the idea was really to be minimalistic and emotional in the music, and with also vibes from 70s. So with all the old synths, etc. And our main reference were Sigur Rós or Radiohead, very nostalgic music too. Yeah.
Cool. I really get the sense that there's a lot of personal connection to this game with you. But tell me more about the rest of the team. How is the process of creating Under the Waves been for you?
Sure. We are quite an indie team. We are a dozen of people, very talented people for all the team. And we come from a AAA company. So with Nicolas Bredin, the composer, and Sébastien Renard, the writer, we have created Parallel Studio to really craft strong narrative game, because we have a lot of idea. We had a lot of memories from our own past. So we decided to really create a game with many things from us. It's a really personal project from all the team. And we really would like to add this kind of thing in the game.
Right. Now, you've also mentioned there's kind of an ecological message at the heart of Under the Waves as well, clearly in the setting with drilling and industry. So how are you bringing that to life, and how are you adding that into the world of the game?
Yeah, sure. So mainly the idea was to focus the story and about human impact on the ocean, not to be just ecological, but to create a strong poetic message about life, the cycle of life.
Right.
Because to move into the life, we have to be confronted to the cycle of life itself. And when we take some breath from the life, we see nature, we see the life around us. So the idea was to create a poetic message around the story about the sea life, about the poetic sea life around you. And that's why we really decided to work on ecological strong messages in the game. So for example, you will be able to find some strong facts about plastic in the world. And of course, Stan will react about we'll have a lot of questions about his own impact as a worker in our company. And to enhance these messages, we decided to find a foundation, an association, non-governmental association. So we work now with Surfrider Foundation to really bring their messages also in the game and to fit this message very closely. And so you will be able to find a lot of things about Surfrider in the game. Yeah.
Awesome. And the work that Surfrider Foundation is doing is so inspiring. And I know you've got a video to better introduce us to them. So let's take a look.
Clean water. Inspired communities. This is what we fight for. on the ground, in the classroom, at the heart of the political debate. Every day, we take action to battle plastic pollution, protect water quality, and reduce climate change. Powered by a dedicated grassroots community around Europe, we are driving change at every level to ensure that our ocean and beaches exist for future generations to enjoy. We protect what we love. Since 1990, we are Surfrider Europe.
Hello everyone, I'm Remy from Surfrider Foundation Europe. All of us at Surfrider are very excited to announce that we are collaborating with Parallel Studio and Quantic Dream to amplify our actions of protecting the ocean and its users by bringing our messages to their upcoming game, Under the Waves. As gamers ourselves, we really enjoy seeing how video games can carry meaningful messages. It's crucial for us to raise awareness of the richness of the ocean and its vulnerability. We are very pleased to do that in a whole new way, thanks to Parallel Studio and Quantic Dream. Under the Waves message is about the beauty of the ocean and the necessity to protect it. We strongly believe in it at Surfrider, and we look forward to telling you more about this collaboration soon. So stay tuned to surfrider.eu for more information on our mission, and underthewavegame.com for more information on the collaboration.
Incredible stuff there, and such an important organization to support. So Ronan, tell us how Surfrider is working really closely with you on the actual development of the game.
Yeah, sure. We done a lot of brainstorming, so we take a lot of facts from Surfrider, for example, quantity of plastic in the ocean, etc. So we decided to really add those messages and facts in the world, so the player will be able to scan the area and find some information. We'll be able to find a more complicated, more precise facts through your logbook. And we have also done a really strong work on the backstory of the game. So one of the main characters is directly linked to the Surfrider. And we really decided to work closely with them, not to just have an ecological message, but really to fit the narrative side, the poetic side, and the real experience side is about ecology and the beauty of the ocean. Yeah.
Right, and I think you've even got some Xbox achievements inspired by Surfrider,
sure.
right?
We have added a lot of achievements, for example, collecting a lot of plastic. So we think video games could be a really strong medium for that kind of messages, and for us it's really important to move with that idea. Yeah.
Totally agree, Ronan. Okay, when can we play Under the Waves?
Under the Waves is for next year in 2023.
Excellent. Ronan, thank you so much. Amazing game, looks incredible, and a really important message as well.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us here at Gamescom.
Thanks
Appreciate
a lot.
it. Cheers, Ronan. Okay, up next, we're hearing about a new era of Xbox gameplay without a console. Yep, you heard that right. Maxi is standing by with Harrison Hoffman from the Xbox Cloud Gaming team.
Throughout the show, we have been highlighting great games that you can get your hands on later this year into the next. But for this segment, we're going to change it up a little bit and welcome Harrison Hoffman, who will walk you through the future of Xbox gaming without having to have an Xbox console. Now, I know I just said what I just said, but could you explain to us what that really means?
Yeah, for sure. So what we're showing here today is the brand new Xbox app for Samsung Smart TVs. So this is an app that comes pre-installed on all 2022 Samsung Smart TVs, and all you have to do is launch the app, sign in with your Microsoft account, pair a Bluetooth controller. We actually support both Xbox as well as PlayStation DualSense and DualShock 4 controllers, and you can just jump right into the game to play.
Presta atenção agora, algo sobre as Smart TV aí, ó, Samsung. Então tem algo sobre xCloud.
Right here, we're on the home screen of the app. So the first thing that you'll notice when you come in here is we've filled the top of the screen with your recently played games. So we know from our experience with the console that the most common thing that people do when they come back to play is just jump right back into something that they were playing before. So we made that really, really easy. Now, if you want to find something new to play, you can just kind of scroll down from here. So you may have heard recently we made Fortnite free to play on Xbox Cloud Gaming. So again, all you need is that Microsoft account, and you can just jump right in and play Fortnite. But if you have an Xbox Game Pass Ultimate subscription, that's when you unlock, hundreds of, high quality games that you can just play right here inside the app. So you can see some of the game selections that we've curated for folks here. Some of our most popular games: Forza Horizon 5, Halo Infinite, Sea of Thieves, all the ones that you'd expect. And then obviously our recently added games. So we're constantly adding new games to Game Pass, and I just kind of come in here like a couple times a week and see what's new and just jump right into it. So 2 Point Campus, Turbo Golf Racing, Cooking Simulator, all ones that have come out really recently here.
Can we jump into a game right now?
Yeah, let's do it. So let's check out Grounded. So I'm super excited for the 1.0 release of Grounded that's coming up here, and I've been checking it out a bit lately. So let's just load up into the game here. So what's happening right now is we are connecting you to the best Xbox Cloud Gaming server for your session here. And when you're playing in Xbox Cloud Gaming, you are playing in the Xbox ecosystem. So that means that all of your cloud game saves from your PC or your console or your phone are all automatically saved to the cloud, so you can pick up right where you left off from anywhere here. So you can see we're getting into this game, and we'll just go ahead and get the game started. And what's happening right here is this game is running on our hardware in the cloud and being streamed down to the TV in real time at 1080p 60 frames per second.
Can I try it?
Yeah, for sure. So let's just load this game up here, and then we'll let you have a shot at it. So all right, so here we are at the beginning of Grounded, and you can see I'm running around, and one of the most important things when we were developing this app is making sure that the gameplay feel is right. Like the latency between when you do something on your controller and what happens on TV has to be super low, and you have to feel like you're really in control of the game. So you can even see as I'm coming around here, like how responsive this is. Like you can see I'm just jumping here, and it's just being instantly reflected on the screen. So let me actually let you take a shot at this.
Can I take the PlayStation controller?
Yeah, you can take the PlayStation controller. So let me swap controller for microphone here.
Oh, wow. This is the first time for me playing an Xbox game with a PlayStation controller. But I know what you mean. Like the input feels,
show de bola, testando o controle do PlayStation.
I feel no latency.
Na TV Samsung.
I mean, it depends on the internet that you have at home, but this is a big step for gaming without having to have additional hardware.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, here at Xbox, we have been making consoles for 20 plus years. And I actually personally worked on, Series X from early planning all the way through launch. So myself and the team have tremendous respect for the gaming experience that consoles bring to TVs. But we also know that not everybody is going to buy a dedicated gaming device like a console to play. So, all you have to do, if you have a TV that this app works on, you just have to launch the app and you can play.
So this is a multiplayer right now. How can I team up with my friends here?
Yeah, so obviously multiplayer a huge part of the Xbox experience. So that's why whenever you're in a game, you can hit the Xbox button here. I'll just grab my controller back.
I can take this for you. No, we're handling this fine. We're great. Okay.
Exactly. So you can come into the guide here to see all of your friends. You can see what they're doing. You can invite any of them into your game. If one of them invites you to a game, you can come in here to view your invitations as well. Just join right up. Also, achievements, a huge part of playing on Xbox. You've got to be able to unlock those achievements and get your gamer score. So you can do that here. All the achievements that you unlock on your TV are reflected across the Xbox ecosystem. So I can come in here and just really see what I need to work on.
Thank you, Cloud, I would say.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. All right, how about we check out a different game?
Which one are you trying?
Well, I've been really into this new game called Turbo Golf Racing lately, and this game is brand new on Game Pass. It's actually in game preview. So let's just hop right into this. And this is one of those games that, when I saw it come up on the recently added list, I don't have to download it. I don't have to update this game, so it was just super simple for me to just go and try it out. And it turns out that I really like it, and it's super fun. So
are you go for yourself then?
I used to be more of a golfer than I am now, but I do still enjoy it from time to time.
And this is different. Well, I can drive, but I don't golf, so I got 50% chance that I'm good in this game.
Okay. All right, let's just get right into a game here. So just pick a solo map here, and we'll see what we can do.
So how often would you switch a game in one session, for example?
I mean, it kind of really depends on the mood that I'm in. Like sometimes I want to go and just try out a bunch of different games. Sometimes, you know, I'm super invested in a game that I've been playing for hundreds of hours, and that's just kind of what I'm into. And that's just the sort of flexibility that you get with cloud gaming here, just being able to jump into any of these games without any hassle. And, you know, obviously over the years, people have gotten, oh, I bounced it off the tree there. Obviously over the years, people have gotten super used to, you know, streaming their movies and TV shows from apps on their TV like Netflix and Disney Plus. So like we really just want to make it as easy to stream an Xbox game to your TV as it is to stream like a show from Netflix. So
well, it looked like you're already pro here and you have been dedicated some sessions to it.
Yeah, struggling a little bit right now, but I swear I'm better when I'm not on camera. Okay, so I do have one more treat for you here. So follow me this way.
I will follow. We will go to the next station. I'm thankful we're having 2 stations right here. Okay, let's do it. What are we having here? Flight Simulator.
Okay, so what we have here, Microsoft Flight Simulator. So obviously this game
Galera,
has
muita
a
coisa
huge
sobre
history
xCloud
on the
aí, fica
PC.
atento,
You kind
hein?
of always need to have
xCloud
like, you know, a
purinho.
high-end gaming PC to really be able to enjoy this. Well, recently, you know, we brought this game over to Series X as well, and it's now playable on the cloud. So there's no big downloads here. I don't have to have expensive hardware. I can just come in here and fly and explore. So I'm just kind of coming into beautiful Naples, Italy right here. Do you want to give it a shot?
Yes, of course. I never say no to gaming.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So, folks at home, if you never tried Flight Sim, just really, I would recommend take a volocopter, take a Hello Pelican, and hover over the cities, because these details are so beautiful. And I have to say, Asobo did a really amazing job.
Yeah, I mean, this game is beautiful. It's just such a technical achievement, too. And, you know, all of these textures are just streaming down from the cloud in real time from our Azure data centers. And that's really what makes this whole game possible here.
And when is this coming out? This is out right now, right?
Yeah, it's actually already out. So if you have a 2022 Samsung Smart TV, this comes pre-installed. If you just go into the gaming hub on your TV, then you'll be good to go.
Thank you so much, Harrison, for walking us through this. And I have to say, we've really come a long way from blowing in cartridges, wiping off our CDs to get into gaming. But one thing never changed, and that's the importance of community. And I love to see how platform is evolving, lower down barriers, and brings everybody together. And there's one franchise that brings the community together like no other, and that is Minecraft. I'm handing it off to my co-host, Graham, who's going to talk about the upcoming Minecraft Legends.
Galera, voltando aqui então, aproveitar esse intervalo aí pra gente falar algumas coisinhas. Vocês viram então que já tivemos uma coisa aí, a primeira coisa assim, até agora no evento, que foi clara direto na xCloud, que foi essa apresentação aí da xCloud na TV, tá? Então até então a gente não teve uma apresentação dessa, desde o lançamento da Samsung, e agora a gente teve em um evento. Então isso é muito importante, tá? Muito importante mesmo. Você viu que ele tava jogando o controle do Xbox, controle do PS5. Bem interessante aquilo ali. E assim, tá disponível o app para TV Samsung, isso que ele tava mostrando ali, só para TV Samsung 2022. Eu já trouxe vídeo aqui no canal. Mas a promessa da Microsoft é que venha para outras TVs também no futuro aí, para as outras marcas de TV também, tá? Mas para você que tá querendo comprar uma TV, eu acho que vale a pena pensar numa Samsung 2022. Eu mesmo tô precisando de uma TV, se eu for comprar, eu compraria uma Samsung já para poder ter essa experiência. Galera, eu acho que eles vão falar sim de outras coisas, tá? Porém, eu acredito que vai ficar mais pro final. Essa questão, se tiver que falar, se o rumor for verdadeiro da questão do Ubisoft Plus, vai ser bacana. E com certeza eles vão deixar pro final, tá? Então vamos ver agora o que vem após agora. Parece que vai ser um podcast de novo. Vamos aguardar aí, eu tenho certeza que vai vir mais coisa sobre xCloud. Mas de qualquer forma já melhorou, já veio uma coisinha interessante aí, tá? Então vamos lá, já eu volto.
What is my favorite legend of the overworld? The one I like most tells of a peaceful land that did not know cruelty. Until it was attacked by invaders, spreading the scourge of greed and fire. It tells of a world on the brink of disaster, rising to answer the call of a hero. Tells of struggles and sacrifices. But most importantly, this legend reminds us that hope can win the day. And that when fiery foes seem never-ending, that is when the world needs legends the most.
Watch out everyone, the piglins are coming! And we're going to talk a lot about those wee guys. But before we do, I should introduce not piglins, but a couple of the team members responsible for the highly anticipated Minecraft Legends. Welcome to the game's executive producer, Dennis Reese. Welcome, Dennis.
Thank you.
And creative director, Magnus Niedfors.
Yes.
Welcome, Magnus.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us today. Hey, welcome back to Gamescom.
Yeah, it's great.
Feels good
so
to be
excited.
back, right?
I know. It's nice to be back here in Germany with sausages and video games. It's excellent.
All the good things at once.
Those are a few of my favorite things, sausages and video games. Right, so you announced Minecraft Legends at our Xbox Showcase back in June, right? So give us a reminder of what we should expect from Legends.
Well, Legends is an action strategy game based in the Minecraft universe that really encourages you to go out and explore the world and use all of these resources that you gather to help defend the overworld, which is being invaded by these horrible piglins. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think players are really going to enjoy getting out and playing the game.
Yeah, well, it's a new game that we're developing at Mojang. We're doing it together with Blackbird Interactive. It is a little bit of a different game because the easiest way to describe it is action and strategy. So it's a kind of a unique combination of gameplay.
Nice. So it's not the same Minecraft that we're used to, but clearly still set in the Minecraft universe, still got all the things we know and love about Minecraft. But it must be so exciting to take that universe in a different direction, right? So why did you choose to do that with Minecraft Legends?
Well, with Minecraft, we really like to, at Mojang, we really like to create games that we love to play. And we're really passionate about strategy games. And years ago, people are sitting around talking about how they could bring a strategy game into the Minecraft universe. And the more talk, and it turned into something that we really wanted to do. And it was it's passion really that drove us to this legend.
Great. And it's kind of within the Minecraft universe, you do kind of have this kind of blank slate, right, to create all these different experiences. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Must be fun to play with.
Yeah. No, that's one of the great things. Minecraft is such a treat. It's like it's for everybody in so many ways. We do have, the original game that we usually call vanilla. We have done Minecraft Legend. No, sorry, we're doing that now. We have done Minecraft Dungeons.
Yeah.
And now we want to bring yet another game to broaden the experiences that player can experience within the Minecraft universe.
So. Right. So once the idea or the sort of seed for Minecraft Legends developed, how did you build the team around it? Who did you bring together to work on the game?
Well, we knew that when we started to go out and build this, there were a couple of problems we had to solve. Number one, Mojang isn't a strategy game developer. It's not something we do. And number two, as Magnus mentioned, a real Minecraft or original Minecraft is called vanilla to us. And for us, vanilla is really important, and the studio focuses mostly on vanilla. So we had to go find a partner, one who knew how to build strategy games, and one who really had a passion for Minecraft. And so we started looking around, and we uncovered Blackbird Interactive.
Okay.
They were known for making the strategy game called Deserts of Karak. And they were a pretty newly formed company at the time, but their experience ran deep with strategy games. And the more we looked at them, the more we realized how passionate they were also about the Minecraft universe. We really thought they could be a great partner for us. And so that's when we started moving forward.
Right. And when we started to work with them, they also, you said they were already passionate, but they were also eager to learn what's the secret behind making a Minecraft game. So it's been super interesting to work on them, like their creative team, just, you know, tossing ideas around. And could it be this? No. Could it be this? Yeah, great idea. And we're kind of like just, you know, throwing ideas back and forth, what's good for Minecraft and what's not good for Minecraft.
Right.
Yeah.
It must be great to bring new people, new ideas into that kind of Minecraft melting pot. That must be a ton of fun, right?
Oh, so much fun. And actually, you know, the team started very small. Just a few of us kind of getting going. And then once we had a good idea as to how we wanted to progress, it slowly got larger and larger. And then, you know, new people with a lot of new experience came on board. And I remember Magnus, actually. Magnus came on, 2-3 years ago? And when he came on, his experience with open world games completely changed how we wanted to think about Legends. And we were able to take a lot of his experience and apply it to Legends to really create a better experience. And I mean, and that's the story across the board with lots of the folks from you know, the team as it grew. And I really enjoy it. It's been a great experience.
Nice. Wow, Magnus.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Yeah. Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to work with them, and you know, the whole team is fantastic to work with. And as Dennis said, I came aboard a couple of years ago, but I also saw the energy that already existed there. Like, everybody was so excited, and it was great to, you know, for me to learn a new environment and a new type of games. I come a little bit from a different background. Yes, I made open world games, so I can bring that experience, but Minecraft is so different. So it was a lot of super fun learning for me as well, coming to Mojang. You know, really of course I played it almost since day one, because, you know, back in the day Mojang was a studio across the street from me, so like I've known it for a long time, but just, you know, getting to know it for real, working with all the creative people, both at Mojang but as well at Blackbird, you know, just that's what I like to do as, you know, in my creative leadership. I kind of like to lead teams, you know, just get them together, but there's so much creativity going on, and, you know, get that snowball effect of just talking about ideas and so on. It's so fun.
That's awesome. He even listens to me, the executive producer, every once in a while.
Every now and then.
Every now and then.
What a team. That's amazing. Now, speaking of the team, though, one of the things that fascinates me about this is that Blackbird are in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Magnus, you're in Sweden.
Yes.
Dennis, you're in Redmond, near Seattle, right?
Yeah.
So you've got 3 completely different geographical locations. How do you pull all that together?
Well, it's, you know, a lot of work and dedication from the team in general. But that's the thing. We've managed to change our hours when we need to. And, you know, also BBI has been very accommodating when we all need to travel to a location and be on site, work together. We just make it work. But really it comes down to that passion. And working together, let's say, it's fun. We really enjoy each other's company. And, you know, what started as just sort of work relationships really has become more friendship. And so you're willing to endure some of that time zone change so that you can, you know, enjoy spending time. I stare at Magnus on his screen so much.
Yeah, you're crazy. You kind of like, I don't know when you go up. It's often before I normally go to bed, so I don't know. But
yeah, but you're up pretty late too, so it's like we just make it work.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, like making games is always a bit of a challenge. Like it's not easy to make these kind of games, but I think it's all that struggle that you, as Dennis said, you make friends in real life and so on, and just get along together and have a good time. You know, struggles makes people come together in a good way.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you talked about Minecraft Legends as an action strategy game, right? Why did you choose that genre? And, you know, tell us what that means from a gameplay sense.
Well, so what we wanted to make sure that when we choose any games within the Minecraft universe, that you know, they're unique and different. And really, you can look at Legends, for example. We We did that where we wanted to bring a dungeon crawler experience into the Minecraft universe. And so in doing so, we wanted to make it feel very Minecraft. And that's what we did with the strategy game here with Legends, is we really wanted to make sure that we are authentic to what Minecraft was as we bring it into, a strategy experience into the universe. And, I mean, that's a big piece.
What Danny said, like, in the beginning, it was an idea that, hey, we should have a strategy game within the Minecraft universe, and that would be cool. But another aspect of Minecraft is that we always have a hero character. So the hero character is there, and that's not common in strategy games. You usually control a strategy game by a mouse pointer or something like that.
Right.
So bringing that hero, like letting the player feel like they're part of the game world, is super important in all our games. So that kind of founded, hey, how can we combine these two types of game where you're one part hero-centric, but one part controlling armies and so on. That's really been really interesting. And when we kind of started to realize that, it's, hey, this is quite new. And as a game maker, when you find something you feel, this isn't, like there's not 10 games like that out there, then you feel like you're something on to something special. So actually it was, the thing that brought me really into this project was kind of my first day. 2 of the team members just sat down directly, described the game to me, and I kind of like almost in that day felt like, wow, we have something great here, because I haven't heard anything like this before. And then we just kept rolling with that action strategy idea.
Okay. So. This might sound like a silly question, but right, action strategy. Where do you find the balance, right? Because action is quite immediate, it's quite visceral. Strategy is a little bit more step back, assess the situation. So where's the balance in Legends?
It's hard to balance games always, but I would say it's hard to draw a pie chart of you spend 73% in strategy mode and this percentage in another mode and so on. But it's like, I'm surprised how well it actually fits together now, like because they go into each other and they complement each other in a really good way. One thing that we wanted to do from the beginning is to make a strategy game that works well on console.
Right.
That's hard with the traditional, it's actually strange to think about it, but the pace of a strategy game is often higher than an action game, because you're so quick of scrolling around, maneuvering around with your cursor and so on, click, 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 and you do very, very many actions in a very, very short time in a strategy game normally. So having a hero at the center that can't be there, actually, surprisingly enough, brings down the tempo of a strategy game, which is very well suited to make it play well on consoles by a controller. So like just adding those two types, it was kind of a surprise. I wish I could be smart and sit there and say, yeah, we thought about that from the beginning. But sometimes you need to be honest and say, it's just something that we discovered as we prototyped and developed the game.
A wonderful discovery. Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things I find really interesting about this is, you made the point, you're not controlling a cursor, you're actually controlling a character. You have to deliberately traverse the environment and, physically move within the game, right? So how do you handle that within the game design, like actually getting around the world?
Well, it was actually really great because it's easy to navigate as you go about and run through the world. You are on a horse within Minecraft. That's possible in vanilla, but here you're always on your horse.
Right.
So you're able to navigate all types of terrain quickly, get to where you need to, execute your commands. And then also there's other areas in the game that as you're running through the world, you'll uncover new elements. Like, for example, we have Speed Wheat, which gives you an instant speed rush, or actually mushrooms within the world, which allows you to jump extra high. And then you can use those abilities to access other areas of the world in quick or strategic ways.
Oh, and given that you've gone in a slightly different direction here, a different genre, what inspirations did you pull from within, other things you've done within Minecraft as well, but then maybe some external influence as well, other games?
Yeah, well, for me, I really look not to external games to make this reference, but more internal. Minecraft Dungeons taught so much to the art organization onto how to bring a new game that is not your traditional Minecraft experience, a dungeon crawler, to the players. And like I personally think we learned so much just from that game alone that we're applying to Legends to make sure that we can bring another game in the right way. I would definitely say that's a great reference.
Yeah. Well, inspiration on the creative side, obviously, as you mentioned, Minecraft in general, like all our games, we want to stay true to, you know, creative people are so fluffy and it's hard to tell, but that Minecraft feel, it's like hard to describe in another way. Otherwise,
but you know it immediately.
Exactly, we know it immediately. But other than that, I don't want to point out the special game because, as we have been talking, it's kind of a unique combination. It's not like any other game out there. It's rare. But of course, there was a few games like this in the 90s, in the early 2000s. Not very many, but technology now makes it possible to push that even further. We can have more troops and so on. So I can't say there's a one game or several games, but you know, just play a lot of games and enjoy them, and you will draw inspiration from so many things. One thing as a creative, I think it's unusual to hear that people, but I like to think about you should draw inspiration from things that you don't think is that good either. Mm-hmm. So when you play games that you feel like, I'm missing something here, what can I do to make this a better game as well? So it's kind of strange to be inspired by bad things, but that's actually true for myself.
Yeah, that's a super constructive way to be inspired, right? Yeah. It's building on something. That's awesome. So when you think about the player you're aiming for, is it more of the sort of classic Minecraft player, or is it more of a classic strategy fan?
Yes, it's all of the above. Yeah, you know, that's one thing, is that we really wanted to create an experience that if you're not a strategy game player, that you can enjoy.
Right.
And if you are a strategy game player, then you know we'll give you a great experience that you can enjoy as well. And I think that we're really nailing it. Like it's coming along. I was not a traditional hardcore strategy game player, but I found myself really, really enjoying what we're creating to the point where I've started experimenting. So I'm playing some other games now, and it's kind of broadened my exposure to the genre. And so I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of other players, you know, similar to me.
Right.
Yeah.
It has been important to obviously to get as a broad target audience as possible. But I think again with Minecraft, it's possible because we are already reaching out reaching so many players and so on. So obviously, all the players who knows Minecraft now get a new way of enjoying Minecraft. But at the same time, it's super important to remember that even though a lot of players play Minecraft or have played it in the past and so on, this game is also totally possible. You don't need to have played Minecraft. You don't need to know what Minecraft is to enjoy this game. You can come in, and this game will help you to understand what the Minecraft universe is and bring you into the wonderful, you know, thing we have going on there.
Excellent. I want to talk more about the hero. We touched on the hero earlier.
Yeah.
I just find it really fascinating. Like, how did you center the experience and this idea of action strategy around that hero character?
You know, the hero coming into the world and that element of exploring, I mean, it's very Minecrafty, right? So applying it here was just something that we wanted to make sure we did. And I don't know, Magnus, you could probably touch on a little better than I could.
As you say, the hero is important, but it's kind of like because it's important in all our games. Like, that's the center. We want that to be a extension of a player almost.
Right.
So the kind of like there is a story told about a hero coming into this legend and so on, but the game structure is relatively open, so you can play it however you want, in the order you want to, and so on. And we'll push on the story depending on what actions you take with your hero. So you move through the story in the campaign. But at the same time, as we want that to be the core of the game, it's not in gameplay everything. It's so much more about that you are a character coming to this world and, you know, uniting everybody who is here against the threat that the piglins are. So you need to come here to make a lot of friends, and they will, together with you, help you to defeat the piglins. So it's not about getting stronger or you're not getting a new arm or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's more or less make friends, you know, play around with them, have a good time, and defeat the piglins together.
It's a great message, though, isn't it? It's like it's almost like you're building connections, you're building alliances, you're uniting people against a common enemy.
I didn't think about this, but I said before, like, it's kind of like game dev. I said, like, struggles makes you come together and you're able to overcome obstacles. And that's kind of what you do in the game as well as the hero. There is a struggle, the piglins are attacking, we need to defend, so everybody comes together, and then we defeat the piglins.
So, I love that. And it's with your team as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you're bringing this team together from lots of different places. It's very, very, very cool. All right. It's time to talk piglins.
Ah, yes.
We want to talk piglins. I mean, what's their deal? And why did you choose them as the bad guys?
What's up with them?
What's up with the piglins? You know, piglins exist in vanilla. And they were great for us to bring them out into Legends and expand on them. And so, you know, there's sort of different versions of what piglins exist in Legends compared to what they are in vanilla. But they're, you know, these horrible, mean, kind of ugly, cute characters that look like they really stink. But it's just, they sort of invade, and they're just causing nothing but problems. And, you know, here they are in the overworld, destroying it. And that's where you, the hero, comes to play to try to, you know, unite that overworld and take them back. And yeah, that's definitely a big piece.
Yeah, they, as you said, they are ugly cute, right?
Yeah.
So they're so charming, and we felt that from the beginning, like, of all the mobs that we have. We like all our mobs in the Minecraft universe, but the pigling had such a potential to be kind of like the bad guys in a game, where it was easy to see, wow, we can make this version of a piglin, we could that more like. So we have expanded the range of piglins in many different ways. As you saw the trailer when we started up, many new types of piglins within the game and so on. So it's pretty cool.
So tell me about some of those different types of piglins. I want to know what we're coming up against.
Well, there's one of them we just debuted here in the trailer that you just saw. It's called the Pigmadillo. And it's the one that comes out of the portal and then kind of hunches up into like a cube and rolls at you. Very difficult to defeat, and one of the more fun ones. Another one is the Bruiser. It's another one you've seen in the trailer. It comes out and has like two kind of razor blades on its arms and does, you know, some really wicked moves as it comes and attacks you. But yeah, that's a very fun one too. There's lots of different types of piglins.
Yeah, we have expanded in so many ways. So that's a couple of like detailed units. Another thing that we have done is to kind of like build up almost like a society. Like we have different hordes, as we say. Here at Gamescom, so we have been presenting a Horde of the Bastion. And so the different hordes differentiate both in look, but primarily in the game how they play, how you play against them and so on. So you need to think about how you engage in combat with the different hordes in different ways. So they look and feel different, and it's just fun to engage with them.
Right. So what kind of units do you, as the hero player, then bring to bear against the piglins?
Well, I mean, for example, you know, Magnus referenced how the Horde of the Bastion has a lot of structures. So one of the units you're going to want to use on your side is one called the Cobblestone Golem. That's very good against structures. So you can take the Cobblestone Golems and attack and get a lot more results, a lot better results. Another one is the Plank Golem. You saw a horrible demise of a Plank Golem in the trailer, actually. But that's one of the ranged units. And that's very, very good as you attack to use those in tandem. I don't know, any others you can think of?
Well, I'm thinking more about the way that you need to engage with them, because as I said, the hordes are playing differently. The Horde of the Bastion, for example, it's almost hear it at the name, right? They like to build forts, they entrench themselves and so on. So you need to like grind your way into their bases and to defeat the portals at the center of it. While others are more open and so on. So how you think about your unit composition, which friends you bring with you in each fight and so on. And also the way you lead them. Like you can lead your friends into battle in so many different ways.
Yeah. I love exploring the bases. Yeah. Like get to the high ground, look at the base, and evaluate what is the best way I want to attack this base. Yeah. And then use the tools, your units, as you see fit to go and do the best results possible.
Yeah, it's good version. So a lot of gameplay variation, a lot of different units. We will show more as we go along up until the launch of the game. So
it's great. You know, as you're talking through there, it feels like, yes, you're taking the genre in a new direction, but it's also giving you a new direction to talk about the lore of Minecraft world and the mobs that we already know and maybe love, and finding out more about them. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's like part of that Minecraft feel I'm talking about. You could call that for lore, but we want to have a little bit of a mystery going on around what's going on in Minecraft and so on. And that's how we work with it. So we are kind of like doing things in the different games where you can find hints of what's going on in another game. And especially our community, they are so good at kind of like trying to figure out what we want them to figure out and so on. Like, so we bring some secret messages and they try to decipher them all the time. And it's like,
I want to be clear, when we announced the game, I mentioned that Jens had a shirt on, which was a hint as to what Badger became today. None of us are wearing any sort of hints about future games, so just letting you know.
I've been very closely examining Magnus' t-shirt here, trying to figure out. Take a freeze frame of that, everyone.
Yeah.
or don't. Yeah. All right, amazing. Magnus, Dennis, thank you so much for your time. It's been great just to talk about Minecraft Legends. When can we see more? When can we hear more?
Well, you can learn more by following us all our social channels, Twitter, so on. You can also at Minecraft.net follow up on a newsletter, so you will get that. Wow, that's loud.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Something
exciting
happened. Yeah.
Minecraft Live.
All right, Minecraft Live.
Yeah, later this year we will have Minecraft Live.
Great, can't wait.
We'll come there and tell quite a bit more about the game. So.
Okay, more secrets to reveal.
More secrets to reveal.
Fantastic. Hey, brilliant seeing you both. Welcome back to Gamescom.
Thanks.
It's been an absolute pleasure. It's a good one, gents.
It's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, before we close out the show with learning everything you want to know about Age of Empires, Maxi and I had a bit of fun walking around the booth earlier today. So let's take a look.
It's so exciting to have a physical booth back. Graham, how do you feel?
I love it. It's so good to be back. Well, 3 years away, but it's amazing. We're here. We're back at Gamescom. And the best thing is, the community's all getting back together again. We're playing some games. It's great.
And we want to show you that booth. So let's start here. What do we have right here?
Well, yeah, I mean, lots have changed in the last 3 years, but Sea of Thieves is still here. Season 7 just released. So much good new stuff in there. And, of course, you can play it on the show floor here at our booth. But there's more as well, right?
There is more, and we're going to check it out right now.
Let's take a look. You can't be a proper pirate without some pirate ink. So welcome to the Sea of Thieves Tattoo Studio here. Oliver, how you doing, mate? Tell us what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty fine. Basically, we're doing airbrush tattoos, so you can choose any of the game designs, achievements, thingies, and have them spray painted onto your arms, heads, legs, wherever, shirts.
Keep up the good work. And Maxi, I think you got one done earlier, right?
Finally, I can brag off. It's amazing. It has glitter on it. I really recommend glitter. I don't think it's going to get any better than this, but let's check out the other stuff.
Yeah, let's do it, Maxi.
This is really amazing. If you want to have a memory to take to your home, you can do photos, photo opportunities. You can do a short video, and this one is a Sea of Thieves version.
Absolutely. So we better give it a go, right?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
So this is a trigger warning. If you have arachnophobia, close your eyes right now.
Absolutely. There's no danger dumplings here, folks. Say hello to the grounded brood mother. These guys don't look too scared, do they?
Oh, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. So Grounded 1.0 is going to come out in full campaign mode with the first boss encounter, the brood mother, on the 27th of September.
On Xbox Game Pass, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh my God, it just touched me.
Graham!
Come on, let's get out of here.
Let's go.
I don't like it. Now, one of the most exciting games on the booth, especially for the German crowd, is Pentiment, right, Maxi?
Yeah, especially for me because the region is set in Bavaria, and Bavaria is my home state. I live in Munich, and it's Obsidian medieval narrative game, and you play Andreas Mahler over a 25-year lifespan and just solve mysteries.
Great. But listen, there's even more to play. Let's take a look. You see? Told you there was more to play.
It is. I see you suck at parking, like the Frontier, Planet of Lana, Incolinati. Amazing.
It's great, isn't it? And in the 18-plus area over the back, we've got a Plague Tale Requiem,
We've got Benedict Fox, and then of course the game that everyone's talking about, Lies of P, and that's coming day 1 to Game Pass, right?
But that's not it. We even got more to play, so if you're here, super excited, and let's go on with the stream.
It's great to be back, everyone. We'll see you soon.
Galera, é isso então, mais um intervalo aí, eu acho que provavelmente talvez seja o último, não sei. O evento tá previsto para acabar 3 horas, né? Mas eu acho que deve ter mais ainda, falta mais ou menos 1 hora de evento, 1 hora e 4 minutos, para ser mais exato. E essa etapa agora não tivemos nada de xCloud não. Vamos ver o que vai aparecer aí, galera. Cara, tem mais 2, segundo a programação. Tem uma... Não dá pra saber se isso aqui é um jogo ou o que é isso. É o Planet of Land. Eu acho que deve ser um jogo. E aí depois, o último aqui na programação, não sei se vai ter algo que não esteja aqui, é o Age of Empires 4. Que é aqui no Age of Empires 4. É que pode chegar, que pode talvez ter a questão de teclado e mouse lá na xCloud, tá? Então, a expectativa tá aqui. Tá? E é claro que depois também, se tiver que vir, se o rumor for realmente verdadeiro, a gente terá aí a questão do anúncio da Ubisoft Plus, tá? Vamos aguardar, galera, não vamos perder a esperança não. Tivemos até agora alguns jogos que vão entrar no Game Pass Day 1, que provavelmente, garantidamente, vai estar na xCloud. E tivemos também a questão das Smart TV lá, a Samsung, eles mostrou dessa vez oficialmente aí pra galera do mundo inteiro aí, né, a questão muita gente talvez nem sabia que tinha como jogar nas TV Samsung de forma oficial, então automaticamente agora é possível. Então, vamos aguardar aí mais 2 minutos e pouco de intervalo. Já eles vão voltar aí. E vamos ver o que eles vão falar agora já. Vamos falar desse Planet of Land. Ou se vai pra Age of Empires 4 já. Vamos ver. Galera, vamos ver o que vai ter então. A expectativa ainda continua. Tem rumores da chegada de Ubisoft Plus. Tem a questão do teclado e mouse. E tem a matéria que eu li pra vocês aqui. Eu acho que, deixa eu ver, 49 segundos. Vou tentar dar um resumão aqui do que eu li pra vocês aqui, que saiu hoje da xCloud aí. A respeito ao Xbox Brasil, tá? Xbox Brasil sugere a chegada de um recurso muito aguardado pela galera aí da xCloud, que é a questão de você poder comprar jogos. Vou ler aqui rapidinho o que o Xbox disse, ó. Já li no outro intervalo, vou ler de novo aqui, ó. No Xbox, estamos sempre buscando formas de investir no mercado brasileiro por meio de nossos consoles, jogos, serviços e experiências únicas. Nosso compromisso é oferecer opções aos jogadores, que seja no Xbox Series X, Series S, PC ou outros diversos dispositivos por meio do serviço de Xbox Cloud in-game, disse aí provavelmente o chefe da divisão aqui no Brasil, tá? Vamos pro evento e já a gente comenta mais sobre isso.
There's more than one way.
Galera, Age of Empires 4.
Every empire must find their own path to victory. Whether you strike from afar or ambush up close, the Malians will use wit and strategy to outmaneuver their opponents and gain the advantage on the battlefield. With powerful siege tools and the ability to rally large formations, the Ottomans can keep the pressure on to bring down their enemies' defenses. When the drums of war beat, how will you emerge victorious? History is in the making, and your place in it has just begun.
I swear I could watch that trailer 3 more times at least, but alas, we are coming to the end of the show today, so we wanted to make sure we go out with a proper bang, or in our next guest case, an ancient battle. And what better way to do that than to talk Ancient Conquest with Bert Beekman, studio head from Forgotten Empires. Hello and welcome, Bert.
Hey Charlie, good to be back at Gamescom after all these years with Age of Empires.
Absolutely, yeah. And I tell you what, before we dive into anything, I do want to ask you how good it feels to be back with the German fans, because I know how much Age really resonates with them.
It is amazing. Yeah. Like, there's such a massive fan base here in Germany. Like, just walking around all the halls with your Age of Empires shirt, people are just stopping you like, wait, Age, where can I play Age? Where can I find Age? And they have stories to tell as well. Like, hey, I played this for years. I played it as a kid. I'm still playing it. It's amazing.
It's such an amazing franchise. And I have got to say, we did do Xbox Fan Fest last night, and I was over in the corner playing it for 90 minutes instead of talking to anyone. And I don't regret a second. It feels at home when I'm playing Age, you know? It's just so lovely and warm.
A perfect good use of your time, yes.
Yeah, that's what I think. Right, exactly. Okay, let's dive into it and start talking about it from there. So in the trailer we just saw, we saw that there are 2 new civilizations on the way joining Age of Empires 4, and they are the Ottomans and the Malians. So we're going to talk about both of them, but I want to kick things off with the Ottomans. So what have you got to tell us about them?
Loads. So let's start with the history, because in the end, everything in Age of Empires is grounded in history, right?
Absolutely, yep.
So we're looking at the Ottoman Empire, what was all happening in Anatolia in the Middle Ages.
Yep.
If you think about that, it was an empire that lasted a very long time. It was very based on military, very militaristic, very organized, with a lot of military science going on, very regimented army that really controlled a massive area in the Middle East for a very, very long time.
Okay.
And then the question was, how do we turn that into a game?
Yep.
How do we turn that into Age of Empires? And it was really like, okay, we have all this military piece.
Yeah.
That sounds like something we can translate. And I actually want to dive straight into the gameplay.
Okay.
So, for example, the Ottomans, they have the military school.
Okay, yep.
It's a brand new building. They can build it in the Dark Age.
Straight from the beginning?
Straight from the beginning.
Okay, I don't know what this building does yet, but that sounds like a game changer that it's immediate. Okay.
It's actually a game changer. Absolutely, absolutely. So you build a military school, and it automatically trains a unit that you select. Like you have all toggles for all the units in the Ottoman roster.
Wow.
And you can select which one you want to create for free.
I feel like there's a but coming, though, right?
There is a but coming. There is a but coming.
Yes.
The training goes very, very slowly.
Okay, but I suppose the sacrifice of a slow training is free armies.
You still get a free army.
And especially for those folks who want to go for combat victories, if you're not draining your resources, you can just build this massive empire of minis to go beat everyone up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's and that's also kind of how the Ottomans play out.
Okay.
Like, you jump into the game as the Ottomans, and it's really all about the military and the military conquest and winning through very military means. That's how you win as the Ottomans.
Yes.
What's also nice about the Ottomans is, like, the first time I played it, like a pretty advanced version already, it's like you feel straight at home. Like you have played other Age of Empires 4 civilizations, and they're all quite different from each other.
Yeah.
But you get the hang of it quite quickly.
Yeah.
So it really resembles the rest. You feel at home, and
so there's not a steep learning curve on it.
not too much, no.
Oh,
not too
okay.
much. So
can you tell us any more about any of the military units or any of the buildings that come with the Ottomans?
So we had the military school, right? And
Yes,
they can train all the units, and they have quite a few unique units as well. First, they have the Janissary. A bit of a fan favorite. Like the Janissary was in Age of Empires 2, was in Age of Empires 3. It was always like the way that the Ottomans got their gunpowder earlier than any other civilization in the game.
Tactical advantage, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
And it's the same here in Age of Empires 4, so we're continuing this tradition.
Yep.
They can build a Janissary. It's a hand cannoneer that they create in the Castle Age, so before anyone else. So yeah, you can rush to your guns.
Yeah, they really do. They definitely have that combat edge, right?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, they do.
Amazing, amazing. So what I want to know, though, is if I was to go over that booth over there, or when I play it when it comes out, what's the strategy behind them? Is it literally just to build an empire constantly, or is there a pace to it? Like, how would you recommend fans approach it?
There's one completely novel thing that the Ottomans have, and it's the Imperial Council.
Oh, okay.
And that will play a big part into your strategies and how you kind of play the Ottoman civilization. The Imperial Council is kind of, as you build your empire, no matter how, like researching technologies, going to the next age, training units, you kind of gain experience, I say experience points, you get viziers that look at your empire and say like, this has my approval. I shall grant my services to you.
Yeah.
And those viziers can then say, okay, I'm going to give you tactical advantages. Like, hey, I'm going to make sure that you can conscript some Janissaries from the town centers, and you can use those to your advantage in your next attack.
Oh, okay.
So it's really like you have to pick, like, do I go for something more military, go something more economical, something more building up?
Yeah.
A lot of options there.
And I know you guys like to do something a bit zany, so is there anything a bit different about the Ottomans? Any other characters we want to talk about?
There is definitely one unit that is a bit different from everything else.
I hope you're going to say what I think you are.
We have the Mechter coming up, and apologies for my Turkish accent there, but it is it's a cavalry unit.
Yeah.
But he doesn't fight, but he makes sure that people around him fight. So it's a drummer cavalry, and depending on the beats he's drumming, he kind of has an aura around him to improve nearby units.
Okay, so if he's doing like metal music or drum and bass, everyone's getting a different vibe and going for it,
Yes, exactly. Like, I don't know, with rock music you go faster, with metal music you get a bit angry, I'm not sure.
I think so, it'd be like an attack buff, wouldn't it? If you put like some Slipknot drums on or something like that.
There we go. Very angry Janissaries next to you, but yes.
Very, very good. Okay, wonderful. So we're going to jump from them now to the Malians. Do they have any little drummer boys? But if not, what do they have going for them?
They have a lot going for them.
Okay.
I kind of want to start in the history again. So
100%. We said this is a game about history. Let's always start there.
It is in history, yes. So when we look at the Malians, the Malian Empire actually was a massive empire in Western Africa. The most famous Malian ever was Mansa Musa. And the reason he was so famous is because he was the richest man to ever have lived in the history of humanity.
Oh wow, what, up until like even now or just?
Up till now.
Oh,
up till now.
Can I just say, this is literally better than going to school. I learned so much about history playing this game, it's absurd.
There are stories about him that he went to, he liked to travel. Like he liked to trade with his trade caravan through the deserts and visit towns. And he was known for going to those towns, spending so much gold, because he had so much gold, that he completely crashed the economy of any village that he passed. So that's Mansa Musa. Anyways, it's a nice background to have, because we're talking about all this gold, and the Malians are all about gold. When you build up your empire as the Malians, you have this special building called the Golden Pit, and you can build it on a gold mine. And it then automatically extracts gold from the gold mine.
Automatically?
Yes. You don't need villagers. And it also doesn't subtract gold from the gold mine. So technically, it's infinite gold.
An infinite gold hack?
It is. Yes.
But it's not a hack, it's actually you've just put it in the game.
It's not a bug, it's a feature. So, famous words, yes.
That's huge though, especially for some of the late game builds where gold comes into play really heavily, or if you're in a map that's absolutely infested with enemies and you can't get to the next gold mine, that's humongous, wow.
There is a catch, however, there's always a catch. There's always a catch. Yeah, I'm so sorry. You can build those golden pits, like the pit mines, all over the map, but you need to be able to protect them.
Well, of course.
And that's quite difficult.
I feel like if I was an Ottoman up against a Malian, I would go for that first.
You would, but then the Ottoman is trying to rush you, and then what? So it's like this. You get the golden the pit mine, all the way out in the map. How are you going to protect it? It's very, very hard.
And this is where the strategy of the game.
And this is where, exactly. That's
this
where
is
you start
the to and fro, exactly. So, can you tell me any more about any buildings or any new units we're going to see with the Malians?
The units, we don't have time to go through all of them, unfortunately. Every single unit for the Malians is different. They don't have a standard roster. I say that. They have a standard archer. That's it.
we'll give them an archer,
Everything else is different. For example, they have a spearman. That is actually Donzo is their name. It's a unique spearman. It's different because he has 2 spears. Now,
I like them already.
You like them already, but there's more to it. It's not just like he's fighting with 2 spears, but he takes his first spear, throws it.
Yeah.
So the first ranged attack, and then he can fight the rest of the battle.
And there's no animation for him to go pick it up or anything.
Unfortunately not. It will be brilliant. I'd love to see that, but...
or if he missed and he had to go, oh God, no, let me go get it again.
Or if he misses it, like, oh, come on.
That's brilliant. Okay, I like the sound of that. Do we have time to talk about buildings, though? You've got to give me something on buildings, at least.
I want to give one more unit and one more building, because they're actually very interesting. We have the Musofadi. Musofadi is it's kind of a hunter unit.
Okay.
And her special ability is that she can go into stealth mode.
Oh, interesting. All right.
So it's kind of this man-at-arm unit that can go into stealth mode, sneak around the map, everywhere, and then just like surprise attack.
Are we talking like Fog of War stealth, or when they're in forest units it's stealth, or?
So yeah, Age of Empires 4 indeed has a stealth forest, but this unit, she can go into stealth anywhere on the map.
Anywhere, okay.
As soon as she attacks, of course, she reveals herself. So it's not like ghosts poking you or anything.
You're not fighting ghosts.
No. Then they reveal themselves.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of the story behind the hunter woman. Actually, Musofadi is Malian for power woman. So we have a very cool tidbit.
Them
yeah, there we go.
Yes, okay. And you say that they're aligned with a building in game as well.
Yes, indeed. So they're hunters. That's kind of their background. And you can also, one of the landmarks that you can build is the Hunter Fortress. And every infantry unit that is kind of around this fortress also goes into stealth mode. So
I don't even know what to say about that. Is that something that you found in your historical textbooks? Is that people would disappear around it? What was the logic behind adding that?
The story is kind of like they were hunters. If you want to hunt and you want to hunt your prey, of course you need to be sneaky. You need to be stealthy.
A little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the story behind that. It's very interesting to play with.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. I'm thinking about, this is me imagining me playing the game now. If you were to go and attack that base, you'd see this stealth fortress and you would have no idea what was waiting for you.
Absolutely
no idea. You have to test the limits of how many people you could hide in that radius to go, there, get them.
Yep.
Amazing. So we spoke a little bit, well actually I'd say we spoke quite a lot about the Malians and Ottomans. Sounds like there's more to come. But they're new to Age of Empires. But the list is pretty long of how many civilizations there are now, right?
Yes, we're now with 10 civilizations.
Yep.
So we had 8 civilizations that launched last year. We had the English, the French, the Mongols, Chinese, many more in Europe and Asia. And now we're expanding to Africa with the Malians and the Middle East with the Ottomans.
You're probably going to say these two are the new ones, but I'm curious, do you have any personal favorites or any civilizations you think you played the most?
I mean, I really, really loved playtesting the Malians.
Okay.
And because there's one more that I really, really loved about playing them. I built this whole empire, right? With all my trade routes, my gold mines, my little mining towns.
Yeah.
And at the end of the game, okay, I won against AI. I'm not bragging. But
a win is a win, my friend.
A win is a win. I looked at my empire at the end of the game and I was like, this looks good. This actually looks like a big Malian empire. And it felt so good that you've built something.
Yeah.
You destroyed something, of course.
Yeah.
But like the victory felt even better.
Yeah,
to
I
just
think
see it.
aesthetic goes a very long way.
It goes
I
so
would love
far.
for you to start grading us on the aesthetic. 'Cause I'm very purposeful when I build about where I put everything. So I'm like, oh, a normal village would have a house here. I've got to do my little housing area and a little suburb and whatnot. So
exactly.
I'm totally with you on that one. But I totally agree. The way that you could just build and create very realistic, authentic villages is incredible. I do want to touch a little bit, though, on the fact that it has been 10 months since Age of Empires 4 came out. How much has the game evolved since then?
Relic and all their dev partners have been incredibly busy. So there have been many updates, many patches in many various ways. Like we've had new features coming in, like we've had color pickers for people, we had more remappable hotkeys, we've had loads of balance changes, we had new maps, new zoom levels, yeah, loads.
The list just goes on and on and on. And I'm going to take us back in time now, if there's anyone out here who didn't know. The Age of Empires was first released in 1997.
Yes.
And I'm curious how the developers keep building on a franchise to keep it new and fresh when the focus is on history. It's just so incredible.
I mean, there's just so much world history and anything goes in Age of Empires. Like if it happens, we can probably put it in the game in some way.
Yeah.
And if we're just looking at the last 12 months, like we've had the release of Age of Empires 4.
Yeah.
We've had 2 expansions, 2 DLCs for Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, and 2 DLCs for Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition.
Wow.
So it's...
And the fact you've got Definitive Editions as well. Just, people want so much Age.
People want so much Age.
Give me Age.
There's more and more Age to come. So that's we've got that squared away. And it's also thinking about, like, the franchise has been going around since 1997.
Yeah, 25-year anniversary, right?
Exactly. But
yeah.
The fact that, this is, if anything, the best time to join Age of Empires, because there's just so much going on. Yeah. So even if you're like, hey, 25 years, I've never tried it, try it now.
And I will say it's a very wholesome game with a community that's deeply devoted and beloved the game so much. And I wanted to ask what it's like to work on a franchise that is not only positive. We've seen so many games just on the show today that everyone loves and is really positive, but you're with someone that's been positive for 25 years and people love it. What's that like?
I mean, it's amazing. Like, just looking at my own personal history, I've been working on the game for 10 years now. I started to play the game when I was 10 years old. If you told 10-year-old me that I would be sitting here today, I wouldn't have believed it. I'm
going to stop you there and say, if you told 10-year-old me I'd be sat here talking to you about it, I'd weep and I wouldn't believe it, but I'd probably ignore you and keep playing games. So.
and that's the beauty about it. Like, the community is so large, so vibrant, so active.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
It really is.
Yeah,
it's such a treat. So what we're going to do is going to talk a little bit now about looking ahead, new stuff like that, and how these civilizations are introduced. So you're dealing with ancient armies and deciding which ones to add to the game. And so I'd love to know a little bit more about what the process is on deciding which ones you're going to go for and how to keep it historically correct and authentic, because I know that's something you guys really, really care about.
Yeah. So let's take the Malians as an example. So first thing you do is you go to the library and you go to the section of Western African history. You take anything you can.
And you all become bookworms.
Basically. You start reading, you start picking apart like the facts, the military battles, interesting things that happened, interesting buildings, interesting military tactics that they employed. And you just put everything together. And from that you start to distill gameplay and think like, oh, hey, we talked about the hunter woman.
Yeah.
We can do something with that. We can do something with that. And like that you kind of just evolve it. You have your design, you put it in the game. And at that point you kind of want to see like, hey, what do I have here? Is this still a bit authentic? Is this still a bit real? And we talk a lot to experts in the field. Like, we're not going to say that we're experts in Malian history. Not at all.
You're enthusiasts at Malian history,
exactly.
Yes.
And we love what we're doing, but we need to have a pro voice in there that says like, hey, what you're doing, is that actually still a bit accurate? Are you still representing Malian culture in the way that it was?
What kind of voices answer that for you? Is it researchers, historians, universities?
We get in touch with universities, we get in touch with experts like... There are people who specialize in weaponry of Western Africa. Well, you can talk to those people about these specific weapons. But more practically, like, for example, the languages that we have in the game. If you play as the Malians, you start in the Dark Age. They speak their ancient Malian language, but as you advance through the ages, they speak more and more modern languages.
Now, that's a dedication to authenticity that I truly respect.
It is amazing. It feels good to just like feel your empire evolve as you're playing.
Yeah.
Yes. But again, I don't speak Malian. We need to go with...
you need to go ask someone who does.
Exactly, exactly. And that's kind of the balance we try to find.
Yeah.
Because in the end, it's still a video game, right?
Yes.
It is a video game. It needs to be fun. But we want to make sure that the civilizations that are in the game are represented in a way that is respectful.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially when you give that back to the community. And I'd love to talk to them a little bit now because I've seen how personally committed they are. Myself included, I'm part of a group called the Court of Ages, which is a bunch of women who like to play and test, and it's just the most wholesome place ever. And I'm curious to know how the Age of Empires community have actually impacted or helped Age 4 along the way.
Loads.
Good to know.
Yes. Loads. Let's keep it at that. No.
Yes,
So for the longest time, the Age of Empires community has been involved with development. Like, hey, do you like this? Here's a beta. Here's an alpha version. Let's play. Let's develop. Let's give feedback. And let's build a game that we all want to play in the end. And that also continues today. Like we have the Age of Empires Insiders. You can go to ageofempires.com, sign up as an insider, and just register for future betas. You can go to the Age of Empires forums, like all the developers are there.
They're just waiting to talk to you.
Yeah, we talk there a lot on the forums. And just like, we have Pro Council, we have other councils, we have so many groups of players that just provide feedback. And we work with everybody to try and make and bring the best into Age of Empires.
Amazing. And I feel like I need to be the voice of the community here, and I feel like I have to ask you, we know about the addition of the Ottomans and the Malians. Can you maybe give us a hint about maybe any upcoming ancient civilizations that might be added? I've got to try, but I've got to try.
Yeah, cheeky. So, first of all, Age of Empires is, of course, more than civilizations. We have more maps coming, more features.
Course. Yeah.
That is coming later as well with this new civilizations. I can't say more than that, but all I can say, Age of Empires is alive.
Yes,
and,
very much.
Yes.
Alive, well, and thriving.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. So I will do that and say, with it being alive and well, are there any events or updates coming up that we can look forward to instead?
Yes. So, first of all, just to rephrase, the 25th of October, the Ottomans and the Malians will be coming for free.
Keyword free.
Free.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
To Age of Empires 4. So if you have bought Age of Empires 4 in the past on any platform, you will get the new 2 civilizations for free.
And does that include Game Pass as well?
Yes, that includes Game Pass.
Oh my goodness, I love this conversation.
Everybody gets the new civilizations.
Yes!
Speaking about things that are for free, right now, at this very moment, you can play Age of Empires 4 for free on Steam.
Wow, okay.
So if you were ever on the fence, like, hey, will I like that game? Go try it out. Go to Steam.
Why not?
Go to Age of Empires 4. You can try it out. Everything is unlocked, so you can play the whole game till the 29th of October. August. 29th of August. Sorry.
Yes. It happens. We're live. It's fine. There's a lot of dates going on in your head.
There we go. So you can try it for free, and if you like to buy it and later, it's now on sale as well. 50% off on both the Microsoft Store and Steam. So you can pick it up as well.
Opportunity. I'm really looking forward to all of those. I'm curious though, as I've been walking around Gamescom, I've been seeing loads of people repping Age of Empires swag.
Yes.
Is there anything that you want to maybe showcase what's available online, or maybe for folks while they're here?
Well, we have one more announcement, and then it's probably going to be the least sexy thing that we will see in this broadcast.
No, I'm sure, but it'll be great.
There we go.
Where's this going?
So we're going to unbutton a bit, and we're going to show...
Oh, yes.
We are going to be celebrating 25 years of Age of Empires later this year, so the 25th October. It's been 25 years since the original release.
25 and 25.
We're going to be celebrating with all the games in the franchise. Everybody's invited. And it's going to be lovely. It's going to be an online global event. There will be more announcements. So I would say as a developer, but also as a fan, like you want to tune in. You don't want to miss it.
Absolutely. And you got your Twitter, at Age of Empires to find out more information, website, so on and so forth.
Exactly. Just look Age of Empires on any social media. You'll be definitely kept up to date.
Amazing. I'm also curious. I shared a picture on my Twitter last night. I mentioned I was at Gamescom. there's some Red Bulls around. Are you up to something with Red Bull at the moment?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. So Red Bull Wololo Legacy is coming up. It's a big tournament where we're covering Age of Empires 1, 2, and 4. And we also will, end of October, that will culminate in the large finals in a castle here in Germany.
That's pretty cool.
Yes.
I do have to ask though, are we playing the game or is it just people going whoa and seeing who does it best?
We are playing the game, but I definitely want that to be a tiebreaker or something.
We need to have it in there as well, just to add some spice, you know?
Yeah. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that. So yeah, best players in the world all gathering together in a German castle here, playing Age of Empires. For many, it's childhood dream again.
It sounds like it's come true, honestly. And I have got to ask, the shirt it's catching the light so well right now. Yes. I do need my own version. Is there a way for folks to get their hand on that shirt?
Yes, this shirt is available on the Xbox Gear Shop as well, alongside a lot of other Age of Empires t-shirts and merchandising.
Perfect.
So a lot to pick up there.
Amazing. I know what I'm doing next. Right, well, Bert, it's been phenomenal to have you here. I've loved talking to you. And, of course, everyone else who's tuned in today, that is the end of the show. So for any segments you might have missed from today's live show, or for those who just want to relive today, I know I certainly do, you can go back and watch the full show on Twitch or YouTube and keep the conversation going using the hashtag Xbox Gamescom on social. But that is it for me. This is the end of our epic live stream here from the Xbox booth at Gamescom. This has been so much fun. But Maxie and Graham, let's close this out.
All right, everyone, it has been such a pleasure being back at Gamescom with you this year, surrounded by these amazing Xbox fans and community, and of course, you, Maxie, too.
It is. So now we're going to be signing out from Cologne, Germany. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Galera, não me fala que isso acabou. Não me fala que isso acabou. Tá de brincadeira, né? Vamos aguardar. Talvez é igual os filmes da Marvel. Lembra? Os filmes da Marvel. Ele mostra que acabou, sobe os créditos e aí no final passa uma cena da continuação do filme. Vamos aguardar. Ainda tem essa possibilidade. Enquanto não der 3 horas eu não vou sair daqui não. Cara, não é possível. Porque falta, teoricamente, falta 33 minutos pra acabar. Vamos ver aí, galera. Vamos dar uma segurada. Lembra do filme das Marvel? Quem lembra aí do filme da Marvel? Os Vingadores. Todo filme da Marvel é assim, né? Ele passa ali os créditos e aí no final tem uma cena. É, galera, começou a rodar ali, quer dizer que eles encerrou a live. Se começou a rodar ali, quer dizer que eles encerrou a live. Não é possível que eles fizeram isso. Ah, encerraram a live mesmo. Deixa eu atualizar aqui. Não, a live parece continuar ativa. Não. Encerrou? Ó, a gente atualiza a página, a live volta. Ela não foi encerrada. Quando ela é encerrada, ela pula para outro vídeo. Ah, é, agora acabou. Que voltou lá no início, ó. Agora eles encerrou mesmo. Xbox BR.
Vamos trazer gameplay general.
É, não tem nenhuma transmissão rolando, não.
Nossa, faz tempo que não joga, mas que saudade que tava de jogar, cara. Tem muita coisa. Olha isso aqui, olha quanto tesouro que eu tenho que pegar, cara.
Galera, é isso então, encerrar a live aqui. Não tem nada do... Aqui mostra a live já concluída, ó. Transmitido a 49 segundos, ó, conforme vocês podem ver, ó. Transmitido a 49 segundos. Realmente encerrar a live, galera, antes do tempo previsto. Antes do tempo previsto encerrar a live. E não falaram nada aí a respeito do que a gente imaginava que poderia ser anunciado. Ainda pode ser anunciado? Pode. Quem sabe não sai um post, uma matéria aí que pode vir a acontecer. Não sei, mas bem pouco provável, galera. Eu vou dar uma conferida aqui para ver se a gente tem alguma atualização aqui no app. Deixa eu ver aqui. Tem alguma novidade? Galera, então estamos aí no app. Aqui continua aquela mesma. O app tá bem bugadão, conforme vocês podem ver aí, ó. Ó, bem bugadão, ó. Nem o jogo se carrega direito, tá em inglês aqui. Mais tarde eu vou sair do programa do Xbox Insider e vou desinstalar o app para ver se vai voltar ao normal de sempre. Tá? Sumir as opções aqui, ó, de sempre. Não tem mais as opções. Tá bem bugado e a gente não tem nada. Deixa eu só verificar se tem alguma atualização aqui. Galera, eu queria mostrar pra vocês aqui a matéria que saiu hoje do Xbox Brasil. Deixa eu colocar aqui na tela pra vocês. Rapidinho pra gente já encerrar. Aí, galera, ó, saiu hoje, né? Ó, Xbox Brasil sugere a chegada de recurso muito importante aguardado na xCloud. Ó, o que será que vem por aí? Essa matéria mesmo que eu li aquela hora. Agora eu tô mostrando pra vocês a matéria mesmo, pra vocês poderem ver aí, tá? E aí ele tá dizendo o seguinte, ó, revelado no início de junho, o recurso que permite que qualquer jogo da sua biblioteca seja rodado através do Xbox Cloud In-Game, a xCloud, é algo extremamente aguardado pelos fãs de Xbox, e parece que isso será lançado em breve. Na mais recente publicação que revelou a chegada de um novo recurso de jogos em códigos digitais, o Xbox Brasil sugeriu uma nova função da xCloud, que será lançada em breve, comentando que o novo recurso de venda de jogos permitirá que jogadores do serviço de jogos em nuvem do Xbox possam também comprar jogos físicos. Confira. Aí isso aqui foi a fala que o pessoal do Xbox Brasil disse, ó. No Xbox, estamos sempre buscando formas de investir no mercado brasileiro por meio de nossos consoles, jogos, serviços e com experiências únicas. Nosso compromisso é oferecer as opções de jogadores que sejam Xbox Series X, Series S, PC ou em diversos outros dispositivos por meio do serviço de Xbox Cloud In-Game, galera. Então, é a matéria que saiu aí, vamos aguardar, assim como nós temos aguardado aí durante o ano todo. Hoje tinha uma expectativa aí, mas nada oficial, conforme eu falei com vocês no início da live, não era nada oficial. A programação da Gamescom era essa daqui, mas a gente sempre imaginou, como acontece nos outros eventos, alguma surpresa, mas de surpresa não teve nada. Eles cumpriu o que estava aqui, tá? E nenhuma surpresa. Não sei porque a Microsoft tá com receio de liberar surpresas aí, mas não teve nada de respeito. E essa foi a Gamescom então do Xbox desse ano. Eu achei bem fraca, bem limitada. Falaram sobre o Samsung TV ele relacionado ao xCloud, que foi mais fraco ainda, né? Então, mais fraco do que o normal. Galera, mas é isso então. Vamos ver, mais tarde a gente vai ver o que a gente consegue falar. Quem sabe a Microsoft não solta algo aí. Vamos aguardar, não vamos perder as esperanças não, galera. Vamos continuar firme aí, porque teclado e mouse tá às portas, comprar jogos tá às portas. E essas coisas, a Microsoft prometeu que vai chegar ainda esse ano. Não deu data, mas prometeu que vai chegar ainda esse ano. E vamos aguardar, quem sabe não sai alguma coisa pra gente aí. Ainda hoje, ou amanhã, ou até no final dessa semana, tá? Galera, quero agradecer a todo mundo que ficou na live aqui, tá? Agradecer a todo mundo que ficou desde o início. Foram 6 horas de live. Estamos com 6 horas de live agora em ponto aqui, que a gente começou um pouquinho antes. Agradecer a todo mundo que ficou, aqueles que entrou também depois. Um brigadão aí. Não tivemos nenhuma novidade, uma palhinha da Samsung lá. Mas vamos ver o que vai acontecer aí, tá? Mais tarde eu vou ver se eu consigo fazer um vídeo aí pra galera que não assistiu, pra galera que assistiu depois, dar um resumão do que foi interessante pra xCloud que teve aqui, tá? Teve algumas coisinhas, alguns jogos, mas muito pouco, tá? Eu vou ver se dá pra fazer um vídeo a respeito disso. E aí qualquer novidade, qualquer atualização, qualquer coisa nova que tiver, fica ligado aqui no canal Pro Gamers, que a gente vai trazer aqui pra vocês. Pra você que ainda não é inscrito, eu já vou te pedir que se inscreva nesse canal, tá? E ativa o sininho pra você não perder nada aí do mundo dos Cloud In Games, tá? Muita coisa bacana aí chegando. E vai ser bacana, se você for inscrito aqui, você tem a vantagem aí de ficar por dentro das novidades, tá? Quero agradecer a todo mundo mais uma vez então que ficou aqui na live. Em breve a gente volta aí com mais novidades, tá? Valeu demais, galera. Qualquer dúvida que vocês tiverem, deixa aqui nos comentários, tá? E mais tarde eu ver se eu saio um vídeo aí, dando um resumão de tudo. Galera, pra fechar aqui, ó, a nossa enquete aqui teve 740 votos, tá? 741 agora. O que vocês acham que vocês querem que chegue na xCloud? E aí tinha teclado e mouse, Ubisoft Plus e compra de jogos. Teclado e mouse ganhou com 50%, comprar jogos ficou com 30% em segundo lugar, e em terceiro lugar, em último, a Ubisoft Plus, tá? Então, vamos ver qual desses que vai chegar primeiro, e vamos torcer para que seja teclado e mouse, já que a maioria votou por isso. E depois aí comprar jogos e depois o Ubisoft Plus, tá? Mas o que vir já vai ser bom demais, tá? A Activision Blizzard tá andando. Em breve a compra vai ser encerrada, vai ter muitos jogos bons para chegar. Então, vamos manter aí o nosso foco na xCloud, que a xCloud veio para mudar e eu tenho certeza que ainda falta muito, mas estamos num caminho. O caminho é longo, mas vamos que vamos, galera. Mais uma vez, um brigadão, até a próxima, tamo junto. Dúvida, deixa nos comentários, se inscreve e ativa o sininho para receber as notificações. Em breve a gente volta com mais novidade. Um abração e até a próxima. Valeu, tamo junto, galera.